Hey my lovely people. Tonight, we're following the Oregon Trail. Not the computer game version where everyone dies of dysentery, but the real story of how ordinary people managed to sleep, eat, and live through one of history's greatest migrations. This is a tale of resourcefulness, determination, and the surprisingly cozy moments that kept families together across 2,000 miles of wilderness. Let's keep the legacy going, so before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe as it helps so much. Also, please let me know where are you listening from and what time it is for you. Now dim those lights, turn on a fan for some noise, and let's start. Consider organising a 2,000-mile, 6-month camping trip where you would need to pack everything you would need to start over at the end. Now picture doing this in 1843, when the only content available on the internet was what your neighbour might have heard from someone whose cousin travelled west the previous year. Families preparing to hike the Oregon Trail had to deal with this reality, and their planning process involved a combination of science, speculation, and blind faith. The average pioneer family spent months preparing for their westward journey, which included the logistical challenges of cross-country relocation, along with the stress of wedding planning. Fathers would write lists and do calculations by candlelight on winter evenings, with the same intense focus as someone planning the longest camping trip in history. Knowing that they might not find what they had forgotten until they arrived in Oregon, mothers would make a list of everything they owned, including extra buttons, cooking pots, and fabric. Choosing a wagon was the first big decision that would affect how comfortable you were for the next 6 months of your life. The majority of families chose what was known as a prairie schooner, basically a big wooden box that was 4 feet wide and 10 feet long, on wheels, and covered in canvas. Imagine it like a mobile closet where you would also sleep, cook, and call home for 6 months. Tightly stretched over wooden hoops, the canvas top formed a comfortable tunnel that would resemble your childhood bedroom. It was like solving the most significant 3-dimensional puzzle in the world when loading the wagon. Families created packing techniques that would impress contemporary efficiency experts, because every square inch counted. Bags of flour, barrels of salt pork, and spare wagon parts were placed on the bottom because they were heavier. Spaces between and along the sides were occupied by bedding, clothing, and priceless family belongings, creating a rolling household that could continue to run even if you were unable to unpack every night was the aim. The quartermaster's mathematical prowess and the foresight of someone who knew that buffalo meat wasn't always going to be available at the neighbourhood grocery store were needed for food planning. Along with bacon, beans, coffee, sugar, and salt, families usually packed 200 pounds of flour per person. These were not gourmet ingredients, but they were foods that could be cooked over an open fire with little cooking equipment and would not go bad during months of travel. Women had a particularly difficult time choosing what to wear because they had to strike a balance between 1840s social norms and practicality. People in Oregon would judge you before you had even found a place to live, so you couldn't exactly show up there in ripped and filthy clothes. Women therefore planned to wear their most expensive clothing on the actual journey while packing their best dresses at the bottom of trunks. Many developed the ability to wear skirts over functional bloomers to create respectable-looking ensembles that accommodated the physical demands of trail life. Parents had to think of themselves as both providers and entertainers for a 6-month journey, without playgrounds, rest stops, or toy stores, and their children's needs needed special attention. Books were heavy but necessary for both evening entertainment and education, making them valuable cargo. On tough days, simple toys like cloth dolls or carved wooden figures offered solace. During months of travel and outdoor living, parents frequently packed extra fabric, not only for repairs but also because they knew that by the end of the journey, their children would need new clothes because they had outgrown their starting sizes. Another important factor was medical supplies, and families put together what amounted to a travelling pharmacy, using whatever medical knowledge they could find and folk wisdom. Knowing that everyone would be impacted by the change in water and diet, they packed herbs for digestive issues. On a path hundreds of miles from the closest physician, bandages, laudanum for pain relief, and various tonics occupied valuable trunk space, signifying the difference between minor setbacks and possible disasters. The most difficult aspect of preparation was probably the emotional preparation. Families were leaving behind whole networks of connections, support systems, and accustomed lifestyles in addition to specific locations. They would bring family Bibles that functioned as both spiritual consolation and family history books, letters from loved ones, and small mementos from home churches. Although these objects were heavy and took up valuable space, they gave people who were going into an unknown future psychological stability. Families would get together for church services, farewell visits, and last communal meals as departure time drew near. These gatherings had the bittersweet feel of occasions that everyone knew might be final farewells. In addition to offering last-minute tips and forgotten supplies, neighbours would also pledge to write letters that they all hoped would somehow make it to Oregon Territory. As families left, friends and family wondered if they would ever cross paths again, causing entire communities' social fabric to be rewoven. Most families had what we might now identify as a mix of pre-exam anxiety and Christmas Eve excitement the night before departure. For the final time, children would lie in their comfortable beds while their parents made last-minute preparations downstairs. While attempting to commit details of homes they might never see again to memory, adults would stroll through empty rooms, making sure nothing important had been overlooked. Any sleeping arrangements they could make in and around their wagon would take the place of their actual beds tomorrow. Their accustomed kitchens would be converted into Dutch ovens and campfires. Any group of families that happened to be on their wagon train would become their neighbourhood. Everything that was familiar and comfortable was about to change into an adventure that would put all of their preparations to the test. Imagine being gently roused by the sounds of someone rekindling a campfire and the soft rustle of canvas as your neighbours start their day, rather than an alarm clock. On an Oregon Trail morning, your kitchen was any level area you could clear around a fire pit, your bathroom was wherever you could find privacy, and your bedroom was a wagon. At 4:30 a.m, when the air was cool and the oxen were resting from their night of grazing nearby, the usual trail day started before sunrise. Families had discovered the importance of starting early, not only to get as much distance as possible before the midday heat, but also because people and animals had the most energy in the morning for the challenges of the day. The first thing you would notice when you woke up would be the strange rigidity that results from sleeping on the ground, which never felt like a proper mattress no matter how hard you tried. Families soon discovered how to distinguish the subtle differences between different types of prairie ground, such as which places offered the best balance of support and softness, which areas drained well after rain, and which areas provided wind protection without retaining morning moisture. The rhythm of the morning ritual would grow as ingrained as breathing. The other parent would check on the animals, making sure the horses, mules or oxen had not wandered far during their night of grazing, while the other parent rekindled the cooking fire from carefully preserved coals. When they were old enough to assist, children would be given jobs like collecting buffalo chips for fuel, which may seem like a bad job until you realise that these dried droppings burned cleanly and were frequently the only fuel available on plains without trees. The meal was typically straightforward but comforting, and breakfast preparation started while the stars were still visible. In addition to its caffeine content, coffee was necessary because the morning ritual offered psychological solace and a sense of normalcy in an otherwise utterly bizarre way of life. In battered tin pots, the coffee was brewed over fires that seemed to have their own personalities and moods, and was frequently strong enough to dissolve horseshoes. Since they could be made quickly with basic ingredients and cooked on flat stones or iron griddles heated over the fire, pancakes were a popular breakfast option. The batter could consist of whatever was on hand, sometimes just flour and water, sometimes enhanced with eggs if the family's chickens were still laying, and sometimes sweetened with molasses or precious sugar for special occasions or when spirits needed to be raised. Families would start the difficult process of breaking camp while breakfast was being prepared, and this daily ritual evolved into a meticulously planned dance of efficiency. To keep the bedding dry and usable for the following night, it had to be folded, aired and packed. Since soap was too valuable to be wasted on daily dishwashing, cooking utensils needed to be cleaned frequently with sand and hot water. More thorough bathing was a luxury save for Sunday rest days or river crossings due to privacy and water availability, so personal washing occurred quickly, and usually involved only washing hands and faces. At the latest, the wagon train would start to move by 7 a.m, and the speed of the journey established its own daily cadence. People frequently chose to walk beside their wagons rather than ride inside them, because oxen could travel up to 2 miles per hour on good days. In reality, walking was better for a number of reasons. It spared the animals from the startling, bone-shaking experience of riding in a wagon without suspension. It allowed them to get food and fuel, or it was just a chance to stretch legs that had been crammed into makeshift sleeping quarters during the night. By developing games that could be played while keeping the steady pace required to cover 15 to 20 miles each day, children discovered ways to make the daily walk into entertainment. They could compete to find wildlife, gather unique rocks, or practice skills their mothers taught them, like identifying edible plants. As they travelled the miles required to get to Oregon before winter, parents used the daily walk as an unofficial school period to teach their kids geography, natural history, and practical skills. Known as nooning, the midday halt gave both humans and animals the much-needed respite they needed during the hottest part of the day. In order to give animals the opportunity to graze and rest in any available shade, families would unhitch their teams. This 2 to 3 hour break developed into a crucial social moment during which families could exchange supplies, discuss news, or just have pleasant chats with people outside of their immediate family. Women frequently used nooning to complete tasks that were challenging to complete while travelling, such as mending clothing, journaling, or cooking, which required more focus than walking could provide. While the wagon train was in motion, kids might play games that weren't useful or take naps in whatever shade was available. Usually men used this time to inspect machinery, fix problems, or talk with the wagon train captain about the next course. The afternoon commute was frequently more difficult than the morning one. Everybody was starting to feel the cumulative weariness of weeks on the trail. The heat made walking more challenging, and the dust kicked up by dozens of wagons created its own weather system. Because decision-making was more difficult when everyone was exhausted, hot, and possibly irritable, this was the time when families truly valued the structure and routines they had established. The complicated process of setting up camp came in the evening, and families devised systems that struck a balance between comfort and efficiency. The best campsites provided natural windbreaks, drainage to avoid issues in the event of nighttime rain, and access to water, fire fuel, and animal grazing. With months of practice, seasoned travellers could quickly assess water quality, weather security, and neighbour proximity while evaluating possible campsites with the help of professional scouts. The atmosphere of the wagon train would change as the sun sank, from the concentrated efficiency of travel to the more laid-back rhythms of camp life in the evening. Fires would start to appear all over the camp, cooking smoke would produce its own fragrant atmosphere, and the sounds of plodding oxen and creaking wagon wheels would give way to conversations, children playing, and the evening chores that got families ready for another night under the stars. This daily routine, which was repeated for months, strengthened family ties and produced skills that turned common people into masters of animal husbandry, outdoor living, and building homes wherever their wagons halted for the night. Imagine attempting to manage a restaurant with a fire pit in the kitchen, whatever fits in a wooden box for the pantry, and wherever you can find level ground that isn't too muddy or dusty for the dining area. Feeding families on the Oregon Trail was a daily reality, where mothers developed into skilled outdoor cooks, and everyone discovered that using limited ingredients creatively made the difference between meals that lifted people's spirits and meals that served a functional purpose. Modern backpacking enthusiasts would be impressed by the camp kitchen, which was a masterwork of portability and efficiency. Everything had to be multifunctional and compact. A cast-iron Dutch oven was used as a general cooking pot, roasting pan, and bread baker. Tin plates served as serving platters and cutting boards. In addition to making coffee and tea, coffee pots were occasionally used to cook vegetables while other pots were in use. When cooking called for additional containers, even the wooden water buckets were converted into mixing bowls. Families spent weeks honing their craft of setting up the evening cooking area. No one wanted their sleeping space to smell like a barbecue pit all night, so the fire had to be oriented to benefit from the prevailing winds, for both heat distribution and smoke direction. Flat stones were used as serving areas and countertops, and rocks were arranged to form pot supports and windscreens. As a result, an outdoor kitchen was created that could use the most basic ingredients to create surprisingly complex meals. Modern bakers would find the skills needed to make bread on the trail both familiar and difficult. Like priceless heirlooms, sourdough starters were maintained with care and passed down through the generations, because a healthy starter meant fresh bread all the way, while a dead starter meant months of hardship and disappointment. The starter lived in jars or crocks that travelled in wagons, with the same attention to detail typically reserved for fragile china. Timing, temperature, and technique had to be precisely synchronized when baking bread in a Dutch oven, which was similar to conducting a small orchestra. The heavy iron pot was covered with coals, which created an oven effect that could result in surprisingly light, crusty loaves. in order to develop an intuitive sense of temperature that would be useful in kitchens they would construct in Oregon. Seasoned trail bakers would hold their hands close to the coals and count slowly. Along the trail, there were special opportunities and challenges related to meat preparation and preservation. Families had to swiftly transform vast quantities of fresh meat into forms that would keep without refrigeration after hunting was successful. When they were available, buffalo provided roasts, steaks, and jerky raw materials that could be used for weeks to augment stored supplies. The wagon train spontaneously celebrated the sharing of fresh meat, because butchering large animals was a communal activity. The daily ritual of preparing beans demanded patience and forethought, which contemporary cooks may find hard to understand. Pots that travelled with the wagons were used to soak the dried beans overnight and then cook them slowly throughout the day. The beans would be flavourful and soft by the afternoon, ready to be mixed with wild onions, salt pork, or whatever vegetables could be picked from the trail. A successful pot of beans could provide a family with food for days and give them the comfort and protein they needed to get through challenging parts of the journey. Collecting wild food turned into a daily routine that complemented provisions that were kept in storage and added much-needed diversity to diets that could get boring after weeks of the same staples. Youngsters were able to recognise wild onions, which gave flavour to bland food and contained vital nutrients that helped ward off scurvy. When wild berries were discovered, they were treated like priceless jewels and either preserved for special occasions or consumed fresh as treats. Even plants that are now regarded as weeds like dandelion greens were welcomed additions to meals that mostly consisted of bread, bacon and beans, in part because good coffee was vital to morale, and in part because the ritual of making coffee offered a reassuring routine. In otherwise unpredictable days, coffee preparation was elevated to an art form on the trail. Families came to favour various brewing, grinding and roasting methods. While some learned to stretch limited resources by combining coffee with chicory or other flavouring additives that added flavour without using up their supplies, others preferred coffee that was strong enough to float horseshoes. The social hub of camp life was the evening meal, when families could unwind after a long day of travel and concentrate on savouring food and conversing. Tables could be made out of anything flat, such as blankets spread out on the ground, boards balanced on rocks, or wagon tailgates. Families upheld meal customs and table manners despite the primitive surroundings, which helped to maintain a sense of normalcy and civilization in an otherwise chaotic setting. The trail's food experiences for kids were instructive and constricting. They developed tastes for wild foods that most modern children never experience, learned to appreciate simple foods prepared well, and realized how much effort goes into each meal. Not because trail food was especially tasty, but rather because it was connected to adventure, family time around campfires, and the satisfaction of meals that were genuinely earned through the day's work. Many kids later recalled it with surprisingly positive feelings. Wagon food storage required ongoing care to avoid pest damage, deterioration, and contamination from moisture and dust. Barrels of flour were sealed and periodically inspected for moisture damage or weevil activity. The brine used to store salt pork needed to be periodically refilled. Containers used for the storage of dried goods were designed to keep their contents dry and usable for everyday use, while withstanding the frequent jarring of wagon travel. After dinner, there was a community clean-up that bonded families and got everyone ready for the challenges of the following day. When soap was too valuable to spare, sand was used as an abrasive in hot water heated over the campfire to wash dishes. Cooking tools were washed, dried and packed to prevent damage during the night and to ensure they were available for meal preparation in the morning. The cosy sounds and scents of dozens of small communities celebrating the tranquil conclusion of another day on the trail would permeate the camp as families gathered around their fires following evening meals. Despite the challenges and uncertainty of the journey, the atmosphere created by the smell of coffee, wood smoke, and cooking food offered moments of true contentment and family closeness that many people later recalled as some of the happiest times of their lives. Imagine yourself lying on your back and gazing up at more stars than you have ever seen in your life. There are no streetlights or city lights, just a huge dome of sparkling points of light that makes you feel both incredibly small and incredibly connected to something vast and eternal. On the Oregon Trail, families learned to find rest and comfort during this time of night, in circumstances that would be difficult for even seasoned campers today. One of the biggest changes that families had to make was the gradual shift from house sleeping to wagon sleeping. which occurred as they established routines and systems that made their mobile homes into passably comfortable places to sleep. The interior of a covered wagon was about the size of a contemporary walk-in closet, but it had to provide a family with a bedroom, storage, and shelter during months of travel and in all types of weather. Most people didn't realise they had the engineering skills necessary to create sleeping arrangements. If there were mattresses at all, they were typically made of feather ticks or straw, which could be replaced with new materials as needed. More often, families made sleeping surfaces out of blankets, quilts, and whatever padding they could arrange out of soft items like clothing. The objective was to use materials that could be readily packed and rearranged every day to provide enough cushioning to make sleeping on hard wagon floors bearable. Children's sleeping arrangements frequently required the most ingenuity because their developing bodies required more rest than adults. But small spaces could not accommodate everyone lying flat at once. Families established arrangements in which, in favourable weather, children slept in hammocks hung from the wagon bows, or in which younger children slept crosswise at the wagon's foot while parents slept lengthwise. To make the most of the vertical space within the wagon cover, some families constructed sleeping shelves. Families' nightly sleeping arrangements were greatly influenced by the weather. Many people preferred to sleep outside under the stars when the weather was nice, taking advantage of the space and fresh air that came with sleeping outside while also using the wagon for storage and weather protection. Around the dying campfire, families would set up their bedrolls so that they were close enough to enjoy the last of the warmth, but far enough away to keep smoke and sparks out. Along the trail, the bedtime ritual developed into a treasured family custom that offered security and solace in a setting that was otherwise undergoing constant change. They would gather the children from their evening play, wash their hands and faces with precious water, and say prayers, which frequently included asking for protection for the night ahead and expressing gratitude for the day's safe travel. While adjusting to the particulars of trail life, these routines helped families stay connected to their home traditions. Families used innovative combinations of canvas screens, well-placed wagons, and unwritten agreements about respecting one another's needs for personal space to deal with the ongoing problem of privacy. Bathing, changing clothes, and other personal tasks required preparation and collaboration, which strained everyone's patience and flexibility, while strengthening family ties. There was a certain atmosphere created by the sounds of a wagon train going to sleep. The night would be filled with the sounds of settling animals, distant coyote calls, and the soft creaking of wagon covers in evening breezes as fires subsided and conversations cooled. These sounds, which at first frightened those used to sleeping indoors, eventually grew reassuring and recognizable, a nighttime symphony that symbolized security, camaraderie, and the prospect of another day's advancement toward Oregon. In order to regulate the temperature in the sleeping quarters of wagons, layering techniques that would appeal to contemporary outdoor enthusiasts were necessary. Families discovered how to modify their sleeping plans according to the weather, putting on or taking off layers of clothing and blankets to stay warm during nights that could start out warm, and end in frost or start out warm, and turn into storms that put the waterproofing of wagon covers to the test. For wagon sleepers, rain posed unique difficulties because, although the canvas covers were reasonably waterproof when they were first installed, weeks of exposure to the sun, wind and weather caused leaks and weak spots to form. Families discovered how to determine which parts of their wagon covers were most prone to leak, arranging sleeping quarters to prevent drips while maintaining the dryness of necessary items. In order to divert water away from sleeping areas during storms, some families created complex systems of internal tarps and channels. Trail sleeping's psychological components were just as crucial as its logistical components. Those who had always slept in permanent buildings had to get used to the constant movement, the strange noises, and the realization that they were only a thin canvas away from the wild. While adults occasionally found it difficult to cope with the vulnerability and exposure that came with sleeping outside, children frequently found this to be exciting rather than frightening. Around 4:30 a.m., the camp began to come alive, and the trail gradually began to wake up. Usually the first sounds were the soft movements of early risers checking on livestock and someone rekindling cooking fires. Because the day's journey would soon begin and everyone needed to be prepared to break camp and depart with the wagon train, families learned to wake up quietly and effectively. Every morning, regardless of the weather or time constraints, bedding had to be aired, dried and repacked. This daily practice became as important as feeding the animals or making breakfast because damp bedding could result in mould, sickness and sleepless nights. Families devised effective bedding handling procedures that saved time and guaranteed that everything would be cosy and dry for the following night's sleep. Water availability and privacy concerns limited personal hygiene before bed, but families stuck to whatever routines they could. Washing one's face and hands was commonplace when water was available, and families frequently saved a little heated water from cooking in the evening for washing before bed, which was both hygienic and psychologically soothing. Nighttime security measures mirrored the realities of traversing areas where there could be threats from both people and animals. When necessary, wagon trains set up defensive circles, with guards stationed to keep an eye out for issues and livestock kept inside. Families were able to share the comforts and difficulties of trail life in small, intimate camping communities, while still having physical security thanks to these arrangements. Families were engaging in one of humanity's oldest practices, creating shelter and finding rest in makeshift locations during lengthy travels, as they formed their sleeping arrangements each night. The knowledge and memories they acquired during these late hours were incorporated into family tales that would be passed down through the generations, introducing children and grandchildren to the spirit of adventure and tenacity that drove their forefathers across the continent in pursuit of new opportunities and homes. This part of our story will make you appreciate modern conveniences like hospitals, weather forecasts, and the ability to call for help when things go wrong, so settle down a little more in your cozy bed. Families were put to the test in ways they could never have predicted back in their cozy homes along the Oregon Trail, which was more than just a picturesque route through breathtaking countryside. The most dramatic and perilous obstacles that families had to deal with were probably river crossings, which turned tranquil streams into barriers that could quickly endanger lives or destroy everything a family owned. Unlike the meandering rivers you might paddle on a weekend camping trip, the rivers that crossed the Oregon Trail were frequently swift, deep, and erratic, capable of rising overnight as a result of distant storms or seasonal snowmelt. The entire community would stop when a wagon train arrived at a significant river crossing, allowing seasoned travellers to evaluate the situation and determine the best course of action. Wagons could be used to cross some of the crossings, so careful reconnaissance was needed to identify the safest, shallowest paths across rocky or sandy bottoms. Even successful crossings frequently resulted in wagons becoming stuck, tipping, or absorbing water that could destroy months' worth of supplies, so families would take everything valuable out of their wagons and carry it across separately. Other rivers required ferrying, a process that combined the cost of paying ferry operators with the stress of entrusting your whole household to a boat or raft run by strangers whose main qualification was that they owned watercraft, rather than necessarily knowing how to use it safely. In the hopes that everyone would be safely reunited on the other side, families would watch as their valuable wagons, animals and belongings vanished across perilous water. Even seasoned travellers were taken aback by how quickly the weather on the plains could change from pleasant to dangerous. In the open prairie, thunderstorms were not like those most families had encountered in their settled or wooded home areas. Prairie storms, which could scatter livestock, flood campsites, and turn wagon covers into ineffective umbrellas that offered little protection from horizontal rain, appeared like freight trains of rain, hail, and lightning because there were no trees or structures to break the wind, because they could quickly destroy months' worth of carefully stored food supplies and pose a risk of injury to humans and animals with ice chunks the size of chicken eggs. Hailstorms were especially destructive. Even seasoned travellers could be caught off guard by storms that formed more quickly than they could be evacuated, even though families learned to identify the warning signs of severe weather and created emergency protocols to protect themselves and their belongings. As water supplies dried up and temperatures rose above what most families had ever experienced, heat waves and droughts presented distinct but equally severe difficulties, making travel into a battle for survival. Extreme heat caused terrible suffering for oxen and other draft animals, and their suffering put families' ability to travel at risk. When it was feasible, people learned to travel at night when it was cooler, but this led to new navigational challenges and a higher chance of accidents in the dark. Since medical assistance was frequently hundreds of miles away, and folk remedies had to be used in place of professional medical care, illness on the trail was every family's worst nightmare. The most dreaded disease was cholera, which killed healthy adults within days of the onset of symptoms and spread quickly through wagon trains. In communities with doctors and adequate medical supplies, families would witness friends and neighbours pass away from illnesses that could have been prevented, from injuries from falls, animal kicks, or mishaps with cooking fires and tools to digestive issues brought on by changes in diet and water. Children were especially susceptible to the health hazards of trail life. As a result of necessity, parents learned how to treat wounds, set broken bones, and distinguish between symptoms that needed to be treated right away and those that could be handled with rest and simple cures. When replacement parts weren't available, and the closest blacksmith was weeks away, equipment failures could turn a small annoyance into a serious emergency. Common issues included broken wagon wheels, deteriorated axles, and harness failures, all of which needed inventive fixes made with whatever resources were on hand. Families learned how to fix nearly anything using rope, wire, wood scraps, and desperate ingenuity, becoming adept at makeshift repairs. Because animals were both a major financial investment and a means of transportation that many families couldn't afford to replace, the loss of livestock was especially devastating. Overwork, illness, poisonous plants, or wounds that could have been healed with the right veterinary care were the causes of oxen's deaths. Families were forced to make the difficult decisions of trying to buy replacement animals from other travellers at exorbitant prices, or leaving behind belongings to continue with smaller teams when draft animals were lost. As hunting grew less successful and stored supplies ran low, food shortages progressively emerged, forcing families to make more challenging choices regarding resource allocation and rationing. In order for adults to have the strength to handle the wagons and animals, children may go without food. Families would exchange valuables for food from other travellers, or try desperately to collect wild foods that could offer vital nourishment. On a path where landmark recognition was the main means of navigation and weather, could block out familiar features for days at a time. Getting lost was a constant worry. Wagon trains that made incorrect turns could end up in places without water, enough grass for animals, or practical paths for wagons carrying a lot of cargo. Within wagon train communities, family ties and leadership structures were put to the test by the psychological strain of getting lost and the practical difficulties of figuring out the right path. Wagon train disputes led to emotional and social suffering that was frequently more difficult to handle than physical difficulties. Under the pressure of daily travel and group decision-making, personalities that appeared to get along well during the journey's planning stages may drastically diverge. Wagon trains may be divided into rival groups that offered less security and support to one another due to disagreements over leadership, resource sharing, travel speed, and route choice. Most families managed to adjust, get past, and keep going in the direction of Oregon in spite of all these obstacles. When they finally arrived at their destination and faced the difficulty of starting over in uncharted territory, the survival skills and family ties they developed during their shared struggles were invaluable. Families' ability to bounce back from adversity on the trail became a part of their pioneer heritage and family identity, resulting in tales of tenacity and resourcefulness that would be passed down through generations of descendants who might never fully comprehend how their ancestors overcame such incredible obstacles with such limited resources. Think about the neighbourhoods you might encounter on your daily commute, from amiable store owners to travelling entertainers to people whose entire lifestyle was entirely different from your own. This was the social reality of the Oregon Trail, where families came across a remarkable array of individuals, cultures and circumstances that expanded their worldview beyond what could have been discovered through reading or conversation at home, because the reality was much more complicated and generally more tranquil than the dramatic tales that later gained popularity in books and films. Native American encounters were among the most important and misinterpreted aspects of trail life. Wagon trains and Native Americans interacted primarily on a commercial basis, with both parties benefiting from trading goods that each group had in excess for necessities. Informally acting as guides, Native Americans frequently provided information about water sources, safe river crossings, and the terrain ahead, which could help wagon trains avoid hazardous areas or save days of arduous travel. Usually, native peoples would trade this information for food, manufactured goods, or other commodities that they valued. Families learned about advanced cultures that had been successfully occupying and governing the Western territories for many generations as a result of these encounters. The resulting trading partnerships were frequently cordial and advantageous to both parties. In return for coffee, sugar, or manufactured goods like fabric or metal tools, Native Americans may offer fresh meat, vegetables, or other foods. During these interactions, children from both cultures would occasionally play together, sharing games and showing interest in one another's cultures, despite communication difficulties caused by language barriers. Wagon trains were given the chance to rest, resupply, and learn about the conditions that lay ahead during fort encounters, which also offered them a fleeting return to a more civilized society. The trail was interspersed with military forts and trading posts, which made them invaluable oases where families could buy supplies they had run out of, write to family in the United States, and receive news from both sides. Families might come across Mexican traders, French fur trappers, military personnel from different ethnic backgrounds, and other travellers travelling in both directions across the continent at these forts, which were cultural and national melting pots. Families found education about the wider world at these stops to be both fascinating and occasionally overwhelming, as the diversity of people there was frequently greater than anything they had encountered back home. Families who came across mountain men and fur trappers along the trail were captivated and occasionally taken aback by the entirely different way of life they represented. These men appeared to belong more to nature than to civilized society, because they had adapted to wilderness life so thoroughly. Although they were encyclopedic in their knowledge of wilderness resources, navigation, and survival tactics, years of isolation had frequently eroded their social skills. In exchange for supplies or cash, some mountain men worked as wagon train guides, offering their invaluable knowledge of river crossings, route selection, and hazard avoidance. Their tales of explorations, discoveries, and near misses entertained campfires in the evenings, and their real-world expertise assisted families in avoiding hazards and locating resources they might have otherwise overlooked. The daily routine of travelling with their own wagon train companions was broken up by the opportunities for social interaction, supply trading, and news exchange created by other emigrant families travelling in different directions. Families travelling back east, either because they had made the decision to stop or because they had finished their journey and were going back to see family, offered important information about the travel conditions and what to anticipate when they arrived in Oregon. These interactions with returning tourists were especially crucial for families who were starting to second-guess their choice to leave the country. During challenging parts of the trip, hearing first-hand reports of Oregon's opportunities, land availability, and successful settlement helped keep spirits high. On the other hand, learning about mistakes, setbacks, or unforeseen difficulties helped families psychologically get ready for potential realities. As diverse and unforgettable as the human experiences were, the animal encounters on the Oregon Trail range from dangerous circumstances that put families' capacity to defend themselves and their livestock to the test to breathtaking wildlife viewing opportunities. Buffalo herds were one of the most amazing sights that families would ever see. Hundreds of animals stretching to the horizon, producing their own sound effects with the rumble of thousands of hooves and their own weather systems with the dust they raised. Although hunting buffalo produced enough meat to sustain a wagon train for several days, it also required skills that most emigrants had to pick up from more seasoned hunters while they were on the trail. In addition to uniting wagon train members, the communal task of butchering such massive animals taught important lessons about cooperation, resource sharing, and food preservation that would benefit families once they arrived at their destinations. Although they were less frequent than the media made them seem, predator encounters did happen, and forced families to come up with ways to keep both themselves and their livestock safe. The scent of food and the presence of domesticated animals drew wolves, mountain lions, and bears to wagon trains. Families learned to keep weapons on hand in case of emergencies, maintain sufficient fires for protection and deterrence, and set up their camps defensively. Although they occasionally made wagons and livestock dangerous, prairie dogs, ground squirrels, and other small animals entertained children. Mile-long prairie dog towns could result in places where wagon wheels or animal hooves could enter burrows and cause harm or damage to equipment. Families learned to read terrain more carefully and to foresee dangers that weren't immediately apparent as a result of these experiences. Families from the eastern regions, where hunting and habitat loss had already reduced wildlife populations, were often astounded by the species and abundance of birds along the trail. The daily entertainment and sporadic hunting opportunities offered by migratory waterfowl, birds of prey, and songbirds complemented food supplies and connected families to the continents and the season's natural rhythms. Every night, as wagons circled for safety and company, domestic animals from other wagon trains developed their own social dynamics, as dogs, cats, chickens, and other pets interacted across the makeshift communities. Dogs would form their own social groups and hierarchies, which occasionally reflected the bonds that were growing within their human families. Once they made it through the trip, cats were useful in keeping rodents out of the way of food supplies that were being stored. People who had chosen unusual life paths and were on the trail for reasons that didn't fit the usual emigration patterns were frequently the subjects of the most unexpected encounters. The trail community was enriched with diversity and stimulating discussions from missionaries who were going to start churches among Native American communities, scientists who were gathering specimens for institutions in the East, artists who were recording the Western landscape, and adventurers who were looking for experiences rather than settlement. These oddball explorers frequently had abilities, insights, or knowledge that helped entire wagon trains. A missionary's proficiency in a language could help them communicate with Native Americans. In times of medical emergency, a scientist's medical knowledge could be extremely helpful. It's possible that an artist's ability to observe things helped them recognize landmarks or predict weather patterns more precisely than the average emigrant. Through dramatic encounters with mail carriers and express riders, trail families were able to re-establish a connection with the wider world that they had temporarily abandoned. Between distant communities and government outposts, these professional travellers transported letters, newspapers, and official communications at a far faster pace than wagon trains. When they reached wagon train campsites, there was a lot of excitement and a chance to communicate with anxious family members back in the United States. As families grew closer to one another under the harsh circumstances of shared travel and mutual reliance, the social dynamics within individual wagon trains changed continuously. It is possible for people who appeared to get along during the planning stages to have personality conflicts that only surfaced under pressure. On the other hand, families that had previously appeared to have little in common may become friends for many generations. Wagon train leadership structures were continuously evaluated and improved because various circumstances required various kinds of knowledge and judgment. The elected captain may have great route planning skills but struggle with interpersonal conflict resolution. During certain difficulties such as crossing rivers, experiencing medical crises, or coming across potentially hostile groups, other travellers may show themselves to be natural leaders. Children learned things from the diverse range of people they met on the trail that they could not have learned in a homeschool. They developed social skills that would be useful in the diverse communities they would assist in creating in Oregon Territory, learned how to communicate across language barriers, and appreciated various cultural approaches to common problems. Generations of descendants were introduced to the adventure and variety of the trail experience through the cherished family stories that grew out of these encounters. Grandchildren would hear about the Native American chief who helped their grandfather's wagon train find water during a drought, the French trapper who taught their grandmother to identify edible plants, or the returning emigrant who alerted them to a hazardous river crossing in time to save lives and property. Imagine the moment you see the end of your journey coming. Not just another river to cross or another range of hills to traverse, but the real destination that has kept your hopes alive through every hardship and challenge of the trail, after months of waking up to the sound of creaking wagon wheels and the routine of setting camp before dawn. Families who had spent months concentrating on the day-to-day difficulties of travel without fully understanding how different their new home would be from everything they'd known before, found the approach to Oregon Territory to be both exhilarating and daunting. Gradually, the terrain started to shift from the arid splendour of the high plains and desert to the woods and mountains that would eventually become their new home. The initial view of the Columbia River was a poignant moment for many families, signalling the actual start of the end of their trail experience. The highway that would take them to the Willamette Valley and the farmland they had fantasized about during the challenging months of travel was this enormous waterway, which also served as the last significant challenge to be overcome. After the dry conditions of a large portion of the trail, it was nearly overwhelming to see that much water. There were particular opportunities and challenges associated with the last river trip down the Columbia. Families had to choose between attempting the challenging Barlow Road over the Cascade Mountains or taking a chance on the perilous river passage through the Columbia Gorge. Neither choice was simple, and both needed energy and resources that families may have believed they had already used up on the overland trip. Those who took the river route were forced to hire boatmen or load their wagons onto improvised rafts in order to move their belongings through rapids that had destroyed a great deal of property and taken many lives. For families who had preserved their possessions over 2,000 miles of overland travel, the irony of possibly losing everything within sight of their destination was not lost. Families that opted for the mountain route encountered distinct difficulties, as they learned that the Cascade Mountains offered a landscape that was different from what they had experienced during the prairie sections of their trip. Steep grades, dense forests, and undeveloped roads presented new challenges for their animals and equipment, while also offering breathtaking views that served as a reminder of the original reason for their journey. After months of waiting and adversity, the actual arrival in the Willamette Valley was frequently unimpressive. Many families found themselves in an area that, although beautiful and fertile, needed the same pioneering skills they'd developed on the trail to build the homes and communities they'd imagined, without a welcoming committee or established community infrastructure. For families who were suddenly faced with decisions that would impact generations of their descendants, the land selection process was both thrilling and daunting. Large tracts of land remained available for families prepared to put in the effort to clear forests, start farms, and construct the infrastructure required for long-term settlement, even though the best land was frequently already claimed by previous emigrants. Together, families who had experienced the trail together, and newcomers who had arrived at different times or by different routes came together to build the first shelter. Families used the skills they had learned from months of camping and improvised living to build temporary shelter that would keep them safe during their first Oregon winter while they worked on more permanent buildings. Many families found the shift from trail life to settled life to be more challenging than they had expected. The routine of clearing land, planting crops, and building permanent homes could feel restrictive and monotonous after months of continuous movement and daily change. Some family members suffered from a sort of homesickness for the nomadic lifestyle they had left behind, especially the kids who had enjoyed the trail adventure. Families from diverse backgrounds with varying opinions about the best way to organize communities and varying methods of problem-solving from their trail experiences had to work together and compromise in order to establish communities in Oregon Territory. For the establishment of the government agencies, churches, and schools that would transform Oregon Territory into a livable community, the social skills acquired during months of wagon train travel proved crucial. Families that had saved money for trail supplies and equipment found it difficult to adjust to the economic realities of starting over in a new territory. They now had to create revenue streams while pursuing their land claims. Many families were forced to combine farming with other jobs, using new skills they learned on the trail or skills they had honed back home. Because the demands of frontier life demanded adaptability and resourcefulness that went beyond conventional gender boundaries, women's roles in Oregon Territory frequently expanded beyond what had been feasible in their prior homes. These skills were crucial for frontier homemaking for women who had gained experience in managing outdoor cooking, handling livestock, and repairing equipment during the trail experience. Children's education became a community priority, requiring families to work together to build schools and hire teachers in places without such facilities. Children who were educated by walking beside wagons and learning useful skills around campfires frequently demonstrated greater adaptability to the learning conditions of the frontier than adults had anticipated. Within a few years of the large emigrations, the success stories from Oregon Territory started to reach friends and family back in the United States, inspiring more families to follow suit and generating a feedback loop that kept the westward movement going for decades. More waves of emigration were spurred by letters that described the country's rich soil, temperate climate, and prospects for growth. But not all Oregon tales were triumphs. Families also described the hardships of frontier life, the distance from loved ones and familiar surroundings, and the arduous physical work needed to start successful farms in densely forested areas. Later emigrants were better equipped to handle the difficulties they would encounter after finishing the trail journey thanks to these more realistic accounts. Families that had walked the trail together continued to have close ties and support networks that helped everyone adjust to their new surroundings, forming community networks that were frequently based on the shared experience of the trail in Oregon Territory. The ties forged during these months of mutual reliance and adversity turned out to be enduring underpinnings for the communities that would come to characterize Oregon's early growth, through letters that shared updates from both sides and occasionally urged more family members to travel west. Trail families also kept in touch with friends and family who had stayed in the United States. These correspondence networks offered emotional support to people adjusting to drastically different lives and assisted in maintaining family ties over great distances. More than 150 years after the last major wagon trains finished their journeys to Oregon Territory, think about how the adventures we've been following together still shape American culture and family tales as you sink deeper into your cozy bed and pull your blanket a little closer. Along with their belongings, The families who traveled the Oregon Trail carried with them stories, skills, and values that would impact the character of communities across the region and help shape the future of the American West. The trail itself turned into a life-changing event that altered people's perspectives on difficulties, teamwork, and the potential for establishing new types of communities in addition to where they lived. Children who grew up in established agricultural communities had a different relationship with nature than children who had spent their early years walking beside wagons, learning to identify edible plants and assisting with livestock management. With the perspectives and abilities that proved crucial for success in frontier conditions, these trail-educated kids frequently rose to prominence as leaders and innovators in their Oregon communities. Families' ability to solve problems, such as repairing equipment using whatever materials were available, coming up with inventive ways to deal with food and water shortages, and modifying daily routines to accommodate shifting weather and terrain conditions, was shaped by months of trail travel and lived on in Western communities for generations. In frontier societies where survival occasionally hinged on everyone's ability to carry out whatever tasks were required, regardless of traditional gender expectations, women who had managed outdoor cooking, handled livestock, and made crucial decisions during trail emergencies frequently discovered that these experiences had prepared them for expanded roles. An extensive oral history that links generations of Western families to their emigrant ancestors was produced by the storytelling customs that grew out of trail experiences. Grandchildren who had never seen a covered wagon would be raised on elaborate tales of buffalo hunts, river crossings, and the hardships of spending months sleeping outside. Themes of tenacity, resourcefulness, and cooperation that became fundamental values in Western societies were frequently highlighted in these family tales. Through preparation, cooperation, and perseverance, the trail experience showed that regular people could overcome extraordinary obstacles, lessons that were applicable well beyond the initial emigration context. A distinctive American mythology that emphasized both individual success and teamwork was also produced by the trail. Families had to be independent and resourceful to successfully complete the Oregon Trail journey, but they also had to rely on their wagon train fellows for support and assistance in times of need. The experiential, practical learning that had defined trail education had an impact on educational establishments in Oregon Territory and later Oregon State. The recognition that frontier life required individuals who could combine intellectual capacity with practical problem-solving abilities was reflected in schools that placed an emphasis on practical skills in addition to traditional academic subjects. Early conservation attitudes in Western communities were shaped by the environmental consciousness that families gained from months of intimate observation of weather patterns, seasonal variations, and the availability of natural resources. Individuals who had personally witnessed the effects of resource depletion, water pollution, and overgrazing were frequently more in favour of sustainable land management techniques. The experience of the trail itself altered and adapted the religious and cultural traditions that made their way west in covered wagons. During months when worship sessions were conducted outdoors, around campfires, rather than in conventional buildings, churches in Oregon Territory frequently reflected a more pragmatic, informal approach to religious practice. Wagon trains had employed democratic decision-making procedures to settle conflicts, choose routes, and oversee local resources, which had an impact on the political institutions that arose in Oregon Territory. On the trail, town meetings and community collaboration had been crucial survival tactics, and these methods of governance permeated early Oregon communities' political systems. The folk medicine and practical first aid skills that families had acquired through trail travel had an impact on medical practices in frontier communities. Community healers frequently combined traditional remedies with techniques learned through trial experience, having learned how to treat illnesses and injuries with little money and no professional medical assistance. Lessons learned about soil conservation, crop diversification, and sustainable farming practices during the trail journey were reflected in the agricultural practices that emerged in Oregon Territory. During their westward migration, families frequently applied the lessons they had learned about the negative environmental effects of poor land management to their own farming operations. Relationships and trust built during shared trail experiences frequently served as the foundation for the business and economic networks that emerged in early Oregon communities. As they founded companies and economic alliances in their new communities, people who had shared resources, exchanged goods, and worked together in times of need maintained these connections. a practical, functional approach to problem solving that families had developed over months of building temporary shelters and setting up effective campsites under difficult circumstances was reflected in the architectural styles and community planning techniques that defined early Oregon settlements. In Oregon and other western states, contemporary family reunions and heritage celebrations frequently focus on honouring the bravery and tenacity of trail ancestors, giving descendant families a chance to reconnect with their pioneering heritage and come to understand the struggles their ancestors faced. A unique American optimism regarding the potential for self-reinvention, starting over and generating better opportunities through perseverance and hard work was also influenced by the Oregon Trail experience. This fresh start mindset became a hallmark of American culture and still shapes people's perspectives on individual and collective growth. Interpretation programs help modern people comprehend the enormity of the challenge that 19th century families faced when they packed their belongings into covered wagons and set out west toward uncertain futures, while historical preservation efforts along the Oregon Trail route have given modern families the chance to experience something of what trail travel was like. The trail experience also had an impact on American literature, art, and popular culture in ways that still shape American society's perceptions of the westward migration, frontier life, and the interplay between individual success and group collaboration. As our time on the Oregon Trail draws to a close, picture yourself sleeping in your own bed for the night, not a bedroll by a smouldering campfire or a small room inside a canvas-covered wagon, but your own cozy bed with cozy pillows, dependable warmth, and the safety of sturdy walls surrounding you. As they change from travellers to settlers, from emigrants to Oregonians, and from people heading toward an uncertain future to those creating permanent communities that would endure for generations, the families whose stories we have been following tonight ultimately found their own forms of this comfort. Eventually, the children who had learned to sleep to the sounds of wagon covers, flapping in prairie winds and coyotes calling, grew up in homes with glass windows, wooden floors, and enough room for everyone to have a bed. However, a number of them subsequently stated that they never fully lost their love of sleeping outside, or their capacity to find solace in basic sleeping arrangements when necessary. Eventually, the parents who had been anxious every night about their family's safety in the wilderness found themselves in towns with churches, schools, and neighbours who they could rely on in times of need. Although they had found the security they had sought by moving west, the independence and resourcefulness they had gained along the way remained traits they carried with them for the rest of their lives. The farms, businesses, and communities they established in Oregon Territory were built on the skills they had acquired over months of cooking over campfires, repairing equipment, and managing resources. Their approach to community development and problem-solving remained characterized by the collaboration and support that had been crucial for trail survival. Their tales of their experiences on the trail became cherished family heirlooms that were handed down through the generations, bridging the gap between ancestors who had risked everything on the hope of establishing better lives in uncharted territory and children who had never seen a covered wagon. These tales frequently focused on the practical aspects of everyday life, the value of planning and teamwork, and the fulfillment that came from conquering obstacles with perseverance and support from one another, rather than the romantic adventure that would later be celebrated in popular culture. When modern families trace their roots to Oregon Trail emigrants, they frequently discover that the attitudes and viewpoints that kept their ancestors going during the westward migration still have an impact on family culture generations later. These include attitudes toward problem solving, methods for getting involved in the community, and an appreciation of both independence and interdependence. The Oregon Trail story showed that regular people could achieve extraordinary feats by combining practical skills with a belief that their efforts would eventually result in better opportunities for their families, individual willpower with community collaboration, and meticulous preparation with adaptability. Tonight, as you get comfortable in your own bed, you may consider how the safety and convenience you take for granted are the result of people overcoming obstacles and creating communities by leaving behind comfortable surroundings in pursuit of better futures for their kids and grandkids. The soft sounds of your contemporary evening, possibly the distant hum of your heating systems, the distant sound of traffic or the familiar creaks of your house settling, are the same as the reassuring campfire sounds that eventually made it easier for trail families to go to sleep each night knowing that they were surrounded by people who shared their objectives and would support them through any difficulties that might arise the next day. The Trail families eventually found what they were looking for, not just rich land or lucrative prospects, but the fulfillment that comes from showing themselves and their kids that willpower, teamwork and ingenuity could overcome seemingly insurmountable challenges and open up new possibilities where none had previously existed. Their legacy endures not only in the neighbourhoods they established and the families they reared, but also in the enduring American conviction that individuals can better their lot in life by working hard, supporting one another, and having the guts to go where others have gone in pursuit of better opportunities. As you fall asleep tonight, you're engaging in the same fundamental human activity that those Trail families engaged in at the end of each day, finding solace and rest after the hardships of the day, regaining strength for the opportunities of tomorrow, and retaining the belief that perseverance and teamwork can overcome any challenges that may arise. Rest easy, knowing that you are part of a long line of people who, despite the most trying circumstances, managed to provide comfort, security, and a sense of community. They also left behind enduring values and useful skills that continue to shape how families handle opportunities and challenges. Even though the Oregon Trail was abandoned more than 150 years ago, the spirit of adventure, tenacity, and camaraderie that defined the trail experience still serves as motivation for those who embark on their own difficult and unknown journeys in search of better futures. Sweet visions of campfire dinners, covered wagons, and the fulfillment that comes from realizing that regular people can achieve genuinely remarkable feats when they band together and help one another. Ah yes, we're taking a gentle journey through time, back to a place where empires were built not by committees or corporations, but by dreamers who started with nothing more than a vision and a lot of stubborn determination. Our story begins in the hills of Anatolia, in what's now Turkey, around 1299. You know how sometimes the most extraordinary things start in the most ordinary places? Well, this is one of those stories. There was a man named Osman, and yes, that's where Ottoman comes from, though it got a bit lost in translation over the centuries, like a game of telephone played across continents. Osman was essentially a tribal leader, which in those days was a bit like being the mayor of a tiny, very mobile town. His people were nomads, moving their sheep and goats across the rolling hills, living in tents that could be packed up faster than you could fold a fitted sheet, though probably with considerably less swearing involved. In those days, the Byzantine Empire continued to plod along, akin to an ancient car that starts most mornings, but emits unsettling noises when it turns a bend. It had been the mighty Eastern Roman Empire once, but by Osman's time, it was more like a neighbourhood watch committee trying to patrol a city. The Byzantines controlled Constantinople and patches of territory here and there, but there were gaps, and Osman, being a practical man, noticed these gaps. What made Osman different from other tribal leaders wasn't that he was particularly fierce or clever, though he was both. It was that he had this knack for making people want to follow him. You know those people who just have that quality? They're not necessarily the loudest in the room, but when they speak, others listen. Osman was one of those. He started small, as most great things do. Osman consistently treated captured enemies with respect, a rare and noteworthy practice. While other leaders were busy making enemies, Osman was making allies. He'd capture a Byzantine fort and then hire the Byzantine soldiers to help him run it. It was like getting a promotion during a hostile takeover. His son Orhan continued this approach, expanding their territory bite by bite, like someone methodically working their way through a box of chocolates. Orhan figured out something important. If you want to build an empire, you need more than just warriors. You need administrators, engineers, teachers, and people who know how to keep things running when the exciting part is over. So the Ottomans began their peculiar habit of adopting the best ideas from everyone they encountered. They borrowed military techniques from the Byzantines, administrative systems from the Persians, and architectural styles from the Arabs. It was like being at a potluck dinner where everyone brings their best dish, except instead of casseroles, people brought entire civilizations. By the time Osman's grandson Murad came along, the Ottomans had crossed into Europe and were eyeing the Balkans like a cat eyeing a particularly plump bird. Murad established the Janissaries, elite soldiers who were recruited as children and trained in the finest military traditions. It sounds harsh by today's standards, but these boys often ended up with better educations and more opportunities than they would have had otherwise. Many became poets, scholars, and administrators, not just soldiers. The Ottomans were building something unprecedented, a multi-ethnic, multi-religious empire that actually worked. Christians, Muslims, and Jews lived side by side, each contributing their skills and knowledge. The Ottomans operated akin to a medieval version of the United Nations, but with a focus on effective governance. By 1400, what had started as a small tribal confederation had become a regional power that made the remaining Byzantine territories look like a few islands in an Ottoman sea. The shepherd's dream was becoming reality, one careful step at a time. You know how some people are just natural at everything they try? Well, if the early Ottomans were good at empire building, their descendants were absolutely brilliant at it. As our narrative unfolds, we encounter one of history's most captivating figures, Mehmed II, who earned the moniker the Conqueror through challenging circumstances. Mehmed became Sultan in 1451 at the age of 19, which might seem young until you consider that most 19-year-olds today can barely conquer their laundry. This young man looked at Constantinople, the city that had stood unconquered for over 1,000 years, and essentially said, "Hold my coffee." Constantinople was like the ultimate medieval fortress. It sat on a peninsula surrounded by water on three sides, with massive walls that had turned back countless armies. The city controlled the Bosphorus, the narrow strait connecting Europe and Asia, making it one of the most strategically important locations in the world. Taking it would be like winning the lottery while simultaneously solving world hunger. The Siege of Constantinople in 1453 was a military operation that would inspire envy in modern generals. Mehmed didn't just attack the city, he reimagined how sieges could work. When his ships couldn't get into the Golden Horn because the Byzantines had stretched a massive chain across the entrance, Mehmed did something so audacious it sounds like fiction. He had his men drag 70 ships overland, across a hill, and launch them into the harbour behind the chain. Imagine being a Byzantine defender, looking out from your supposedly impregnable position, and seeing enemy ships sailing where ships had no business being. It was like finding your neighbour's car parked in your backyard. The Ottomans also brought the biggest cannons anyone had ever seen. These weren't your typical medieval siege engines, these were massive bronze monsters that could hurl stone balls the size of small cars. The largest cannon required 60 oxen for its transportation and on-site assembly. When it fired, the sound could be heard for miles and the ground shook like a minor earthquake. After 57 days of siege, Constantinople fell. The last Byzantine emperor, Constantine XI, died fighting on the walls, ending an empire that had lasted for over 1,000 years. Mehmed immediately declared the city safe for all inhabitants, and began rebuilding it as his new capital, demonstrating the kind of class that made him a great leader. Mehmed and his successors transformed Istanbul into a global treasure. The Ottomans built stunning mosques, established schools and hospitals, and created a cosmopolitan atmosphere that attracted scholars, artists and merchants from across the known world. It was like Renaissance Florence, but with better coffee and more impressive architecture. The empire continued expanding under Bayezid II and then Selim I, who conquered Egypt and Syria, bringing the holy cities of Mecca and Medina under Ottoman control. These events made the Ottoman Sultan the protector of Islam's holiest sites, adding religious authority to their growing temporal power. But the real showstopper was Suleiman the Magnificent, who took the throne in 1520. If Mehmed was the conqueror, Suleiman was the perfecter. He combined military genius with administrative brilliance and a genuine love of arts and culture. Under his rule, the Ottoman Empire reached its golden age, stretching from the gates of Vienna to the shores of the Persian Gulf. Suleiman's armies operated smoothly and efficiently. They moved with precision, fought with discipline, and conquered with style. The Janissaries had evolved into one of the most formidable military forces in the world, and Ottoman engineering had reached new heights. They built roads that connected distant provinces, aqueducts that brought fresh water to cities, and bridges that stood for centuries. The empire wasn't just about conquest anymore, it was about creating a civilization that could last. The Ottomans developed a sophisticated legal system, established trade networks that connected Europe with Asia, and fostered an atmosphere of learning that attracted the best minds of the age. By 1520, the Ottoman Empire had emerged as the dominant force of its era, causing European kings to lose their sleep and merchants to dream of profit. The thunder of conquest had built something magnificent, Settle back a bit deeper into your chair, because we're entering what might be the most remarkable period in our story. The era when the Ottoman Empire wasn't just powerful, but genuinely magnificent. Picture the late afternoon sun casting long golden shadows across palace courtyards, illuminating an empire at its absolute peak. Suleiman the Magnificent ruled for 46 years, from 1520 to 1566, and during this time, the Ottoman Empire became something unprecedented in world history. It wasn't just the largest empire of its time, it was arguably the most efficiently run, most culturally diverse, and most economically sophisticated political entity on Earth. Let's talk about what daily life was like for you, an ordinary person living in this empire. If you were a merchant in Istanbul, you might start your morning in the Grand Bazaar, one of the world's first shopping malls. The Grand Bazaar wasn't just a market, it was a city within a city, with 4,000 shops, its own police force, and even its own banking system. You could purchase silk from China, spices from India, furs from Russia, and amber from the Baltic, all within the same premises. It was like Amazon, but with more carpet dealers and better coffee. The coffee, by the way, was a recent innovation. Coffee houses had started appearing in Istanbul in the 1540s, and they quickly became centres of social life. Men would gather to drink this new beverage, play chess, discuss politics, and share news from across the empire. The government was initially suspicious of these establishments. They worried that people gathering to drink stimulants and talk politics might lead to trouble. They weren't entirely wrong, but coffee had already conquered the empire more thoroughly than any army ever could. If you were a student, you might attend one of the many schools the Ottomans had established throughout the empire. The Ottoman educational system was remarkably advanced for its time. Students could study mathematics, astronomy, medicine, law, theology, and literature. The best students, regardless of their background, could rise to the highest positions in government. It was a meritocracy wrapped in an empire, which was unusual enough to be revolutionary. Women in the Ottoman Empire had rights that would have shocked their European contemporaries. They could own property, engage in business, and even appear in court to defend their interests. The Ottoman legal system recognised different laws for different communities. Christians followed Christian law in civil matters, Jews followed Jewish law, and Muslims followed Islamic law. It was like having a legal system with multiple operating systems, all running smoothly on the same computer. The empire's military was equally impressive. The Janissaries had evolved into a professional army that was feared and respected throughout Europe and Asia. They weren't just soldiers, they were engineers, administrators, and often scholars. They received training in everything from siege warfare to diplomatic protocol, and many were proficient in multiple languages. Suleiman himself was a fascinating character. He was called the Magnificent in Europe, but his people called him the Lawgiver because of his contributions to the empire's legal system. He was also a poet who wrote under the pen name Muhibbi, which means lover. Imagine a world leader today publishing poetry about love and philosophy alongside military campaigns and diplomatic negotiations. The empire's tolerance was remarkable for its time. In 1492, when Spain expelled its Jewish population, the Ottomans welcomed them with unwavering hospitality. Suleiman reportedly said that the Spanish king had impoverished his country to enrich the Ottoman Empire. These Jewish refugees brought with them skills in medicine, finance, and craftsmanship that greatly benefited their new home. Ottoman architecture during this period was breathtaking. The great architect Mimar Sinan designed buildings that seemed to defy gravity, with domes that appeared to float and minarets that reached toward heaven. The Süleymaniye Mosque in Istanbul, completed in 1557, was his masterpiece, a building so perfectly proportioned that it seems to have grown from the earth rather than been built by human hands. Trade flourished under Ottoman rule. The empire controlled the routes between Europe and Asia, and Ottoman merchants became wealthy, facilitating this exchange. The empire's currency was stable, its roads were safe, and its legal system was predictable. It was like having a medieval version of the European Union, but one that actually worked efficiently. By 1600, the Ottoman Empire controlled 3 continents and influenced the lives of millions of people. It was an empire built on practical tolerance, administrative efficiency, and military excellence. The golden afternoon shone brightly, casting long shadows that extended far into the evening of history. You know how some evenings just seem to go on forever? with the light fading so gradually that you don't notice it's getting dark until you're already reaching for the lamp. That's what happened to the Ottoman Empire in the 17th century. The sun was still shining, but the shadows were definitely getting longer. The problem started, oddly enough, with success. The empire had grown so large that it was becoming difficult to manage. Imagine trying to run a family business that had expanded from a corner store to a multinational corporation, but you were still using the same filing system you'd started with. The Ottoman administrative system, which had worked brilliantly for a smaller empire, was starting to creak under the weight of governing territories from Hungary to Yemen. The sultans were changing too. The early Ottoman rulers had been warriors who led from the front, learning statecraft through experience. But by the 1600s, sultans were increasingly isolated in their palaces, surrounded by advisors who told them what they wanted to hear. It was like getting all your news from social media. You end up in a bubble that doesn't reflect reality. Sultan Ahmed I, who ruled from 1603 to 1617, was a decent man who built the beautiful Blue Mosque in Istanbul. But he was also the first sultan in Ottoman history to come to power without having served as a provincial governor. He learned to be an emperor by being an emperor, which is a bit like learning to drive by entering the Indianapolis 500. The empire's military was facing new challenges too. The Janissaries, once the empire's greatest strength, were becoming a problem. They had evolved from an elite fighting force into something more like a privileged guild. They married, had children, and began to think of their positions as hereditary rights rather than earned privileges. Worse, they were becoming politically active, sometimes deposing sultans they didn't like. It was like having your army double as a very well-armed union with strong opinions about management. Meanwhile, European military technology was advancing rapidly. The Ottomans had once been the innovators in military engineering, but now they were falling behind. European armies were becoming more professional, more disciplined and better equipped. Lighter, more mobile artillery was surpassing the empire's once world-renowned great siege cannons. The economy was struggling too. The discovery of the Americas had shifted global trade routes, reducing the Ottoman Empire's role as the middleman between Europe and Asia. It was like being a travel agent in the age of the internet. Your old business model was becoming obsolete, but you hadn't figured out what to replace it with yet. The empire suffered a major defeat at the Battle of Vienna in 1683, when a coalition of European powers turned back the Ottoman siege of the Austrian capital. This wasn't just a military defeat, it was a psychological one. The Ottoman Empire found itself clearly on the defensive for the first time in centuries. The empire that had once seemed unstoppable was now being stopped regularly. But here's the thing about the Ottomans. They were remarkably adaptable when they needed to be. The Köprülü Grand Viziers, a family of administrators who effectively ran the empire for several decades, implemented serious reforms. They reorganized the military, reformed the tax system, and tried to root out corruption. It was like having a phenomenal management consulting firm come in and restructure your entire organization. The empire also began to modernize its military along European lines. They hired European advisors, imported new weapons, and established new training programs. The Janissaries resisted these changes naturally, but gradually the empire began to adopt more modern military practices. Cultural life remained vibrant throughout this period. The Ottomans continued to build beautiful mosques, write poetry, and maintain their reputation for religious tolerance. Istanbul was still one of the most cosmopolitan cities in the world, and Ottoman scholars continued to make contributions to mathematics, astronomy, and medicine. The empire's diplomatic corps became more sophisticated too. Ottoman ambassadors were sent to European capitals, and the empire began to engage more actively in the European balance of power. They learned to play the diplomatic game according to European norms, forming alliances and forging treaties with former enemies. By 1700, the Ottoman Empire was still a major power, but it was no longer the superpower it had once been. The long twilight was beginning, but it would last for more than 2 centuries. The empire was changing, adapting, and learning to survive in a world that was already rapidly changing. As we enter a new century, it's as if we're witnessing a person attempting to renovate a house during a thunderstorm. The Ottoman Empire in the 1700s was simultaneously trying to modernize, fight wars, and maintain its identity, all while the world around it was changing faster than a teenager's mood. Europe was experiencing its enlightenment, and the Ottomans were falling behind. It wasn't that Ottoman scholars weren't brilliant. They were. It was more like being excellent at chess while everyone else was learning to play a completely different game. The scientific revolution, new military technologies, and changing economic systems were transforming the world, and the Ottomans found themselves playing catch-up. Sultan Ahmed III, who ruled from 1703 to 1730, tried to bridge this gap by embracing what historians call the tulip period. The period wasn't just about flowers, though the Ottomans did develop a serious obsession with tulips that would have made Dutch investors blush. Ahmed III encouraged European-style art, architecture and literature. He invited European experts to Istanbul and sent Ottoman students to study in European universities. The result was fascinating, but also a bit awkward. Imagine trying to blend traditional Ottoman culture with European Enlightenment ideas. You'd get beautiful palaces that looked like they couldn't decide whether they were Turkish or French, and poetry that mixed classical Ottoman themes with European romantic sensibilities. It was cultural fusion before anyone knew what to call it. The military reforms were more urgent and more controversial. The Janissaries were now thoroughly entrenched as a hereditary caste, more interested in their privileges than in fighting. They were like a medieval labour union that had somehow acquired cannons and a really strong opinion about management decisions. Any attempt to reform them met with resistance that could turn violent. Sultan Selim III, who ruled from 1789 to 1807, made a serious attempt at comprehensive reform. He created a new military force called the Nizam-i Jadid, New Order, trained by European officers and equipped with modern weapons. He also tried to reform the tax system, modernise the navy, and establish permanent diplomatic missions in European capitals. The timing was particularly challenging because Europe was convulsing with revolutionary changes. The French Revolution had begun in 1789, the same year Selim III came to power. The Ottomans watched nervously as European monarchs were overthrown and traditional authority was challenged. It was like trying to renovate your house while your neighbours were having a very loud, very violent block party. Selim III's reforms were ultimately undone by a Janissary revolt in 1807. The Janissaries, supported by conservative religious leaders, deposed him and installed his cousin Mustafa IV as Sultan. It was a clear message that change would not come easily to the Ottoman Empire. The empire's territorial losses continued throughout the century. The Austrians and Russians made steady gains in the Balkans and around the Black Sea. The empire lost control of Hungary, much of Ukraine and the Crimea. Each loss felt like losing a portion of the family business to more efficient competitors. Economic challenges were equally pressing. The empire's traditional role as a middleman in global trade was diminishing as European merchants found new routes and established direct relationships with Asian suppliers. Ottoman artisans found themselves competing with mass-produced European goods. It was like being a skilled craftsperson in the early days of industrialization. Your products were often superior, but they cost more and took longer to make. Yet the empire showed remarkable resilience. Provincial governors, often acting independently, implemented their reforms and maintained stability in their regions. The empire's cultural and religious diversity remained a source of strength, as different communities contributed their skills and knowledge to the common cause. The Ottomans also proved adept at playing European powers against each other. They formed alliances with France against Austria, then with Britain against Russia. It was like being Switzerland, but with more territory and stronger opinions about who could use your mountain passes. By 1800, the Ottoman Empire was clearly no longer the superpower it had once been, but it was still a major regional power with global influence. The struggle to modernize and reform while maintaining identity and preserving stability would continue into the next century. The empire was learning that survival in the modern world required constant adaptation, but also that adaptation didn't necessarily mean abandoning everything that made you who you were. Lean back and take a deep breath, because we're about to witness one of history's most dramatic attempts at reinventing an empire. The 19th century for the Ottomans was like watching someone try to rebuild a ship while sailing through a hurricane. Technically possible, but requiring extraordinary skill, luck, and determination. The century began with another attempt at military reform. Sultan Mahmud II, who came to power in 1808, was determined to succeed where his predecessors had failed. But first, he had to deal with the Janissaries, who were like a cancerous growth that had to be removed, even though the operation might kill the patient. Mahmud II spent years carefully preparing for what he knew would be a decisive confrontation. He built support among other military units, gained the backing of religious leaders, and created alternative institutions that could function if the Janissaries were eliminated. Then, in 1826, he struck. When the Janissaries revolted against his latest reform efforts, Mahmud II used artillery to bombard their barracks in Istanbul. The Janissary Corps, which had existed for nearly 5 centuries, was destroyed in a single day. The event was called the Auspicious Incident, which sounds like the kind of euphemism you'd use to describe a particularly successful corporate restructuring. But it worked. With the Janissaries gone, Mahmud II could finally implement serious military reforms. He created a new army trained by European officers, established a military academy, and began the process of modernizing the Ottoman military along European lines. The reform period that followed, known as the Tanzimat reorganization, was like a comprehensive makeover of the entire empire. The Ottomans tried to modernize everything at once: the legal system, the administrative structure, the educational system, the economy, and even the empire's relationship with its diverse population. The Hatta-Sherif of Gulhane, issued in 1839, was essentially the Ottoman Empire's declaration of modernization. It guaranteed the security of life, honour, and property for all subjects, regardless of their religion. It promised equality before the law and an end to arbitrary taxation. It was like a constitutional monarchy's greatest hits album, performed in Ottoman Turkish. The results were mixed but fascinating. The empire built railways, telegraph lines, and modern schools. It established a modern legal system based on European models while maintaining religious courts for personal matters. Ottoman students studied in European universities and returned with new ideas about science, technology, and government. The empire also became increasingly connected to the global economy. Ottoman merchants traded with partners around the world, and European investors began to take interest in Ottoman projects. Unfortunately, these developments also meant that the empire became dependent on European loans to finance its modernization efforts. It was like renovating your house with credit cards. You get a beautiful result, but you're also deeply in debt. The Crimean War of 1853 to 1856 marked a pivotal moment. The Ottomans found themselves allied with Britain and France against Russia, and for the first time in centuries, they were on the winning side of a major European conflict. The victory demonstrated that the Ottoman military reforms were working, but it also showed how dependent the empire had become on European support. The later part of the century saw the empire grappling with nationalism. The Greek War of Independence in the 1820s had been just the beginning. Throughout the 1800s, various ethnic groups within the empire began demanding independence or autonomy. The Bulgarians, Serbs, Romanians, and others all sought to create their own nation-states. It was like managing a large family where all the teenagers had suddenly decided they wanted to move out and start their households. The empire's response was complex. Sometimes it fought to maintain control, sometimes it negotiated autonomy arrangements, and sometimes it simply acknowledged the inevitable and granted independence. The Ottomans were learning to be flexible, but each loss of territory was painful and expensive. Sultan Abdulhamid II, who ruled from 1876 to 1909, tried a different approach. He emphasized the empire's Islamic identity and appealed to Muslim solidarity to hold the empire together. He also invested heavily in infrastructure, building schools, hospitals, and railways throughout the empire. His reign was marked by economic growth and cultural flowering, but also by increasing authoritarianism as he tried to control the forces of change. The empire's cultural life remained vibrant throughout this period. Ottoman writers, poets, and artists engaged with European ideas while maintaining their own distinctive traditions. The Ottoman press flourished, at least when it wasn't being censored, and Ottoman intellectuals debated questions of identity, modernization, and reform. By 1900, the Ottoman Empire had been transformed. It was no longer the medieval empire it had been in 1800, but it wasn't quite a modern European state either. It was something new and unique, a multi-ethnic, multi-religious empire trying to find its place in the modern world. The desperate dance of reform had changed the empire fundamentally, but it had also left it exhausted and vulnerable. Settle in for the final chapter of our long journey, dear listener. Sometimes the most poignant stories are about endings, and the story of how the Ottoman Empire finally laid down its burden is both heartbreaking and strangely beautiful, like watching the sun set over a city you've loved for a lifetime. The 20th century began with what seemed like promise. The Young Turk Revolution of 1908 restored the Ottoman constitution and seemed to offer a path toward genuine modernization and democratic governance. The empire's remaining territories were buzzing with new ideas about citizenship, nationalism and progress. It was like watching someone finally get their life together after years of struggle. However, the empire was about to face a formidable challenge. The Balkan Wars of 1912 to 1913 stripped away most of the empire's remaining European territories. Bulgaria, Serbia, Montenegro and Greece formed an alliance and attacked the Ottomans, who found themselves fighting on multiple fronts simultaneously. It was like being mugged by a gang while you were already dealing with family problems. The Young Turks, led by figures like Enver Pasha and Talat Pasha, tried to salvage the situation through a combination of modernization and nationalism. They promoted the idea of Ottomanism, the notion that all citizens of the empire, regardless of ethnicity or religion, could be Ottoman patriots. It was a noble idea, but it came too late and in too difficult circumstances to really take hold. Then came the Great War, and with it, the decision that would ultimately doom the empire. The Ottoman leadership, convinced that Germany would win, entered World War I on the side of the Central Powers in 1914. It was akin to placing a bet on the family farm in a horse race, where winning could theoretically be achieved, but losing could be catastrophically costly. The war was devastating for the empire. Ottoman forces fought bravely on multiple fronts, against the British in Mesopotamia and Palestine, against the Russians in the Caucasus, and against the Allies at Gallipoli. The Gallipoli campaign in particular showed that the Ottoman military could still fight with distinction when properly led and equipped. Under the command of Mustafa Kemal, later known as Ataturk, Ottoman forces turned back a major Allied invasion. However, the empire's resources faced extreme strain. The economy collapsed under the strain of total war. Famine spread through many provinces. The empire's infrastructure, which had been steadily improving throughout the 19th century, began to crumble under the demands of military logistics. The war also witnessed some of the darkest chapters in Ottoman history. The deportation and massacre of Armenians in 1915 was a tragedy that stained the empire's legacy. The Young Turks, under pressure from multiple rebellions and invasions, made decisions that violated the empire's traditional values of tolerance and diversity. It was like watching someone you'd admired for years make choices that were completely out of character. When Germany and its allies finally surrendered in 1918, the Ottoman Empire was effectively finished. The empire had lost not just the war but most of its territory, its economic base, and its political legitimacy. Allied forces occupied Istanbul, and the Treaty of Sèvres in 1920 would have reduced the empire to a small rump state in central Anatolia. But here's where the story takes an unexpected turn. From the ashes of the Ottoman Empire rose something new and different. Mustafa Kemal, the hero of Gallipoli, organised a nationalist resistance movement that rejected both the Sultan's authority and the Allied occupation. The Turkish War of Independence that followed was like a phoenix rising from the ashes, something new and vital emerging from what everyone thought was a complete destruction. The last Ottoman Sultan, Mehmed VI, was deposed in 1922, and the empire that had lasted for over 6 centuries finally came to an end. The new Turkish Republic, proclaimed in 1923, was explicitly not an empire but a nation-state. It was like watching a family business that had been passed down through generations finally close its doors, but with the family members going on to start successful new ventures. The Ottoman Empire's end wasn't just the conclusion of a political entity, it was the end of a way of organising human society. The Ottomans had shown that it was possible to govern a diverse, multi-ethnic, multi-religious population with relative justice and stability. Their empire had been a bridge between Europe and Asia, between Christianity and Islam, and between the medieval and modern worlds. As we close our story, it's worth remembering that the Ottoman Empire's legacy lived on in the institutions, customs and cultures of the dozens of countries that emerged from its former territories. From the coffee houses of Istanbul to the architecture of Budapest, from the legal systems of the Balkans to the culinary traditions of the Middle East, the Ottoman influence permeated the fabric of entire civilizations. The empire that began with a shepherd's dream in the hills of Anatolia had grown to encompass 3 continents and influence the lives of millions. It had been magnificent, flawed, adaptable, and ultimately mortal, much like the human beings who built it, sustained it, and finally let it go. And now, as we finish our journey together, Perhaps it's time to turn off the lamp and let the gentle darkness of a well-told story carry us toward our dreams. We're starting off with the veteran and the sacred spring, Republic 2nd century BC. Marcus Licinius let out a pained breath as he lowered his battle-scarred body into the steaming stone basin. The midday sun filtered through olive trees around the rustic bathhouse, turning the rising vapours golden. For a man who had spent years rinsing in frigid camp rivers, this languid heat was a luxury. He closed his eyes, feeling old javelin wounds in his shoulder and thighs for the first time since the wars against Carthage. Standing nearby, the Greek physician Philon watched and smiled knowingly, ladling scented warm water over the veteran's back. These Greek contrivances, Marcus began to grumble, but his voice softened into a sigh as warmth seeped into his bones. Bathing was a custom introduced to Italy from Greece only recently, and traditional Romans like him still met it with equal parts curiosity and scepticism. Yet pain had a way of overcoming pride. Philon recalled how Marcus had limped into the grove that morning leaning on a staff and refusing help. Now the soothing aromas of lavender and laurel in the water softened the soldier's hard expression. Philon had come to Rome as a captive Greek healer and earned his freedom through medical skill. Back home, healers understood the power of balneum, the bath, as a place of cure. He had learned illness came from imbalances within and believed water and heat could help restore harmony. The physician gently helped Marcus lean against the pool's edge and, with a bronze strigil, began scraping sweat and oil from the skin, removing grime as well as what he called bad humours. Marcus did not fully grasp the theory of the four humours, but he understood one thing. The ritual felt cleansing and oddly renewing. They were not alone in this modest bathhouse by the sacred spring. Nearby, a pair of villagers quietly soaked their aching limbs and inhaled herbal steam for stubborn coughs. The atmosphere was hushed and reverent. This place wasn't a grand public thermae, but a simple balneae beside an ancient spring long believed to be touched by the gods. Marcus recalled tales of miraculous waters curing the afflicted. The spring fed a small hot bath chamber and a cold pool downstream, and its reputation had spread after soldiers claimed wounds healed faster here than elsewhere. As Marcus's body grew acclimated to the heat, Philon guided him to the next step of the regimen. Now for the cold plunge, the physician said. Marcus grimaced but complied, hobbling to the frigidarium, a circular stone pool under the open sky. He braced himself and descended. The cold water gripped his skin like an icy fist drawing a sharp gasp. Every instinct screamed to leap out, but Marcus stayed, recalling Philon's counsel that the sudden change in temperature would stimulate his blood and invigorate the body. After a few breaths, the ache in his leg dulled to a manageable throb. The shock of cold following the deep warmth left him breathless yet strangely revitalized. Shivering but smiling, Marcus emerged and wrapped himself in a woolen towel offered by an attendant. He rolled his shoulder and found it looser, the usual stabbing pain notably diminished. Perhaps there is something to these baths after all, he admitted, meeting Philon's eyes. The Greek patted his arm. Not magic, friend, nature's gift. Heat and water can do more than any salve. Marcus had to agree. At the edge of the spring-fed pool stood a small altar covered in thank offerings, clay votives shaped like limbs and tablets etched with words of gratitude. Despite years of battle-hardened skepticism, Marcus felt compelled to step over. He murmured a few words to Aesculapius, the god of healing, giving quiet thanks in the old way. A breeze rustled the olive branches overhead as if in gentle approval. Marcus stood taller. The weight of his armour was gone, replaced by a lightness he hadn't felt in decades. In the silence, broken only by trickling water, a battle-weary Roman discovered a new kind of victory, the healing power of water and rest. With Philon's help, Marcus donned his tunic. The veteran's scars would remain, but he felt that a piece of the war's burden had been lifted from him, left behind in those sacred waters. As they departed the grove, Marcus glanced back at the spring one last time. In that tranquil refuge of warmth and faith, he had found hope that even the deepest wounds might one day mend. A day at Agrippa's Thermae, between 27 BC and 12 BC, early empire. Steam swirled through the cavernous caldarium as Lucius adjusted a bronze pipe, redirecting hot air beneath the marble floor. He was a servus balnearius, bath attendant, in the magnificent baths of Agrippa, starting work before dawn in the furnace room. Face flushed from stoking the wood-fired hippocaust, Lucius finally climbed out into the main halls carrying baskets of fresh olive oil and folded linens. The baths were already coming alive. Aristocrats in elegant togas, weathered legionaries, merchants from afar, and even freedmen and slaves scraped together the tiny fee for entry, all arriving in the morning light. Social distinctions melted away once inside. Senators, merchants, soldiers, and even slaves mingled freely here on common ground. By mid-morning they stationed Lucius in the Apoditerium, a changing room filled with cubbyholes for clothes. A kindly senator pressed a quadrans, the customary fee, into Lucius's palm as a gratuity. Since Agrippa's death, the magnificent Thermae were left free to the people, so any payment now was a personal gift. Lucius smiled gratefully and tucked the coin away. Suddenly, a shout at the far side signalled that a bather's cloak had gone missing. Lucius's stomach dropped. Theft in the crowded baths was unfortunately common, and he knew the gods would receive another bitter prayer against a thief before nightfall. As the rush of bathers slowed, Lucius took a moment to breathe. He wandered through the tepidarium, the warm room, where clusters of men reclined on heated benches. Two scholars soaked and debated in Greek about Aristotle. Nearby a poet declaimed new verses to an appreciative circle. He often saw philosophers and poets here, sharing wisdom with anyone who would listen. Though he dared not interject, Lucius felt proud to work in a place where knowledge flowed as freely as water. His reprieve was brief. A call from the Palaestra, exercise yard, sent him running. One of the wrestling trainers needed more oil for athletes to anoint themselves. Lucius fetched a jug of scented oil and marvelled at the surroundings as he trotted through a colonnade. Agrippa's complex was not only baths and gyms, but also gardens and promenades. Through arched doorways he glimpsed manicured courtyards and colonnades, like the Greek gymnasia but even more sumptuous. Patrons strolled those paths to cool down, surrounded by statues and greenery, a carefully crafted landscape of leisure and health. Back in the main bath hall, Lucius carefully poured oil into the hands of a burly veteran, preparing for a massage. The man nodded in thanks, scars crisscrossing his back. He mentioned that his old war wounds pained him less after a hot soak. Lucius offered a polite smile and moved on, but inside he felt a spark of satisfaction. He saw daily how much relief the baths brought to weary bodies. People left these halls walking taller than when they entered. By late afternoon the crowds thinned. Lucius helped sweep the now empty frigidarium, the cold plunge room shivering a bit in the clammy air left behind. He gathered stray strigils and tidied shelves of oils. At last, as dusk approached, the Thermae closed for cleaning. Sore and exhausted, Lucius crept to a quiet corner of the caldarium. With no patrons around, he finally dared to slip into the warm bath himself. The embrace of hot water was immediate bliss to his aching muscles. Eyes closed, he floated for a minute, letting healing warmth wash over him. In that brief moment, the grand bath he served each day became his sanctuary too. Lamplight flickered in the corridors as he finished his duties. Before leaving, he paused by the small altar where patrons offered thanks to the goddess of health, Salus, and bowed his head. He had witnessed both nobles and workers find solace, cleanliness, and companionship beneath these vaulted ceilings. Lucius locked the massive bronze doors from outside. In the amber glow of sundown, the baths of Agrippa stood silent and steamy behind him, an enduring gift to Rome. Tomorrow at dawn he would return to ignite its fires anew, knowing that within those walls the aches of rich and poor alike were soothed by the same healing waters. In the sacred waters of Sulis, Aquae Sulis, Britannia, 2nd century AD. Eberacca lifted her hands above the steaming pool as dawn's first light crept through the open roof. As a priestess of Sulis Minerva, she began each day in prayer by the sacred spring. Tendrils of mist curled around her, and the lone Roman veteran who stood shivering in the cool morning air. Marcus Julius, a retired centurion, had travelled hundreds of miles to Aquae Sulis in hopes these famous thermal waters might ease the agonizing pain in his joints. He watched with cautious reverence as the priestess invoked the goddess. "Sulis Minerva, healer of ills, bless us," she intoned. Sulis was venerated as a healing divinity whose sacred hot springs could cure physical and spiritual suffering, and Eberacca felt the goddess's presence in the rising steam. At her nod, Marcus disrobed his tall, scar-scored frame and gingerly descended the stone steps into the great bath. He inhaled sharply. The water was near scalding, rich with sulphur and minerals that tinged it a translucent green. Every day Ibiraka saw newcomers react the same way, a gasp at the heat, then a sigh as the warmth penetrated aching bones. Marcus settled neck deep, his muscles gradually unclenching. Ibiraka took up a shallow pewter bowl, dipped it, and slowly poured the hot mineral water over the veteran's shoulders. This act was part of the healing ritual. The water trickling off his body was thought to carry the spring's healing essence into him. The centurion closed his eyes while the priestess gently poured the shimmering water again and again, murmuring prayers in both Latin and the ancient Brittonic tongue of this land. All around them the baths of Sulis were stirring awake. Fellow pilgrims and local townsfolk began to arrive, their footsteps echoing under the portico. Families with sick children and elderly farmers with crutches came seeking relief. Ibiraka greeted each quietly. Though Rome governed Britannia now, in this complex the goddess welcomed all with healing waters. Within the adjacent temple, acolytes prepared offerings of food and carved plaques to present at Sulis Minerva's altar. The air smelled of moist stone, burning incense, and the metallic tang of the spring. For a moment, Ibiraka glanced toward the temple's inner sanctum, where a gilded bronze statue of the goddess caught the light. She whispered a promise under her breath that Sulis's power would never be forsaken here, even as foreign customs swirled around her. Marcus roused her from her thoughts with a quiet groan. He had been soaking for a while, eyes half closed as the thermal heat worked on him. The priestess stepped to the water's edge. "How do you feel?" she asked softly. The soldier rolled his shoulder experimentally beneath the green surface. "Better, I think," he replied, a note of wonder in his voice. He moved his knee that had been stiff with arthritis. It was still inflexible, but the stabbing pain had lessened. "The goddess smiles on you," Ibiraka said with a gentle smile. She offered him a cup of the spring water. Many believed drinking it cleansed one from within as well. Marcus drank the warm, metallic-tasting water and managed a grin. It was the first time Ibiraka had seen the stern man smile that morning. By midday, Marcus, now wrapped in a woolen cloak, joined Ibiraka and other supplicants at the circular spring for a communal ritual. One by one, they placed tokens in the bubbling water in thanks or petition. Marcus dropped a worn legion pendant into the depths as an offering, while others tossed coins that glinted beneath the ripples. The group then chanted a hymn of healing in unison, their Latin and Brittonic prayers intermingling under the high roof. Ibiraka's voice rose strong and clear, invoking Sulis as a nourishing mother and vigilant Minerva all at once. When the rites concluded, Ibiraka noticed tears in the centurion's eyes. "I feel new again," Marcus whispered, amazed. He flexed his hands, finding the usual morning stiffness gone. Despite his scars from war and age, the hot waters had restored his vitality. Ibiraka helped him to his feet and guided him to give thanks at the altar. Marcus bowed deeply and left his old crutch propped against a pillar, a silent testimony that he hoped not to need it again. That evening, as the last devotees departed, Ibiraka lingered to thank the goddess. She sprinkled rose petals into the steaming pool and fed the altar fire until it glowed. Many would depart Aquae Sulis carrying tales of relief and healing back to their homes. Priestess Ibiraka offered one final prayer that these sacred springs would remain a sanctuary of healing for all who truly needed it. The Physicians' Council, Rome c. 180 AD, Julius Frontinus, arrived at the baths of Trajan at dawn. A trained physician, he often met patients here amid the marble halls and healing waters. This morning he had invited his friend Fabius for a private consultation in the bath's soothing environment. Fabius had been listless and sorrowful since losing his wife last winter, a classic melancholia as Julius saw it. Julius believed the baths could succeed where months of mourning had failed, to restore his friend's body and spirit by rebalancing the humours thrown off by grief. They found a quiet corner of the tepidarium, where gentle warmth emanated from the floors and walls. Julius encouraged Fabius to recline on a heated bench. "We will begin here to warm your blood," he explained. In the soft light, mosaics of Hygeia looked down as if supervising the therapy. Julius mixed a few drops of eucalyptus oil into Fabius's palm, a trick he had learned to open the lungs and lift the mood. As Fabius inhaled the sharp scent, Julius noted his friend's posture change. The philosopher's shoulders, long tense, began to relax. Gradual warmth was known to purge unwholesome vapours and prepare the body to release its burdens, and indeed, Fabius's chest seemed to lighten with each breath. Next, Julius led his friend into the caldarium, the hot steam chamber. A wave of moist heat enveloped them. Fabius frowned at the discomfort, but Julius sat him by the hot fountain and urged him to breathe deeply. Soon sweat was streaming down Fabius's body. Julius gently scraped it away with a bronze strudel, as if peeling off a layer of sorrow along with the sweat. The intense heat began to loosen his stiff muscles and even ease his tight chest. Fabius's breathing, shallow at first, grew deeper and more rhythmic. After a thorough sweat, Julius guided the trembling philosopher toward the domed frigidarium. A circular pool of cold, clear water awaited. Fabius balked on the edge, eyeing the chilly basin with dread. "Trust me," Julius said. With a supportive arm, he helped Fabius step down. The cold hit him with a brutal shock. Fabius gasped and almost bolted out, but Julius held him a moment until the panic passed. His heart pounded and his skin tingled. Such a sudden change in temperature was believed to stimulate circulation and sharpen the senses, and indeed Fabius felt more alert than he had in ages. He waded out of the pool on his own, a look of astonishment on his face. "I feel awake," he marvelled through chattering teeth. Julius briskly rubbed him down with a coarse towel, restoring warmth to his skin. Colour returned to Fabius's cheeks and a light to his eyes. They rested in a sunlit courtyard, wrapped in fresh linen robes and sipping watered wine. Fabius's limbs were loose and his mind clear. He grasped Julius's hand gratefully. Grief had driven his humours to imbalance, but nature, aided by hot water and cold, had helped restore what was lost. Julius gently reminded him that regular bathing purifies the body of toxins and can uplift the spirit. As they prepared to depart, Julius observed a cluster of men by the colonnade engaged in a lively debate on Aristotle's ethics. The physician smiled. Bathhouses often served as informal forums for scholars and physicians alike. He himself had exchanged remedies and insights in these halls many times, knowledge flowing freely among those dedicated to wellness. Indeed, this place cared for the spirit just as much as the body. He noted that Fabius now sat upright, calmly watching the morning bustle, the haunted look gone from his face. Before departing, Julius gave Fabius a small vial of soothing herbal oil, instructing him to use it each night. Fabius thanked him, and promised to return to the bath soon, not as a patient, but as a friend. For Julius, this was the true reward of medicine, easing an ailment and seeing hope rekindled. In the vaulted halls of the baths, a soul weighed down by sorrow had truly been lightened. Healing had come through hot and cold water, medicine and friendship, all in harmony together. In Rome, 217 AD, a merchant at Caracalla's baths named Lysander of Tyre stepped through the towering entrance of the baths of Caracalla and felt his breath catch in his throat. He had travelled across half the empire but never seen a monument to leisure as magnificent as this. A vast hall stretched before him, its vaulted ceiling held aloft by dozens of columns. Everywhere stood marble statues of gods and heroes. Colossal Hercules leaning on his club dominated the scene. The complex was renowned for its unparalleled lavish decoration. The merchant passed bronze fountains tinkling gently, their water music echoing off the high walls. Clad only in a simple loincloth provided at the entrance, Lysander moved from the grand atrium into the bustling apoditerium. Here, garments of rich and poor hung side by side in the wall niches. 2 young bath attendants helped Lysander stow his belongings. He cast a cautious eye toward his satchel of precious spices, until an attendant assured him it would be safe. With a nod of thanks, Lysander stepped gingerly onward, the smooth marble floor warm under his bare feet thanks to the hypercaust fires below. He first entered the tepidarium, a warm chamber where an inviting heat caressed his travel-weary muscles. Golden light filtered through high windows, illuminating mosaics of sea creatures across the floor. Groups of men reclined on heated benches along the walls, chatting in a dozen tongues: Latin, Greek, Egyptian, Aramaic, and even his native Syriac. Despite differences in speech and status, here all were simply bathers at ease. A portly Roman negotiator struck up a friendly conversation about caravan routes and even offered Lysander a dab of citrus-scented oil from his flask. The merchant graciously accepted, rubbing it into his skin as the tension of months on the road began to melt from his shoulders. Next he followed the flow of bathers into the caldarium, the enormous hot room. At one end of this cavernous hall roared a circular pool of steaming water flanked by enormous marble tubs. The air was thick and steamy, muffling every sound to a murmur. Lysander eased himself into the central hot pool. The water embraced him, almost too hot at first, but he slowly sank up to his chest. Waves of heat unfurled through his limbs, dissolving the stiffness in his spine from weeks of jostling in a camel-drawn wagon. Nearby, a pair of off-duty legionaries sighed with relief as they submerged themselves. Lysander closed his eyes and let sweat bead on his brow. A bath attendant appeared with a bronze strigil, and Lysander allowed the young man to briskly scrape the perspiration and oil from his skin. He marvelled at the sight of even this humble task in the Palace of Well-being. Properly steamed and scrubbed, Lysander was ready for the final trial, the frigidarium. He braced himself as he stepped into the next chamber, an airy hall with a vast cold swimming pool, natatio, open to the sky. The sun had climbed higher now, its rays dancing on the turquoise water. With a hearty exhale, Lysander plunged forward. The cold shocked him to his core. He gasped as the chill enveloped his overheated skin. When he surfaced invigorated, he was glad for it. He laughed out loud in surprise. Some nearby bathers chuckled at his shocked face, and he grinned back. The sudden contrast from hot to cold sent new energy coursing through his veins, leaving him alert and renewed. After swimming, Lysander wandered into a landscaped garden adjoining the natatorium. Clipped hedges and fruit trees offered dappled shade. He strolled along a portico where others lounged, cooling off, some enjoying a light snack. In one corner stood a small shrine to Aesculapius, the god of healing. Though not a devout man, Lysander paused to bow his head and offer a silent thanks to the powers watching over weary travellers. Only that morning he had arrived in Rome bone-tired and sore in every joint. Now he felt practically reborn. As he prepared to leave, Lysander felt the day's burdens completely lifted. Stepping back out through the grand doors into the bustling streets, the Syrian merchant carried with him a newfound vigour. The baths of Caracalla had cleansed the dust from his skin and washed away the weariness of his long journey. Refreshed and optimistic, Lysander hefted his satchel of spices, surprisingly lighter on his shoulders now, and set off to conclude his business in the capital, rejuvenated by the restorative powers of Rome's grandest baths. The Saint of the Baths, Rome c. 420 AD. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows through the half-empty baths of Titus, illuminating motes of dust swirling above the tepidarium pool. Flavia, a middle-aged deaconess of the Christian church, wrung out a linen cloth in warm water and gently laid it over an old woman's arthritic knees. Around them, a handful of the sick and poor soaked quietly in the small bath hall. This once grand facility had seen better days. Mosaics missing tiles, a dry fountain niche where a statue of Apollo had stood. Yet to Flavia, it was a sacred place of healing. In the corner, where a fresco of nymphs was fading, a simple wooden cross hung on the wall. She offered a silent prayer as she worked, not to pagan nymphs or gods, but asking Christ to bless these waters as he once did the pool of Bethesda. The city's elite now shunned public baths, preferring private tubs or avoiding them on moral grounds. Church leaders condemned bathhouses as dens of sin, outlawing mixed bathing and segregating men and women by hours. Many once great bath complexes were closing due to neglect. But Flavia saw opportunity in the decline. With few pleasure seekers left, one wing of the baths of Titus now served as an unofficial infirmary. Its warm rooms and water comforted those too poor or ill to bathe at home. Her patients this day included Septimius, a feverish stonemason, Nereus, a retired legionary with a festering leg wound, and old Livia, whose knees throbbed with arthritis. One by one, Flavia guided them through a gentle bathing regimen. In the tepidarium's mild warmth, stiff joints loosened and fevers began to break. She crushed a bit of rosemary and eucalyptus into hot water, filling the air with sharp, cleansing vapours that drew a weak smile from feverish Septimius. Next, with help from a few volunteers, former bath attendants now serving as Christian helpers, Flavia brought them into the small caldarium. In the hazy steam she softly sang a hymn. Nereus, the old soldier, closed his eyes and joined in between deep breaths of hot air. "This beats the army camps," he murmured with a faint grin. "Even if we sing to a different god now," Flavia chuckled. Even as times changed, the enduring practice of soothing weary bodies with heat remained. After the steam bath, Flavia led the group to the frigidarium. Only a trickle of cold water still flowed, but it was enough. Livia gasped as Flavia poured a bowl of the cool water over her swollen knees. "Easy," Flavia soothed. The brief cold shock brought relief. Livia sighed as the inflammation in her joints eased. Flavia thought of how ancient physicians praised the contrast of hot and cold to stimulate healing, and how even a Christian bishop had urged the use of God-given remedies like baths. Their circuit complete, Flavia helped the weakened bathers dry off and rest along the courtyard colonnade for fresh air. Twilight approached, a breeze carrying in the scent of olive trees outside. She ladled out cups of warm broth from a pot simmering, where perfumed oils were once heated. In the fading light, the group murmured prayers of thanks. Septimius's fever had broken. Sweat beaded on his brow, but his eyes were clear. Nereus flexed his leg and found the wound clean. The pain abated. Livia squeezed Flavia's hand in gratitude, and for the first time in weeks, Livia felt her pain ease. As Flavia packed away her supplies, a young acolyte lit a few oil lamps along the walls. Their gentle glow fell on faded paintings of Roman gods and the simple crosses scratched by the faithful. The old and new converged here. These baths once echoed with pagan odes and idle gossip. Now they heard prayers and hymns. The water that Romans once dedicated to Aesculapius was now blessed in Christ's name. Different prayers led to the same healing waters. Before closing for the night, Flavia knelt by the pool and dipped her hand into the warm water, whispering a final prayer of thanks. This derelict bathhouse turned infirmary felt as holy to her as any chapel, a place where suffering was eased and dignity restored. With that thought warming her heart, Flavia shuttered the doors. The baths of Titus fell into quiet darkness, save for the gleam of the wooden cross on the wall, a reminder that even as empires fade, the call to care for the sick endures. Under a leaden winter sky, Marcus pushed open the heavy doors of the baths of Diocletian in our final story of the twilight of the Thermae, Rome, 537 AD. A sharp wind followed him in, swirling fallen leaves across the floor. Only a dozen patrons huddled in the vast complex. The bath's emptiness was palpable. Marcus had served as curator aquarum, a water engineer for over 30 years, tending Rome's aqueducts and bathhouses. He remembered when these halls echoed with laughter each afternoon. Now many pools sat dry or lukewarm. Still he made his rounds, determined to offer what comfort he could to those few Romans who clung to the old ways. In the tepidarium, only 2 loyal patrons lingered in the lukewarm pool. Marcus checked the water with his hand, cooler than it should be. The furnaces had barely any fuel left, wood being scarce during the siege. He fed the last bits of charcoal into the boiler, coaxing a meagre flame. Moving on, he passed through the empty palestra, now strewn with dust. In a corner, weeds sprouted between cracked marble tiles where athletes once wrestled. He sighed and entered the caldarium. Only one pool here was still in use, fed by a trickle of warm water. A gaunt mother bathed her young son in the shallows of the one remaining warm pool. The same need for warmth and water, which had sustained so many before them, drew them here. The mother looked up at Marcus and gave a polite, hopeful smile. Marcus mustered a nod in return, even as his heart clenched with the knowledge he bore. At dawn, Marcus had scouted the aqueduct outside the city and discovered the grim truth. Gothic soldiers had cut the Aqua Marcia, toppling its arches to choke off Rome's water. The lifeblood of the baths was severed. What little water remained in the pools was all there would ever be. By tomorrow, the baths of Diocletian would fall silent. He made his way to the frigidarium, a cavernous hall that once housed a cold swimming pool larger than a forum. Now it was dry, the mosaic of Neptune on its floor exposed and dull. Marcus ran a hand along a cracked column. How many generations had cooled their brows here after the steam? He could almost hear ghostly splashes and youthful shouts from centuries past. Returning to the tepidarium, Marcus gently informed the few remaining bathers that the baths would likely close after today. The old men bowed their heads in resigned understanding, and the young mother's eyes brimmed with tears as she held her son closer. A patron placed a rolled parchment into Marcus's hand as a token of appreciation for his years of service, causing Marcus to swallow a lump in his throat. He promised the mother he would direct her to a nearby church offering heated rooms for refugees, a small solace. As twilight fell and the last bathers departed, Marcus remained alone in the cooling caldarium, the hiss of water gone. he sat by an empty basin. An old saying echoed, "While the baths remain, Rome remains." But Rome had changed, its people scattered, its aqueducts broken. Communal bathing, once the pride of Roman life, was now slipping into memory. Yet in the gathering darkness, Marcus felt a measure of peace. The legacy of the Thermae would not vanish. In the Eastern Empire, massive baths still thrived, and in country villages, people still sought natural hot springs for relief, just as they always had. Rome had introduced the world to the benefits of bathing, and subsequent generations would continue this legacy. Perhaps future generations in better times would build new bathhouses, or find new ways to use water's healing touch. Marcus rose and made his final rounds, snuffing out lamps and securing doors. He took one last look at the silent halls. This chapter was closing, but he did not feel despair. Water's soothing power was eternal, and he believed that someday its fountains would flow again for those in need. With that hope, Marcus Valens left the baths of Diocletian and shut its doors behind him. In the fading light, the great complex stood dark and still, a sleeping giant awaiting a new dawn in some distant future. Cyrus the Great came into a world teeming with mythic haze around 600 BCE, in a corner of southwestern Iran known as Anshan. Later ages wove legends of how his destiny was prophesied before birth. Tradition says his mother, Mandane, was the daughter of Astyages, the Median king. Alarmed by a dream suggesting her child would topple him, Astyages ordered the infant Cyrus's death. Yet the official tasked with murder found the baby too innocent to slaughter. He handed him to a shepherd's family instead, so the story goes, ensuring Cyrus survived in obscurity. Whether or not these details ring strictly true, they reveal how, from the start, storytellers recognized an extraordinary quality in him, someone rising from peril to shape an empire. In early boyhood, it's said Cyrus displayed remarkable empathy, bridging differences among local tribes. The southwestern fringe of the Zagros Mountains was no calm territory. Petty warlords vied over water sources, trade routes, and farmland. Yet Cyrus reputedly navigated these tensions with an uncanny mix of kindness and resolve, forging friendships among shepherds and minor chieftains. Over time, the local talk was less about a hidden child saved from a king's wrath, and more about a charismatic youth unafraid to challenge older men's assumptions. Elders, though wary, found him unexpectedly persuasive. When Cyrus reached adolescence, his lineage demanded he connect with the court in Anshan. He discovered that his father, Cambyses I, was a vassal to the Medes. The Median suzerainty overshadowed the region, with Astyages reigning in Ecbatana, an older metropolis perched among mountains. That overshadowing rankled. The once proud kings of Anshan had accepted vassal status for decades. Cyrus gleaned quickly that many in the southwestern region chafed under Median taxes and arbitrary demands. Observing resentments carefully, he concluded that if he ever rose to power, he might galvanize these frustrations into a cohesive front. Though overshadowed by the Medes, Anshan maintained a distinct cultural identity. The realm's traditions traced back to Elamite and Persian roots, forging a tapestry of customs. Cyrus, open to absorbing knowledge, studied the region's older languages, gleaning lore from wise men versed in archaic myths. One result, a worldview that placed bridging cultural divides at the center of leadership. He recognized that stable rule demanded acknowledging local traditions rather than imposing a single rigid system. This concept would later manifest in how he governed a sprawling empire with myriad peoples. As a young man, Cyrus served briefly in the Median army, perhaps under the watchful eye of Astyages. Accounts differ on how cordial that relationship was. Some sources claim the older king ironically found Cyrus appealing, only belatedly realizing the youth's growing ambition. Others propose that Astyages kept him close precisely to forestall rebellion. In either case, Cyrus saw the Medes' weaknesses from within. They boasted strong cavalry and fortress, but corruption and complacency riddled Astyages' bureaucracy. The king's courtiers squabbled, indulging in luxurious feasts. Meanwhile, lesser vassal states seethed under burdensome tribute. The stage was set for a revolt if sparked by the right figure. Upon Cambyses I's death, Cyrus became the nominal ruler of Anshan. He faced immediate tension with Ecbatana. Sometime around 550 BCE, Cyrus launched an uprising, unifying Persians under his banner. The old stories depict him proclaiming that the time had come to cast off Median overlordship, forging a new order that recognized Persian leadership. He marched north, leveraging alliances with other disaffected tribes. Astyages roused his forces but discovered many loyal officers had turned coat, enticed by Cyrus's promise of a fairer rule. In a surprising turn, Cyrus captured Ecbatana with minimal resistance. Cyrus seized Astyages, thereby ending his rule. With the Medes subdued, Cyrus did something unusual for a conqueror. He spared Astyages' life, absorbing the Median capital and aristocracy without mass slaughter. This approach hinted at the hallmark of his future empire, respect for local elites, provided they served under him. Some ancient kingdoms might have sacked Ecbatana to destroy it permanently. Cyrus recognized the value in co-opting the existing administration, forging a dual monarchy of sorts, Median and Persian. Already, onlookers noticed that Cyrus was no typical warlord driven solely by conquest. He had a cunning sense of policy. The newly minted king of the Persians and Medes reigned from Ecbatana, adopting Median structures while weaving in Persian influences. He reorganized the army, combining Median heavy cavalry with Persian infantry discipline. Within a few short years, news of a rising power in the Iranian plateau spread westward, reaching Lydia in Anatolia and the edges of Mesopotamia. Many scoffed that a newly minted Persian kingdom couldn't overshadow established powers like Lydia or Babylon. Cyrus, unperturbed, busied himself forging alliances, building supply lines, and reinforcing frontiers. He sensed that other horizons beckoned, lands ruled by kings who viewed him as a mere upstart. The next chapters would prove them wrong, as Cyrus's unstoppable expansions would reshape the entire region's political map. Securing the Median throne was but a first step. Cyrus turned his gaze west toward Lydia, ruled by the wealthy king Croesus, famed for controlling vast gold reserves and forging alliances with Greek city-states. Croesus had observed the Persian takeover of Media with alarm. He reasoned that a swiftly rising Cyrus might threaten Lydia's eastern border. Some counsel suggested forging an alliance with the new Persian king, but Croesus, proud of Lydia's riches and alliances, opted for confrontation. The impetus came when Cyrus advanced from the Zagros region to the Halys River boundary. Croesus marched out, anticipating the swift campaign to impart a lesson to Persia. However, after some inconclusive battles, winter approached, and Croesus retreated. Believing warfare would pause, he sent mercenaries home, planning to resume hostilities in spring. Cyrus, defying typical seasonal norms, pursued the Lydians relentlessly during winter. This bold move caught Croesus unprepared. A swirl of smaller engagements left Lydia's outposts reeling. By the time Croesus scrambled his allies again, Cyrus was at Lydia's doorstep. The culminating siege of Sardis, Lydia's capital, became legendary. The city's walls perched on steep cliffs. Cyrus, scanning the fortress, found a seeming weakness, one cliff face that looked unclimbable to defenders, thus less guarded. Under cover of night, his men scaled that near-vertical slope, surprising the watch. They gained entry, opening the gates for the main Persian force. Sardis fell, and Croesus was captured. Tradition says that Cyrus initially planned to execute Croesus on a funeral pyre, but he changed his mind. Some say it was after hearing Croesus's lament about the cruelty of fortune. Alternatively, an oracle or a retainer's council might have spurred Cyrus's clemency. Croesus was spared, however, and given an honorary position in his new government. The gesture signalled a pattern. Cyrus subdued rivals yet frequently integrated them, preserving local structures if they accepted his authority. With Lydia subdued, Cyrus effectively inherited its Anatolian possessions, including Greek city-states along the Aegean coast. Those Ionian Greeks had treaties with Croesus, but were uncertain about Persian rule. Some tried resisting. Cyrus assigned local satraps governors who demanded tribute but otherwise left local customs intact. Over time, these Ionian city-states realized Persian governance could be quite hands-off if tributes were paid. The approach partially eased tensions, though pockets of revolt remained. The Persians recognized that shipping was crucial for Aegean commerce. so Cyrus refrained from heavy-handed oppression that might stifle trade. In effect, Ionian city-states found themselves overshadowed by a more tolerant conqueror than they might have feared. Then came the inevitable confrontation with Babylon, the famed empire controlling Mesopotamia. Babylon's king, Nabonidus, was known for eccentric religious policies, alienating certain factions within the city. Many priests of Marduk disliked Nabonidus's focus on the moon god Sin. Meanwhile, outlying provinces of Babylon grew restive. Cyrus aimed to exploit these rifts. He maintained correspondence with Babylonian dissidents, presenting himself as a liberator who would restore worship of Marduk and rectify neglect from the monarchy. Propaganda tablets found centuries later suggest that some Babylonian elites welcomed him. By 539 BCE, Cyrus marched to Babylon, defeating the main army at Opis with minimal trouble. Then, in an event overshadowed by myth, the gates of Babylon opened, letting him enter peacefully. The city's inhabitants, possibly fatigued by Nabonidus's misrule, found little cause to resist. With that, the storied metropolis fell quietly to a new empire. Cyrus formalized these conquests into what we know as the Achaemenid Empire. He proclaimed a policy of respecting local religions and traditions, seeing in this approach a key to stable governance across vast distances. The most famous artifact of this stance is the Cyrus cylinder, discovered millennia later. Inscribed in cuneiform, it praises Cyrus as chosen by Marduk to restore proper worship in Babylon. It also records how he repatriated displaced peoples, forging an image of a tolerant, almost benevolent conqueror. Historians debate the extent of tolerance, noting that tribute demands still weighed heavy on subject peoples. However, by the standards of the era, his approach was more lenient than typical. He rarely burned cities or enslaved entire populations. Rather, he integrated local elites, weaving them into satrapal structures. This policy extended to the Hebrews exiled in Babylon. Cyrus famously permitted them to return to Jerusalem and rebuild their temple. Hebrew scriptures laud him as an anointed figure, a foreign king recognized as an instrument of divine will. The uniqueness of a Mesopotamian empire that championed the restoration of a local temple abroad was not lost on contemporary observers. For Cyrus, this meant forging loyalty across a mosaic of cultures. He recognized that the empire's core lay not just in fear of Persian arms, but in a sense of prosperity and religious freedom under Persian oversight. By the mid-530s BCE, the empire sprawled from the fringes of Anatolia to the edge of the Iranian plateau, with Babylon as a second capital. Cyrus oversaw the creation of roads linking these domains, encouraging caravans to travel more securely. A new administrative pattern emerged. Each province, satrapy, had a satrap, typically local nobility loyal to the throne, balanced by roving inspectors and lines of communication direct to Cyrus. Freed from local wars, trade flourished. Western sources sometimes labelled him a lawgiver, though he never compiled a code akin to Hammurabi. Instead, he simply refrained from supplanting local codes unless necessary, letting them continue under a broader imperial canopy. In forging this empire, Cyrus overshadowed the older pattern of fractious city-kingdom. Now, a single rule united myriad tongues, from Ionian Greek to Aramaic, from Lydian to Elamite. For the moment, all seemed unstoppable. But an empire so vast inevitably brushed against fresh frontiers, beckoning the next wave of expansion. Or would caution counsel consolidation? The man who ascended from rumoured infancy in a shepherd's hut to commanding half the known region now faced the question: was the empire's thirst for growth ever sated, or did destiny push him onward, risking new hazards? With Babylon integrated into his empire, Cyrus contemplated the eastern frontier. The Iranian plateau merged into Central Asian steppes, home to nomadic or semi-nomadic tribes known for mobile warfare. Legends say that Cyrus's father, Cambyses I, once warned him that subduing such tribes required persistent vigilance, as they seldom recognized stable borders. But the new empire needed to anchor its eastern flank, especially if trade routes from the Indus Valley or Bactria, Ghisabdir, were to channel goods across Persian heartlands. Cyrus recognized the dual impetus: secure those routes and ensure no flank vulnerability. He dispatched armies along the Oxus River, Amu Darya, forging alliances with local chieftains. Some steppe tribes, intrigued by the prospect of stable trade and potential gifts from the great king, cooperated. Others resisted, leading to skirmishes in desert canyons. Cyrus accompanied part of the campaign, employing the same tolerance approach. Tribes that submitted maintained local leadership, paying tribute but enjoying relative autonomy. That method overshadowed the old practice of forced relocations or decimation. Yet his men found the environment harsh, with punishing heat by day and frigid nights, complicated by elusive tribal raiders adept at ambushes. In Bactria, Cyrus encountered a settled civilization older than many realized, an area with fortresses, irrigation, and a lineage of trade connections with India. He found skillful artisans and wise men with knowledge of local religions, some worshipping Ahura Mazda under variants of Zoroastrian practice. This encounter possibly reaffirmed his approach of letting each region keep its faith. Indeed, coins from that era show local imagery mixed with Persian inscriptions, reflecting a synergy rather than forced uniformity. Historians see in this pattern the seeds of an empire tolerant enough to last for centuries, overshadowing the ephemeral expansions of earlier conquerors who imposed uniform codes. Yet the East never fully bowed. Cyrus soon realized that beyond Bactria lay more formidable tribes. Surviving inscriptions mention a feared group referred to as the Massageti, dwelling across the Jaxartes River. They were skilled horse archers, famously led by a warrior queen named Tamiris. The problem was that direct conflict with them meant venturing into semi-desert lands where supply lines collapsed. But Cyrus's ambition, or necessity, drove him to attempt an incursion around 530 BCE. Some sources suggest he built a bridging strategy, possibly bridging the Jaxartes, or else luring the Massagetae into friendlier terrain. The outcome was tragic for him. Herodotus claims a pitched battle saw the Persian forces eventually outmaneuvered. Cyrus himself, refusing retreat, was either captured or killed in the melee. Legend has it Queen Tamiris dipped his severed head in a bag of blood, cursing him for devouring her people. We cannot confirm the dramatic details with absolute certainty. Ancient accounts vary. Some say Cyrus died from wounds, others claim an accident in the swirling desert. However, all accounts agree that his demise occurred on the eastern frontier. This abrupt end overshadowed the notion that he'd have consolidated further expansions. Without him, the empire defaulted to his son Cambyses II, who turned attention to Egyptian campaigns. If not for that fatal eastern gamble, Cyrus might have had decades to refine governance, bridging Asia Minor to the Indus under a carefully balanced rule. Fate intervened, bequeathing us only partial glimpses of what might have been. Back in the heartlands, news of Cyrus's death unleashed grief. He had reigned for around 3 decades, forging the largest empire the region had witnessed. Even many respondents felt sorrow. In Babylon, priests who previously lauded him as Marduk's chosen recognized that a new chapter approached under Cambyses' shadow. In southwestern Persia, folk tales circulated praising Father Cyrus, who delivered them from Median oppression. Ionian Greeks, though not always content with Persian rule, ironically expressed more respect for Cyrus than for subsequent kings, praising his measured approach. Cyrus's body, presumably recovered from the battlefield, was laid in a tomb in Pasargadae, a site he had chosen earlier. Ancient travellers described it as a simple, yet dignified, structure with a gabled roof, overshadowed by no elaborate temple but set amid a garden. In subsequent eras, every Persian king revered that tomb, ensuring none defiled it. Alexander the Great, centuries later, visited and reportedly found the tomb with a simple inscription praising Cyrus as the founder of an empire, summoning the reflection that every conqueror, no matter how grand, meets mortality. That tomb, though occasionally looted or neglected, endures in partial ruins, a quiet testament to a man's ephemeral hold on a vast territory. His death unsettled the monarchy's immediate stability. Cambyses II embarked on expansions into Egypt, overshadowing local satrap tensions. The memory of Cyrus, however, never dissipated. Each subsequent Persian ruler, from Cambyses to Darius, traced legitimacy to Cyrus's lineage. They credited him with forging a national identity that encompassed diverse languages, faiths, and social customs under a unified administrative framework. In every corner of the empire, from the Ionian shore to the Indus Valley, the idea of the King of Kings who protected local traditions while demanding loyalty remained a cornerstone of imperial ideology. Cyrus, even in absentia, overshadowed the realm with his moral-laced approach to rulership. The Achaemenid dynasty that Cyrus initiated endured for 2 centuries, overshadowed eventually by Alexander's conquest in the 4th century BCE. Yet even as Alexander marched across the Persian Empire, local memory of Cyrus spurred a measure of pride and unity. Some communities, upon Alexander's arrival, recounted how Cyrus had first liberated them from oppressive rule. Alexander, intrigued by these accounts, visited Cyrus's tomb at Pasargadae in 330 BCE. An eyewitness described the tomb as humble yet dignified, with a stone chamber and the remains resting on a golden bier. Alexander allegedly ordered repairs after discovering the tomb rifled by unscrupulous soldiers. This gesture signified how deeply Cyrus's reputation for magnanimous leadership struck even his empire's eventual conqueror. Greek sources, like Xenophon's Cyropaedia, further amplified Cyrus's legacy. Xenophon depicted him as an exemplary ruler, wise, just, and beloved by soldier and subject alike. Scholars debate how factual Xenophon's portrayal is. Some see it as half moral treatise, half historical novelle, but the Cyropaedia shaped Western ideas of kingship, overshadowing alternative narratives. Roman thinkers like Cicero or Machiavelli cited Cyrus as a model for wise monarchy. Indeed, the phrase benevolent conqueror found perhaps its earliest champion in how Greeks recast him. The reality of his campaigns, like forcibly subduing Lydia or merciless battles in the east, fell into the background in these moral sketches. Meanwhile, in later Persian tradition, Cyrus emerged almost as a cultural hero, overshadowing even Darius in terms of moral reverence. Some medieval Islamic scholars wrote of him as Du al-Qarnayn, the two-horned one, in certain interpretive traditions, linking him to a figure in the Quran who travelled widely and overcame great challenges. Though not universally accepted, that association underscored how widely his image ranged in cultural memory. People in West Asia recognised him as a champion of religious tolerance, referencing the famed cylinder in which he declared Marduk's blessing. Others found in him an early blueprint for empire building balanced by moral codes. During the Renaissance in Europe, renewed interest in classical text revived Cyrus's story again, overshadowed though it was by more immediate local concerns. Princes might glance at Xenophon's treatise as an allegory for how to rule with both justice and might. In the 18th century, Enlightenment and thinkers, too, referenced him while discussing universal monarchy or the philosophy of tolerance. Voltaire, for instance, occasionally invoked Cyrus as an example of a more enlightened conqueror compared to the brutal expansions of certain European empires. Yet ironically, the earliest archaeological revelations about Cyrus, such as the unearthing of the Cyrus cylinder in 1879, reaffirmed that the Persian king's claims of tolerance weren't purely myth. That artifact, discovered in the ruins of Babylon, inscribed in Akkadian cuneiform, outlines how Cyrus restored shrines and returned displaced peoples to their homelands. The cylinder stands as one of history's earliest known declarations of religious freedom, overshadowing older examples that typically validated conquests with deities, but rarely promised oppressed peoples new liberties. Historians debate the precise context. Maybe it was partly propaganda to legitimize his new rule, but it remains a striking departure from the standard forced assimilation typical of the era. Modern Iranians view Cyrus with a blend of national pride and fascination. Some see him as a unifying father figure of the Iranian identity, overshadowing the fractiousness of medieval and modern periods. Even secular nationalists in the 20th century embraced him as a symbol of a culturally rich, tolerant heritage. For instance, the Shah of Iran in 1971 staged a massive ceremonial event at Persepolis, referencing Cyrus as the empire's founder. This extravaganza, ironically overshadowed by a modern discontent, showed how deeply his memory resonated. Revolutionaries later disdained the monarchy's appropriation of ancient glories, but not necessarily disclaiming Cyrus's historical significance. One underexplored angle is the possibility that Cyrus's style of leadership strongly influenced how subsequent Middle Eastern powers approached empire. The notion that subjugated peoples might keep their local laws, worship, and aristocracies in exchange for paying tribute and remaining loyal established a precedent. The Ottoman Empire, centuries later, had a millet system that rang with echoes of Cyrus's approach. This overshadowing legacy remains subtle yet persistent. Thus, Cyrus's story flows across epochs, from a child rumoured to have escaped an execution order, to a cunning statesman uniting Persians and Medes, to a conqueror forging an empire that overshadowed old regional polities, culminating in a cultural hero for multiple civilizations. Each era reinterprets him, some extolling him as the ultimate wise king, others cautioning that the realities of conquest always bear a darker side. But no matter how the narrative shifts, the essential thread is that of a man forging a novel empire with broad tolerance, overshadowing the archaic tyranny or petty squabbling that preceded him, and leaving a blueprint that outlived the ephemeral politics of the day. When we examine how Cyrus governed, the structure of his empire stands out. Instead of imposing Persian officials everywhere, he created satrapies, granting local elites some autonomy so long as they pledged allegiance and taxes to the great king. Each satrap managed daily affairs, overshadowed only by the king's authority and roving inspectors called the eyes and ears of the king. This system reduced rebellion likelihood, as local customs largely stayed intact. The difference from older empires, like the Assyrians, who often deported populations or used terror tactics, was striking. People recognized a new brand of rule, where assimilation demanded fewer forced migrations and more recognition of local identity. Cyrus's approach to water management tells a compelling story. In certain arid provinces, older feuds erupted over irrigation ditches. The Persian administration introduced consistent oversight, ensuring farmland disputes were arbitrated by official judges. This reduced local clan violence, boosting agricultural output. Some speculate that the reason the empire thrived economically was precisely these micro-level reforms, overshadowing the simpler, older pattern of a warlord, merely collecting tribute through intimidation. Diplomatically, Cyrus engaged in inter-empire marriages. The melding of Persian and Median lines was the earliest example. But he also welcomed Lydian aristocrats into his court, forging alliances with families once loyal to Croesus. In rare cases, a princess or daughter from a subdued region might join the Persian court. These events overshadowed the typical scenario of forcibly taking hostages. Instead, Cyrus wanted them to partake in the empire's splendor, weaving them into a social fabric that dissuaded rebellion. The old hostage system became more subtle, shading into an inclusive aristocracy where local leaders found new status as part of the Achaemenid nobility. Spiritually, Cyrus's personal faith remains debated. Some modern Iranians claim him as a Zoroastrian, but direct evidence is scarce. The extant sources suggest he revered Ahura Mazda, reflecting Zoroastrian influence, but never forced that worship on diverse realms. The Cyrus cylinder emphasizes Marduk's acceptance into Babylon, while Greek accounts mention that among Persian elites, certain rights to the elements, like the sky and fire, were honored. He overshadowed earlier warlords by not imposing a single religious identity. Indeed, many credit him with forging an empire that for centuries maintained a measure of tolerance for local temples, overshadowing the simpler approach of idol smashing or forced conversions. Cyrus's persona in the eyes of Greek contemporaries varied. Some depicted him as a gentle father figure, others found him cunning, exploiting tolerance only to keep rebellious hearts subdued. In Ionian Greek city-states, certain segments admired him for toppling Lydia's Croesus, who had overshadowed them, ironically forging a liberator narrative. But Ionian elites soon realized Persian suzerainty had its demands: tribute, garrisons, and complicated negotiations if they wanted to maintain local autonomy. Despite celebrating their commercial expansions under Persian rule, the Ionian elites were vigilant for potential changes in the imperial stance. Perhaps the most surprising dimension is how Cyrus never crowned himself with an elaborate new regal title akin to Emperor of all lands. Instead, he used older traditions like King of Anshan, King of the Medes and Persians, or King of Babylon in official inscriptions, linking them in a chain that overshadowed old rivalries. Each region saw him as successor to its last legitimate monarchy. This acceptance across diverse lands is a reason the empire stabilized swiftly, overshadowing typical post-conquest chaos. The synergy of recognized kingship and practical policies prevented many local revolts. Even in the eastern frontiers, only the fiercely independent steppe tribes remained wholly beyond easy assimilation. Modern archaeologists rummaging through sites like Pasargadae or Ecbatana unearthed inscriptions attributing grand titles and praising Cyrus's benevolence. However, they also find glimpses of forced tribute or conscript labour, reminding us that no empire extends without cost. The difference is that Cyrus balanced typical harshness with broader leniency. Instead of mass enslavement or forced relocations, he practiced strategic generosity. A city that surrendered might keep its local council, paying only partial tributes for a time. A rebellious region, once subdued, found him open to restitution if they accepted imperial suzerainty. This pattern repeated across Anatolia, Mesopotamia and beyond, forging an empire that outlived him by centuries. One wonders how the world might have changed had Cyrus not died in that eastern campaign. Perhaps he'd have established a definitive capital bridging Persian and Mesopotamian aesthetics. He might have expanded further into the Indus region, overshadowing future expansions by Darius. The abruptness of his death left many of those what-ifs unresolved. Yet his blueprint was so robust that successors like Cambyses II or Darius I built upon it seamlessly, rarely discarding the system of satrapies or the approach to local autonomy. This continuity underscores how deeply Cyrus's approach was woven into the empire's bedrock. His policies, akin to the reformed water channels, permeated the imperial veins, surpassing the fleeting preferences of subsequent kings. In the centuries following Cyrus's empire, wave after wave of conquest battered West Asia, Alexander's invasion, the Seleucid Empire, the Parthians, and the Sasanian dynasty. Each new regime staked claims over the old heartlands. Yet repeated references to the old ways of Cyrus appear in local legends, overshadowing short-term rule. Cyrus's system became a benchmark for managing a multi-ethnic domain. Even the storied House of Sasan, centuries later, argued they recaptured the spirit of a Achaemenid monarchy. Their coinage or rock reliefs sometimes invoked motifs reminiscent of Cyrus's era, overshadowed by a new version of Persian identity. That cyclical pattern of referencing Cyrus indicates he was not just a fleeting conqueror, but a permanent archetype. Outside the Middle East, Greek authors transmitted an idealized account, culminating in Xenophon's Chiropedia, which painted Cyrus as a paragon of kingly virtue. Over the next 2 millennia, that text influenced statesmen from Machiavelli to the founding fathers of the United States. They gleaned from it lessons on balancing fear and love, forging alliances, and uniting diverse peoples. Ironically, the real Cyrus might have been more pragmatic and occasionally ruthless than Xenophon's moral hero, but the overshadowing effect of the text shaped Western political thought. Early modern Europe's fascination with enlightened absolutism found in Cyrus a distant model, someone who overcame fractious petty lords by imposing a central authority tempered by tolerance. Back in his homeland, Tomb at Pasargadae endured storms and conquests, overshadowing ephemeral shrines. When Alexander visited, he left it intact. Later Parthian or Sasanian kings, though not worshippers of Cyrus, recognized the tomb's significance as a link to an illustrious Iranian heritage. Under the Muslim conquest, centuries later, legends persisted around the tomb, some calling it Kaaba-e-Madar-e-Suleiman, Tomb of Solomon's mother, though the local population likely kept the memory that it was Cyrus's final resting place. Rare travellers, from Venetian merchants to Ottoman envoys, occasionally documented a solitary, tower-like structure in the Iranian plateau, overshadowed by no massive city. Inside lay inscriptions or faint carvings, referencing a king who once bestrode the region like a colossus. In the 20th century, as modern Iranian nationalism stirred, Cyrus's memory was rehabilitated as an emblem of national unity and historical grandeur. Reza Shah Pahlavi visited Pasargadae, staging ceremonies that overshadowed the site's archaeological hush. The monarchy sought symbolic links to an ancient lineage, championing Cyrus's cylinder as an early human rights charter. This overshadowed complexities like the imperial nature of his conquests, but offered a rallying point for Iranian identity. Even post-revolutionary Iran, while reinterpreting pre-Islamic glories, cannot fully disregard Cyrus's significance. Pilgrims still come, some quietly leaving flowers by the tomb to honour the father of the Persian realm, overshadowing theological differences. In the global sphere, the Cyrus Cylinder tours museums, sparking discussions on religious tolerance, good governance, and the narrative of enlightened empire. Some critics caution that while the cylinder reveals a progressive tone for its era, we shouldn't anachronistically label Cyrus a modern democrat. He was, after all, an absolute monarch. Nonetheless, The overshadowing message of leniency and returning exiles stands out in a time when many ancient conquerors pillaged and enslaved. Indeed, the notion of a state respecting local gods and temples was radical for the period. Yet it's not as if Cyrus overcame all cruelty. In certain provinces that resisted, the Persian armies could be ruthless, using siege tactics to starve city populations. But once victory was secured, the mercy or acceptance of local practices overshadowed total subjugation. Scholars highlight that such a measured approach likely prevented constant revolts. People under Persian rule might pay taxes and serve in the army, but they kept shrines, local councils, and a measure of cultural autonomy. This delicate interplay formed the empire's core strength, overshadowing older Mesopotamian or Neo-Assyrian methods reliant on sheer terror. As we revisit Cyrus's life in total, we see an interplay of epic achievements and ephemeral mortality. He rose from a rumoured near infanticide to forging a realm from the Aegean to eastern Iran, overshadowing kings who once boasted unassailable might. Yet he too succumbed to the hazards of frontier warfare. The Grand Empire remained, shaped by his administrative blueprint, overshadowing the ephemeral nature of any single mortal. Even in death, he overshadowed the typical memory of warlords by becoming a cherished legend in multiple cultures. The cyclical references to Cyrus over millennia, by Greeks, Romans, Iranians, and modern statesmen, affirm that the imprint he left on governance and tolerance was never fully erased, overshadowing the typical ephemeral conquests that vanish into dust. Reflecting on Cyrus the Great's journey, a picture emerges of a ruler who both embodies the archetype of ancient conqueror and subverts it. His life, bridging the mid-6th century BCE, shaped an enduring empire that overshadowed ephemeral local kingdoms. He fused compassion with power, forging a blueprint of rule that soared beyond typical tyranny. He used violence to conquer and wove a multi-ethnic fabric under the Achaemenid banner. In the swirl of centuries, intangible threads of his approach, satrapies, cultural respect, and integrated administration surface repeatedly in later states' governance. Take, for instance, the phenomenon of repatriating exiled peoples. The Hebrew text describing Cyrus's decree for the Judeans to rebuild their temple highlight a radical departure from norms. Empires often exiled populations to quell rebellion. Cyrus reversed that policy, overshadowing earlier cruelty with a stance that returning exiled groups might yield loyal gratitude. This perspective resonates in modern dialogues about religious freedom. Indeed, some interpret the cylinder's references to various shrines as an early charter of rights. Though historians caution about overstating it as a universal human rights document, the overshadowing principle remains. For the 6th century BCE, it was remarkably forward-thinking. Consider also the architecture of Pasargadae, Cyrus's capital. Known for its symmetrical gardens and a design-mixing median, Elamite, and local Persian styles, it overshadowed simplistic fortress cities of older times. Greek visitors centuries later found it distinctively airy and open, as if the city layout reflected Cyrus's inclusive policies. The tomb there, so unpretentious yet dignified, speaks volumes about how he conceptualized rulership, not as an aloof god-king, but as a caretaker bridging lands. While subsequent palaces like Persepolis overshadowed Pasargadae's scale, the latter's multi-ethnic decorative elements reveal a microcosm of the entire empire's synergy. A final puzzle is whether we can glean Cyrus's personal temperament behind the annals and legends. Greek sources paint him as kindly, though they were motivated to highlight the good Oriental king. The Babylonian Chronicle calls him the chosen of Marduk, overshadowing older conquerors who defiled the city. Persian lore emphasizes his cunning rise from near-death infancy. Different perspectives idealize him. Likely, the real Cyrus was at times ruthless, at times merciful, and always pragmatic. He overrode petty local customs when they hindered stable rule, but mostly let communities maintain their identity. He believed that an empire spanning from Lydia to Gandhara needed cohesive laws, but flexible local governance. That strategic approach overshadowed simpler warlord tyranny. In subsequent Iranian national consciousness, he emerges as the father of the country, overshadowing the ephemeral wars that battered the region. The cyclical invocation of his name in times of crisis or reform underscores how deeply he impacted the Iranian sense of historical continuity. Even diaspora communities scattered by centuries of migrations might refer to him as an emblem of tolerant monarchy, rare in an age typically remembered for despots. Meanwhile, as the West rediscovered antiquity outside the region, Cyrus eclipsed many lesser-known figures, emerging in classical references as a conqueror who maintained his moral integrity. From a modern viewpoint, we might weigh whether his expansions cause moral dissonance. Can one hail a conqueror as great who still inflicted bloodshed on resistors? The question spiraled the ancient world's norms. Where might typically equaled right? The hallmark of Cyrus was a partial departure from that norm, applying might but overlaying it with a veneer of diplomacy and local respect. That bridging stance singled him out among his peers, unlike the more brutal expansions of the Assyrians or the narrower religious zeal of some later rulers. Perhaps the abiding lesson is that leadership emerges from forging alliances across boundaries, respecting differences while forging common cause. Cyrus's key achievements, unifying diverse populations, fostering trade routes, and standardizing administration, didn't revolve solely around battlefield triumph. They also hinged on compromise, negotiation, and an awareness that conquering fractious divisions was essential to build an empire that endured beyond his lifetime. Indeed, though he died in a frontier skirmish, the empire's scaffolding carried on for centuries, the ephemeral nature of any single ruler's lifespan, and so, as we close the pages of Cyrus the Great, we glean an image of a man who both harnessed power and recognized that an empire's heartbeat lay in a bridging cultural mosaic. He overcame the swirl of petty wars and archaic tyrannies, setting an example of pragmatic tolerance. In the tapestry of world conquerors, some savage, some cunning, he stands out for weaving the threads of compassion into conquest, showcasing a purely brutal approach. The centuries that followed, from Alexander's awe to modern retellings, affirm that his memory remains luminous, an archetype of how unstoppable ambition can be tempered by a genuine concern for the governed, forging an empire that obliterated old patterns and set new standards for rulership. Albert Einstein was born on March 14th, 1879, in the modest city of Ulm in the German Empire. His father, Hermann, managed small electrochemical ventures, and his mother, Pauline, nurtured a love of music. Contrary to later myths, he wasn't a poor student, rather, he disliked rote memorization and preferred exploring ideas on his own. At age 5, he received a simple compass. Its unwavering needle, guided by an unseen force, left him spellbound, hinting at hidden laws in nature. In school, he often seemed preoccupied, building intricate houses of cards or lost in thought. Though teachers labelled him indifferent, he was quietly constructing mental pictures that reached far beyond mundane lessons. Music also shaped his early life. Pauline insisted he learn violin, and though reluctant at first, he found a kinship with Mozart's compositions. This link between artistic harmony and orderly principles of the universe captivated him. Even as a child, he sensed that creativity and logic could coexist productively. His family's moves, first to Munich, then to Italy, created in him a sense of displacement. Rather than fitting snugly into any single cultural or academic mould, he became an observer, questioning everything around him. During a stint at a Catholic elementary school, he briefly embraced religious devotion. Yet he soon gravitated toward a more personal sense of wonder, one unbound by strict doctrine. Later, he would speak of a cosmic religious feeling, a reverence for the unfathomable mysteries of existence. The German educational system clashed with his inquisitive spirit. Teachers focused on memorization, while Einstein was enthralled by independent exploration. He pored over geometry and calculus texts in his free time, often outpacing his peers in conceptual understanding. One tutor noticed his knack for dissecting problems from multiple angles, an early sign of the thought experiments he would later make famous. Meanwhile, Hermann's business pursuits met with limited success, adding financial strain to the household. Yet in that uncertainty, Einstein found pockets of freedom. His parents rarely scolded him for daydreaming. Instead, they recognized his inclination to probe and analyze. When he built card towers, it was more than play. He studied balance, structure, and resilience, qualities he would apply to his theoretical work. Overlooked details of his youth further illustrate his distinctive perspective. He once spent hours trying to visualize how a beam of light might appear if one could race alongside it. These musings were embryonic glimpses of the relativity he would formalize years later. Far from mere fanciful flights, they were a training ground for a mind unafraid to question conventional frames of reference. Another seldom noted aspect was his relationship with language. Raised in a multilingual environment, German at home, occasionally Italian outside, he developed a nuanced appreciation for words. Later in life, he would craft carefully balanced scientific papers where clarity took precedence over flourish. But as a boy, he simply recognised that words were imperfect vessels for ideas, sparking a habit of visualising concepts to grasp them more deeply. By his early teens, Einstein grew increasingly restless with formal schooling. The Luitpold Gymnasium in Munich, with its strict regimen, clashed with his burgeoning interests. Feeling stifled, he began to defy conventional academic paths, in a decision that alarmed his teachers. He left school before graduation and followed his family to Italy. To some, it looked like a rash move, yet it was an act of self-determination, fueled by a longing to learn without constraint. During this period, he explored philosophy as well, delving into Kant's works and pondering the nature of reality. Such readings reinforced his conviction that genuine understanding required more than reciting facts. He craved first-hand encounters with the puzzles of the universe, from the motion of planets to the properties of light. Though his childhood did not revolve solely around science, he played violin, enjoyed walks, and showed flashes of humour. It was imbued with a special kind of curiosity. He was neither the hapless student nor the overnight prodigy that later narratives would portray. Instead, he was a reflective, somewhat solitary child who found meaning in probing life's deeper questions. His early experiences, compass in hand, cards neatly stacked, violin tucked under his chin, crystallised into the core of a worldview that would soon turn the scientific world on its head. Ultimately, the disparate strands of his youth would unite in a bold questioning of the established order. Few recognised how far his curiosity would carry him. Einstein's choice to abandon the Luitpold Gymnasium before graduating startled his teachers, but he felt stifled by rote drills. He rejoined his family in Milan, where Hermann hoped to save his faltering business. Finally freed from rigid school routines, Einstein studied math and philosophy on his own, devouring Kant's works and nurturing an obsession with the universe's hidden structure. Still, the need for formal credentials loomed. In 1895, he applied to the Swiss Federal Polytechnic in Zurich, known for its forward-thinking curriculum. Although he excelled in math and physics, he flunked the entrance exam's other parts. Undeterred, he spent a transformative year at the Cantonal School in Aarau, Switzerland. This school's progressive ethos welcomed curiosity and debate, an environment in which Einstein thrived. Living with the Winterler family, he formed close bonds. He briefly romanced their daughter, Marie, but also made lifelong friendships. Armed with improved preparation, he passed the Polytechnic entrance exam in 1896 and pursued a teaching diploma in math and physics. Zurich's intellectual pulse invigorated him. By day, he endured lectures. By night, he wrestled with scientific texts or debated theory in cafes. Less enthralled with rote note-taking, he favoured independent study. Though he admired some professors, others saw him as dismissive and unruly, a reputation that would later cost him solid references. During this period, Einstein met Mileva Maric, the only woman in their physics cohort. She was bright and tenacious, undeterred by an academic world largely unwelcoming to women. Their bond intertwined intellectual exchange and romantic attraction. Letters between them reveal lively dialogues about abstract science and the deeper questions of existence. Critics sometimes question the extent of Mileva's contributions to Einstein's early work, but it's certain she engaged in stimulating discussions at a formative time in his career. Einstein graduated in 1900. Despite his clear gift for physics, job prospects were scarce. Dismissed by some professors as headstrong, he received only lukewarm recommendations. Over the next 2 years, he subsisted on tutoring gigs and part-time teaching roles, struggling to pay rent. Meanwhile, his relationship with Mileva grew more serious. They had a daughter, Liesel, whose fate remains one of the murkiest aspects of Einstein's life. Records suggest she may have been adopted, but details are sparse. Financial anxiety gnawed at him, and paternal disapproval of Mileva added stress. Yet his scientific passion never dimmed. Whenever he found a spare hour, Einstein tackled research problems in thermodynamics or statistical mechanics. Despite their lack of widespread attention, These small papers demonstrated Einstein's capacity to critically examine conventional assumptions. A modest beacon of stability arrived in 1902. Einstein secured a post as a technical expert, third class, at the Swiss Patent Office in Bern. While many might view patent reviewing as mundane, the job offered a predictable schedule and a steady wage, precisely what he needed. Crucially, it also left him mental space for independent thought. Far from being a lull, this period set the stage for his most significant breakthroughs. Bern itself was unassuming, but it possessed an understated cultural vitality. Einstein, ever sociable in an understated way, found a small circle of like-minded acquaintances. They shared books, debated philosophical ideas, and sometimes playfully referred to themselves as the Olympia Academy. The group's informal spirit aligned perfectly with Einstein's own approach, freewheeling, yet anchored by a deep respect for rational inquiry. Meanwhile, his personal life moved forward. He and Mileva married in 1903, hoping to create a steel home. Their union was hardly perfect, fraught with the usual challenges of newlyweds, compounded by Einstein's preoccupation with science and ongoing money worries. Still, having a supportive partner with a keen interest in physics likely encouraged his intellectual wanderings during these formative years. Between 1902 and 1904, Einstein churned through patent applications by day, evaluating new inventions for novelty and feasibility. At night, he scribbled equations and chased the big questions that had haunted him since childhood: the nature of light, the structure of time, and whether the cosmos had fundamental certainties. Little did anyone suspect that his quiet hours in Bern would yield a series of scientific papers that would upend centuries of accepted physics and elevate a once-errant student to the front ranks of modern science. In a few years, he would unleash a torrent of revolutionary ideas, proving that unorthodox paths can lead to remarkable destinations. Settled at the Swiss Patent Office in Bern, Einstein was officially a clerk, reviewing applications for new inventions. Unofficially, he was a theorist probing the bedrock of physics. The job's predictable routine left him time to explore the mysteries of light, motion, and energy, questions that had haunted him since childhood. His personal life had stabilized somewhat. He and Mileva, now married, lived modestly, mindful of every expense. Their son, Hans Albert, born in 1904, added new responsibilities. Yet Mileva's own physics background made her a supportive confidant for Einstein's musings, though the precise scope of her influence remains debated. In 1905, Einstein unleashed 4 seminal papers in Annalen der Physik. The first explained the photoelectric effect by treating light as particles, helping seed the future field of quantum mechanics. Next came his work on Brownian motion, using statistics to confirm the existence of atoms and molecules. Then, in his special theory of relativity, he shattered the old notion of absolute time, proposing that simultaneity depends on an observer's motion. Finally, in a spare but dazzling note, he offered E equals mc squared, revealing the profound equivalence of mass and energy. At first, these radical ideas met mixed responses. Some scholars found them too speculative, others grasped their seismic potential. Over time, the consensus grew. Einstein had transformed physics from the inside out. His reputation slowly spread, though he remained a patent clerk until 1909. He yearned for an academic post but faced challenges. He lacked the usual pedigrees, and some professors gave tepid recommendations. Eventually, the University of Zurich appointed him as a lecturer, opening the door to a more formal scientific community. Mileva managed their growing family, which now included a second son, Eduard, while Einstein wrestled with teaching duties and ongoing research. But their marriage started to show cracks, strained by the financial pressures and Einstein's single-minded devotion to work. Despite domestic tension, his scientific profile rose swiftly. Younger physicists marvelled at his knack for taking earlier insights, such as those from Hendrik Lorentz and Henri Poincaré, and unifying them into a cohesive vision. The outcome was more than a patchwork of theories. It was a radical recasting of how energy, space, and time interlock. He left Bern for Zurich in 1909, then moved to Prague in 1911 for another professorship. Mileva followed, but the demands of uprooting and the complexities of raising children chipped away at their partnership. In Prague, Einstein refined his thoughts on gravity, hinting at a broader framework to come. Though overshadowed by cultural and political tensions in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the city still offered pockets of intellectual ferment. Einstein found colleagues intrigued by his work and critics sceptical of it. He thrived on debate, defending his theories with calm conviction. By 1912, he was back in Zurich at the Polytechnic, now as a professor. This time, he delved deeper into the mathematics needed to extend relativity to gravitational fields. His collaboration with mathematician Marcel Grossmann was vital, laying the groundwork for what would become the general theory of relativity. While special relativity had reconfigured space and time on a flat stage, Einstein now aimed to show how massive objects could warp that stage itself. In parallel, tensions at home worsened. Mileva's hopes for her own scientific contributions had faded into domestic obligations. Einstein's growing fame meant invitations to speak and collaborate, pulling him away for extended periods. At times, letters reveal a coldness creeping into their marriage. He could be absent-minded, impatient, and increasingly dismissive of Mileva's emotional needs. The personal costs of genius were mounting, even if the broadest world was beginning to admire him as a visionary. By the end of 1912, Einstein's ambitions were clear. He had cemented a reputation as the mind behind special relativity, and he was on the cusp of unveiling a more comprehensive framework to explain gravity. Universities courted him, and scientific societies began to laud his insights. Yet beneath this rise lay private discord. Tensions that would escalate once his career carried him to Berlin. For now, though, Einstein's path led inexorably toward one of the greatest intellectual feats in history, fueled by that same restless curiosity that once made him walk away from gymnasium classes and question the simplest wonders of nature. Despite turmoil, his momentum was unstoppable. The stage was set for him to finalize a theory of gravity, a masterpiece that would reshape humanity's view of the cosmos. In 1913, the Prussian Academy of Sciences in Berlin-Base beckoned Albert Einstein with a prestigious post that required minimal teaching. By 1914, he was in the German capital, poised to perfect his theory of gravity. Yet the move magnified personal and political tensions. His marriage to Mileva was fracturing, and Europe stood on the brink of war. A pacifist at heart, Einstein found himself at odds with the fervent nationalism gripping Germany. Unperturbed by the storm outside, he pushed forward on general relativity, aided by mathematician Marcel Grossmann. Their goal was to show that gravity arose from curved space-time, a radical notion demanding complex tensor calculus. By 1915, Einstein had refined the field equations describing how mass deforms space-time and how that curvature dictates motion. A triumph soon followed. The new theory explained Mercury's orbital quirks better than Newtonian physics. Overjoyed, Einstein wrote to a friend that his heart shivered upon seeing the data align with his calculations, but his personal world was unravelling. Mileva struggled in Berlin's stifling atmosphere and felt increasingly isolated. Meanwhile, Einstein grew close to his cousin, Elsa Löwenthal. Letters show Mileva's despair and Einstein's emotional withdrawal. She took their sons back to Switzerland, and the marriage ended in divorce. He later wed Elsa, igniting gossip about his private life. Even as general relativity gained traction among physicists, his personal reputation became fodder for public speculation. World War I had also splintered scientific exchanges. While many German intellectuals endorsed the war, Einstein stood nearly alone, signing anti-war petitions and voicing pacifist views. His stance stirred resentment at home. Still, foreign scientists such as the British astronomer Arthur Eddington recognised the significance of Einstein's work. Eddington's 1919 eclipse expedition tested whether starlight passing near the Sun would bend according to Einstein's predictions. The measurements matched, electrifying the global press and dethroning Newton in the public eye. Overnight, Einstein became a symbol of modern genius. Newspapers everywhere featured his thoughtful gaze and unruly hair. Invitations rained down from universities and societies. While he believed in sharing knowledge openly, he disliked the frenzied attention and grew uneasy with Germany's renewed nationalism. Post-war turmoil fanned political flames, and Einstein's pacifism drew ire from right-wing groups. Nevertheless, the validation of general relativity cemented his place atop the scientific hierarchy. Even skeptics admitted that his calculations matched observable reality in a way no previous theory could. With Mileva in Zurich caring for their sons, Einstein found both freedom and loneliness. He married Elsa in 1919, relying on her to manage his crowded schedule and mitigate public demands. As the 1920s dawned, Einstein was heralded as a visionary whose equations recast the universe as a pliable fabric shaped by energy and mass. These notions paved the way for cosmic models that would soon suggest an expanding universe, involving astronomers like Edwin Hubble. Initially, Einstein proposed a cosmological constant to keep the universe static, but later deemed that idea a mistake, a rare admission of error from a man idolized for brilliance. Meanwhile, he turned his attention back to quantum mechanics, a field he had inadvertently sparked with his photoelectric paper. Newcomers like Werner Heisenberg and Erwin Schrödinger advanced ideas that clashed with Einstein's comfort zone. He balked at the probabilistic nature they proposed, insisting there must be a deeper deterministic layer. Thus began the famed series of debates with Niels Bohr, with Einstein challenging the notion that reality might hinge on randomness. By mid-decade, Einstein's travel schedule ballooned. He toured the United States and parts of Europe, drawing huge crowds. Statesmen, celebrities, and fellow scholars courted his presence. In Germany, however, he faced mounting hostility from nationalist factions who derided his theories as Jewish science. Unfazed, he pressed on, confident that empirical evidence would outlast prejudice. His personal realm, now tethered to Elsa, offered stability. She shielded him from ceaseless demands, allowing him to pursue his ideas in relative peace. Yet the creeping political tide would soon overshadow even Einstein's lofty pursuits. At the dawn of the next decade, Einstein found himself a global icon, yet behind that fame lay deeper struggles and fresh challenges that would shape his destiny. The 1920s were a whirlwind for Einstein, blending scientific milestones with worldwide acclaim. Ever the restless thinker, he spent these years grappling with quantum theory while maintaining his fascination with relativity. Though his general theory of relativity was universally hailed, he grew increasingly uneasy about the indeterminate flavour of quantum mechanics. To him, the idea that fundamental processes could be governed by pure chance seemed incomplete. Einstein's public image soared as he toured Europe and North America. Lecture halls overflowed. Audiences were drawn not just to his ideas, but also to his persona, rumpled suits, mischievous humour, and an aura of introspective brilliance. Journalists clamoured for interviews, often distorting his words into simplistic soundbites. Despite Elsa's best efforts to safeguard his privacy, the cult of personality grew. Politicians hoped his presence would lend prestige to their events, and luminaries from other fields sought his endorsement. Beneath the accolades, Einstein remained wary of fame. He believed that genuine discovery flourished in quiet reflection, not in the spotlight. Whenever possible, he escaped to the Alps or the countryside, revelling in mountain walks and violin practice. Music provided a counterbalance to the rigours of theoretical work, reinforcing his belief that art and science shared a quest for harmony. Meanwhile, in academic circles, the quantum revolution thundered on. Physicists like Niels Bohr, Werner Heisenberg, and Max Born claimed that probabilities lay at the heart of physical reality. Einstein countered that God does not play dice, questioning whether randomness was the final word. Their debates, polite yet intense, fueled a new era of theoretical exploration. The young quantum guard revered Einstein's contributions but insisted that his skepticism missed the theory's core elegance. At the same time, Europe was experiencing social and political upheavals in the aftermath of World War I. Germany's Weimar Republic veered between fragile democracy and looming chaos. Hyperinflation devastated the middle class. Extremist factions, including the nascent Nazi Party, exploited economic despair, promoting xenophobia and anti-Semitism. Einstein, as a Jewish intellectual and an outspoken pacifist, became a prime target for nationalists. Hate mail arrived with disturbing regularity, accusing him of undermining Germany's scientific heritage. Despite these threats, Einstein refused to hide. He rallied for disarmament and international cooperation, endorsing pacifist causes that were deeply unpopular among nationalist circles. His celebrity magnified the visibility of his stance, making him a lightning rod for political hatred. Some colleagues implored him to be more guarded, but he believed moral convictions outweighed personal safety. In 1922, Einstein was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics, not for relativity, surprisingly, but for his earlier explanation of the photo electric effect. By then, the Nobel Committee had become wary of the ongoing debates about relativity, yet they could not ignore his contributions to quantum theory. When news arrived, Einstein was travelling in Asia. He embarked on a tour that took him to Japan, where he was met by enthralled crowds and showered with gifts. Notes from that trip reveal a man torn between gratitude for the adulation and a desire for solitude. Upon returning to Germany, Einstein found the political climate darker. The early stirrings of Nazi ideology were creeping into universities and public discourse. Although he tried to remain above petty bickering, vicious attacks on his un-German physics intensified. Right-wing publications branded relativity a hoax. Some of his lectures were disrupted by hostile demonstrators, and rumours of assassination plots circulated. Elsa, deeply concerned, urged him to consider emigrating. Yet Einstein hesitated. He felt a profound connection to German-speaking intellectual life, despite recognising its dangerous currents. He also clung to the hope that reason and goodwill might prevail. When not entangled in politics, he continued refining his approach to quantum puzzles. He developed thought experiments aimed at exposing hidden variables or revealing contradictions in the quantum framework. Each new exchange with Bohr underscored the chasm between Einstein's quest for determinism and the Copenhagen school's acceptance of uncertainty. By the late 1920s, Einstein's stature had grown colossal, but so had his disillusionment with Europe's volatile mood. Whispers of an eventual departure grew louder. In public, he spoke calmly about the spiritual crisis afflicting the continent. Privately, he pondered where his future lay. The man who had once roamed Italy in his youth, yearning for free thought, again stood at a crossroads. When Adolf Hitler rose to power in 1933, Einstein's predicament crystallized. The Nazis targeted Jewish scientists as scapegoats, accusing them of corrupting German culture. For Einstein, an internationally admired thinker yet domestic pariah, remaining in Germany became untenable. Acting on Elsa's urgings and his own sense of imminent danger, he left Berlin for what would become a permanent exile. Stopping briefly in Europe, he announced his resignation from the Prussian Academy. The move was both symbolic and pragmatic. He refused to serve an institution bent on persecuting him. Although his name still commanded respect abroad, in Germany his books were publicly burned and officials seized his assets. Nazi propaganda labelled him the arch-enemy of true science. Unfazed by personal attacks, Einstein worried about friends and colleagues trapped in a regime that suppressed free thought. He soon found refuge in the United States, accepting an appointment at the newly established Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, New Jersey. Princeton offered serenity and intellectual autonomy, with no formal teaching duties. The Institute's wooded campus and quiet community reminded Einstein of the tranquility he once treasured in Switzerland. He took up residence in a modest house on Mercer Street, where curious townsfolk would spot him on daily walks, unruly hair, pipe in hand, lost in reflection. Yet exile weighed on him. Though grateful for safety, he missed the vibrant cafes of Europe and lamented the plight of Jewish refugees barred from many countries. He became an outspoken advocate for civil rights and international cooperation, determined to counter the Nazi threat. He supported various relief organizations assisting displaced scholars. Letters from this period reflect a mix of relief, sorrow, and moral urgency. Scientifically, Einstein continued to question the underpinnings of quantum mechanics. He collaborated with Boris Podolsky and Nathan Rosen on the famous 1935 EPR paradox, asserting that quantum theory was incomplete. This paper challenged the Copenhagen interpretation by suggesting that spooky action at a distance conflicted with the principles of locality and realism. Though intended to reveal quantum mechanics' shortcomings, the paper instead paved the way for future breakthroughs in quantum entanglement research, ironically fueling the very field Einstein doubted. Meanwhile, global tensions escalated. As Nazi Germany expanded its militaristic ambitions, Einstein was drawn into geopolitical concerns he had tried to avoid. Friends cautioned him about the possibility of an atomic bomb, highlighting the dire consequences if Hitler's regime managed to harness nuclear fission first. Ironically, it was Einstein's own mass-energy equivalence E=mc² that foreshadowed the destructive power of splitting the atom. Alarmed by such prospects, he allowed Hungarian émigré physicist Leo Szilard to draft a letter in 1939, alerting US President Franklin D. Roosevelt to the possibility of a German atomic program. This letter, bearing Einstein's signature, catalyzed the Manhattan Project, though Einstein himself never worked directly on atomic weapons. Regret haunted him. In later recollections, he lamented that had he foreseen the scale of devastation nuclear arms would bring, he might never have signed the warning. Yet at the time, Einstein's pacifist leanings clashed with realpolitik, a painful contradiction he carried to the end of his life. Princeton gradually became home. Einstein strolled its streets in tattered sweaters, occasionally offering an impromptu violin performance for friends. He fielded letters from admirers worldwide, often replying with brief but thoughtful notes. Photos from the era show a gentle-faced figure, equal parts grandfatherly and inscrutable. He advised younger scientists, although his own research shifted away from mainstream physics. Fixated on unifying gravity with electromagnetic forces, he pursued a theory of everything that increasingly isolated him from the cutting-edge work on quantum fields. Outside the academic sphere, Einstein gained a voice in public debates. He spoke out against racism in America, comparing it to the anti-Jewish sentiments he had witnessed in Europe. He supported civil rights activists and forged friendships with prominent black leaders, despite the era's pervasive discrimination. Occasionally, he faced criticism for meddling in social issues rather than sticking to science. But Einstein considered moral responsibility inseparable from intellectual freedom. As World War II raged, Einstein's heartbreak was twofold. Germany, once his intellectual cradle, had become a synonym for barbarity, while the Allies were forced to develop weapons of unprecedented lethality. He could only watch from afar, offering moral support and condemnation of fascist ideologies. In the aftermath of World War II, Albert Einstein's status as a global icon solidified. Yet his latter years were marked by reflection and a sense of unresolved questions. Despite pushing physics towards quantum theory, he remained resistant to its probabilistic core. Though the Manhattan Project had validated the destructive potential of E equals mc squared, it also weighed heavily on his conscience. He loathed the arms race that followed and spoke openly against nuclear proliferation. Living in Princeton, he continued his quest for a unified field theory, an ambitious bid to reconcile electromagnetism and gravity under one framework. He toiled over complex equations, convinced that nature possessed an underlying simplicity. Critics, meanwhile, argued that he was out of touch with emerging quantum field theories. Undeterred, Einstein pursued his unification program almost in solitude, likening himself to a lone traveller on a winding road. Younger physicists acknowledged his genius, but often parted ways with his methods, embracing instead the quantum approach he had always found unsettling. Beyond science, Einstein's voice resonated in global debates. He championed a supranational government to curb the risk of nuclear war, advocating collective security over nationalism. Despite controversies, many admired his stance, seeing in him a moral compass shaped by first-hand experience of authoritarianism. He wrote letters to world leaders, sometimes scoring partial victories, often meeting polite indifference. Yet he pressed on, believing that scientific insight conferred a duty to safeguard humanity from its inventions. His private life in Princeton had a gentle routine. Each morning brought a steady stream of letters seeking his opinion on everything from cosmic theories to personal woes. He obliged when he could, but dismissed frivolous requests. Afternoons often involved slow walks or reading classical literature. Evenings might find him improvising on the violin, seeking solace in music's structured freedom. Friends found him warm but occasionally aloof, an introvert who valued genuine conversation yet disdained small talk. Elsa's death in 1936 had left an emotional gap that he filled through companionship with his stepdaughter, Margot, and a circle of close confidants. His older son, Hans Albert, pursued an engineering career, while younger son Eduard battled health challenges that Einstein struggled to comprehend, but he remained steadfast in providing financial and emotional support from afar. As the Cold War dawned, Einstein found himself in a complicated political environment. Paradoxically, the FBI kept files on him, viewing his pacifist leanings and global outlook as potentially subversive. Rumours circulated that he was sympathetic to communist causes, though he consistently denounced Stalinist oppression. Instead, Einstein championed universal human rights. He grew vocally critical of McCarthyism, branding it an assault on intellectual freedom akin to the political witch hunts he had fled in Germany. By the early 1950s, health issues nudged him toward a quieter pace. Yet his mind remained agile, and he sometimes engaged in public letters urging scientists to unite for peaceful endeavours. He admired younger luminaries like Kurt Gödel and conversed with them about the nature of logic and mathematics, but he found little common ground with the new wave of particle physics. Students worldwide still saw him as an emblem of pure genius, while Einstein himself downplayed personal accolades, insisting he had simply followed his curiosity wherever it led. In 1955, Einstein experienced internal bleeding from an abdominal aneurysm. Though doctors recommended surgery, he refused, declaring that it was his time to go with dignity. True to form, he spent his final days revising a speech he intended to deliver for Israel's 7th anniversary, reflecting his long-standing support for Jewish communities while advocating peaceful coexistence. He died on April 18, 1955, leaving behind notes and half-finished equations in search of that elusive unified field. News of his passing reverberated across the globe. World leaders and fellow scientists paid tribute to the man who had reshaped our understanding of space, time, and energy. Yet Einstein's legacy extended beyond equations. He embodied the principle that moral conviction and intellectual daring can and must coexist. In death, he became even more iconic, his name synonymous with visionary genius, and his photograph instantly recognizable as a totem of human possibility. Today, Einstein's work undergirds technologies from GPS to nuclear power. His debates about quantum mechanics remain at the heart of physics, pointing toward frontiers in entanglement and information theory. In that tension between breathtaking discovery and ethical uncertainty lies the fullest measure of Albert Einstein's singular, complex legacy. Let me tell you about a boy who would grow up to touch the ceiling of the most famous chapel in the world. Imagine yourself relaxing in a cosy chair on a calm evening. He was born on March 6th, 1475, in the small hillside town of Caprese, where the morning mist clung to old stone houses like slumbering cats. His name was Michelangelo Buonarroti, but his friends just called him Michel. Do you know how certain things appeal to certain kids? While some people chase butterflies and others adore books, young Michel had a peculiar obsession. He was gathering pebbles and examining their shapes, turning them over in his tiny hands as if they were secrets, while other 6-year-olds were playing with wooden toys. His father, Lodovico, was a local magistrate. Think of him as the town's official paper pusher, and he had grand plans for his son that definitely didn't involve getting dusty with the rocks. When Michel was little, the family relocated to Florence, which would later serve as both his inspiration and playground. In the 1480s, Florence was more than just a city. It was like living inside a jewellery box with ideas and art glistening on every surface. The Medici family ruled there as wealthy patrons who collected artists in the same way that some people collect rare coins. But they were not kings. When Michel was just 6 years old, his mother Francesca passed away. Children are shaped by loss. Sometimes it pushes them towards something bigger, and other times it makes them retreat inward. It appeared to do both for Michel. He grew quieter and more perceptive, spending hours observing stonemasons fix structures because he was captivated by their ability to bend hard marble. In an attempt to guide him toward a respectable career in banking or government, his father enrolled him in grammar school. Michel, however, had different plans. He would doodle in the margins of his books instead of focusing on Latin conjugations, creating intricate drawings of hands, faces, and the way light fell across a windowsill. Michel couldn't help himself, but his teachers weren't amused. For him, creating art was more than just a hobby. It was a way of life. At the age of 13, Michel joined Domenico Ghirlandaio, one of Florence's most prosperous painters, as an apprentice, defying his father's wishes and likely amid some heated family disputes. You can appreciate Lodovico's horror if you can picture your adolescent today declaring they're dropping out to pursue a career as a street artist. However, as is often the case with future geniuses, Michel was obstinate. The Ghirlandaio workshop resembled an art factory from the Renaissance. Apprentices prepared canvases, ground pigments, and picked up skills by imitating the master's methods. For Michel, painting was a bit confining, but most boys were excited to eventually paint a small portion of a larger piece. because of the three-dimensional challenge of bringing life from inanimate stone, he continued to gravitate towards sculpture. His story takes an intriguing turn at this point. In his gardens, Lorenzo de' Medici, also known as Lorenzo the Magnificent, had established a sort of art academy. Young artists could study classical sculpture and receive instruction from the best at this experimental school. Michel was invited to join after Lorenzo's scouts saw his work. The boy who had been gathering pebbles was now touching marble that had been carved before the birth of Christ and strolling through gardens brimming with statues from ancient Rome. It was like winning the Renaissance lottery to live in the Medici household. Ideas crackled in the air like logs on a fire, poets recited new verses, and philosophers debated at the tables where you ate. Even though Michel was only 15 and still developing his lanky frame, he was taking in everything: the art, the conversations, and the realization that people could make beautiful things that would last. He once carved a sleeping Cupid that was so realistic and expertly done that someone proposed artificially aging it and marketing it as an antique Roman item. The strategy was successful, until the buyer realized the fraud. The collector, however, was impressed rather than incensed. Who was this young person capable of deceiving professionals? At that moment, Michel became aware of a significant aspect of himself. He was not merely talented, but exceptionally so. This type of talent only occurs perhaps once every generation. Like learning you can fly but not being sure you want to take off, it was both exhilarating and terrifying. As you go to sleep tonight, visualize that young man standing among marble statues in those Medici gardens, his hands already smeared with stone dust, his mind racing with ideas he had not yet been able to grasp. When Michel was 21 years old and packing his few possessions for Rome in 1496, he felt as though the world was waiting for him. His school had been Florence, but Rome, Rome was the birthplace of legends and the making of reputations. Imagine him travelling toward the city that had ruled the world on that dusty road, most likely on a borrowed horse, with his sketchbook securely tucked away in his saddlebag. In the late 1400s, Rome resembled a huge archaeological site where people continued to live and work. There were pieces of the ancient empire everywhere you looked. Walls constructed from stones that had seen Caesar's victories, marble statues without arms but still exuding strength, and broken columns supporting tavern roofs. It was like entering paradise for an artist who was enamoured with classical beauty. A French cardinal who wanted something unique for his tomb gave Michel his first significant commission. The young sculptor proposed a Pietà, Mary holding the dead Christ, and spent months sketching, studying anatomy, and preparing for what would become his masterpiece. The problem with marble, however, is that it is not forgiving of errors. A bad cut cannot be repaired or erased. Each chisel stroke is a tiny act of faith. He spent whole days in the workshop working on the Pietà like a man possessed, coming out with marble dust under his fingernails and in his hair. The tenderness of the sculpture he made was revolutionary. Michel carved Mary and Christ as though they were actual people, caught in a moment of great sorrow and grace, in contrast to the conventional medieval style that made figures appear rigid and symbolic. However, something annoying occurred when the piece was revealed. After admiring it, visitors would inquire, "Who carved this?" and shake their heads incredulously when informed that it was a young man from Florence. One night, Michel did something he would never do again in his career. He sneaked back and carved his name directly on Mary's sash, saying, "Michelangelo Buonarroti, Florentine, made this." Like a Renaissance graffiti artist claiming credit, it's funny to imagine this future universe master sneaking around St. Peter's Basilica in the dark with his chisel. However, it was successful. Everyone in Rome was suddenly aware of Michelangelo's identity after the Pietà established his reputation. He also produced his well-known sculpture of the Roman wine god, Bacchus, around this period. Now, the majority of artists depicted Bacchus as a godlike and dignified figure, but Michel had a different vision. His Bacchus has the soft body of someone who has had too much good living, and he appears to be a little inebriated, swaying a little. It was witty and clever, demonstrating that Michel was aware of human nature, even when he was portraying gods. The achievement presented new difficulties. Rich customers started vying for his attention by paying progressively higher prices for his sculptures. Michel, however, was picky about his commissions. He desired projects that would challenge his abilities and allow him to test the limits of what marble could accomplish. not just financial gain. Representatives from Florence showed up one day with an interesting proposal. A huge block of marble that had been there for decades was in the city. After a few attempts, earlier sculptors had abandoned it, claiming it was defective and useless. The Florentines pondered whether Michel would want to look. The block would have to be moved back to Florence because it was so big, 17 feet high. Like a physician examining a patient, Michel studied the marble. He walked around it, felt its surface with his hands, and examined the cuts and grain. He saw potential where other sculptors saw problems. He could already picture the figure imprisoned inside, awaiting release, in his imagination. This commission would become David. It wasn't just any commission. Months passed during the negotiations. Michel desired a suitable workspace, sufficient compensation, and total creative control. The city officials agreed to everything, possibly believing that someone would solve their marble problem. They were unaware that they were commissioning the world's most well-known sculpture. Michel took a final stroll through the historic streets of Rome as he got ready to head back to Florence. He was departing as a master, having arrived as a budding young artist. He had learned from the Eternal City that beauty could endure centuries of conflict and turmoil, that art could transcend empires, and that a talented hand could transform stone into a language that would endure forever. As you drift off to sleep tonight, picture Michel, already seeing David's face in his dreams, loading that massive block of marble onto a cart. Those times when everything in your life falls into place, when all of your knowledge and abilities come together to work on the ideal project at the ideal moment, have a certain allure. That moment for Michel, who is now 26 and back in Florence, was when he first saw the enormous block of marble that would eventually become David. The marble had a fascinating backstory. Decades before, it had been taken from Carrara and used to make a sculpture of David for Florence Cathedral. 2 previous sculptors had attempted it. Agostino di Duccio had started carving but abandoned it, and Antonio Rossellino had been commissioned to continue but also gave up. By 1501, the block, which the locals called the Giant, had devolved into a public disgrace, akin to a costly piece of exercise equipment collecting dust in a corner. In order to safeguard his work and his privacy, Michel constructed a wooden shelter around the marble in the cathedral courtyard, where he set up his workshop. This was his world for the next 3 years. He would get there before the sun came up and work until it went out, frequently skipping meals. City officials defended their investment despite complaints from the neighbours about the continuous tapping of a chisel on stone. They had a sneaking suspicion that something extraordinary was taking place behind those wooden walls. Reimagining a well-known tale was more important to David's creation than technical proficiency. Earlier artists had depicted David standing over Goliath's severed head following his victory. Michel, however, saw things differently. His David is shown just before the fight, his muscles tensed, his gaze fixed on the approaching giant, a young man mustering the will to fight an impossible battle. David represented everyone who had ever had to overcome insurmountable odds, which in plague-stricken, war-torn Renaissance Italy meant almost everyone. The physical difficulties were tremendous. The marble weighed more than 6 tons and stood 17 feet tall. Michel had to climb ladders and scaffolding, constantly changing his perspective in order to check his proportions. He devised a method for creating tiny wax models and then enlarging them, applying mathematical ratios to translate his concepts onto the enormous stone. There were disadvantages to working alone. On some days, when a certain muscle wouldn't look right, or the marble showed an unexpected flaw, doubt would creep in like morning fog. At times, Michel would dedicate whole days to carving and recarving a single finger, until it reached the level of perfection he had imagined. His hands were permanently discoloured, his back hurt from looking up all the time, and he became known for being antisocial, though this was partially due to the fact that he simply had no time for socialising. It was a slow breakthrough. Months went by, and David's shape appeared on the stone like a sunrise cresting hills. The fundamental form came first, followed by the definition of the muscles and features, and lastly the amazing detail that gave the appearance of living flesh to marble. Michel focused particularly on David's eyes, which still appear to track movement, and his hands, which were large to highlight his humanity and resolve. By 1504, word had gotten out that something extraordinary was taking place in that workshop in Florence. The response was swift and overwhelming when David was finally unveiled by officials. Crowds of citizens gathered merely to gaze. To learn the technique, artists travelled from all over Italy. Even people who knew nothing about art could sense they were seeing something that would outlive them all. But then came a delightful problem. Where to put a 17-foot naked man? David was supposed to be positioned high on the cathedral, but the sculpture was too magnificent to be concealed on a rooftop. The placement was discussed by a commission of citizens and artists, including Leonardo da Vinci, who had his own views. As a representation of the power of the Republic, some wanted David to stand in front of the Palazzo Vecchio. Others favoured a more secure area. The topic of politics came up. Like David and Goliath, Florence was a republic encircled by hostile territories. The sculpture came to represent democratic principles opposing oppression. When David was eventually erected in front of the Palazzo Vecchio, it was both an artistic and a political statement. The installation was a feat of engineering. Using an intricate system of ropes and wooden rollers, 40 men moved David the half-mile from the workshop to the piazza over the course of 4 days. The procession turned into an unplanned celebration of civic pride as people gathered in the streets to watch. Michel, who is now 29, had given Florence an icon in addition to a sculpture. In addition to his artistic accomplishments, David embodied the Renaissance belief that anyone could achieve anything with talent, bravery, and willpower. As you fall asleep, imagine the moment when the scaffolding was finally taken down and David was standing there in all his splendour, prepared to take on any giants the world might send. Something happens that completely upends everything you believe to be true about yourself, just when you think life has settled into a comfortable pattern. Pope Julius II, who combined the artistic aspirations of Lorenzo de' Medici, the temperament of a Renaissance warlord, and the spiritual authority of the papacy, was the source of that disruption for Michel. In order to design and sculpt a massive tomb that would rival the monuments of the ancient emperors, Julius had called Michel to Rome. With dozens of figures adorning the 3-story marble masterpiece, Michel spent months making models and drawings. His sculpture legacy would be the work of a lifetime. Then Julius had second thoughts. Imagine Michel's annoyance. Your guests decide they would rather have pizza after you've prepared the perfect dinner party, purchased all the necessary supplies, and begun cooking. The Pope was the guest in this instance, though, and you couldn't exactly dispute papal authority. Julius came up with a novel idea. He wanted Michel to paint the Sistine Chapel's ceiling. Michel objected, "But I'm a sculptor." And he was correct. He had little experience painting, and he'd never tried anything as large as Julius had in mind. 68 feet above the ground, the Sistine Chapel's ceiling covered more than 5,000 square feet of curved surface. Lying on your back would be like painting the interior of a cathedral. Michel's worries didn't interest Julius. Discussions were short and obedience was expected when the Pope made a request. According to some historians, Bramante, the Pope's architect, suggested Michel for the project despite the fact that it was all but impossible, possibly in the hopes that the sculptor would falter and withdraw from the race for Julius's favour. If that's the case, they misjudged Michel's stubbornness. In 1508, Michel was 33 years old and looking up at a ceiling that seemed to go on forever, trying to figure out how to turn plain plaster into the most amazing painted surface in Christian art. He would have to come up with ways to paint above without getting blinded by paint dripping in his eyes, design scaffolding that wouldn't collapse, and somehow come up with a cohesive composition that made sense from 68 feet below. The topic was just as intimidating. Julius wanted prophets, sibyls, and hundreds of other characters to surround scenes from Genesis, such as the creation of the world, Adam and Eve, and Noah's flood. It was more than just a painting. It was a comprehensive theological program that had to function as both separate scenes and a cohesive whole. Reasoning that he would begin the story chronologically, Michel started with the flood scene. However, it was extremely challenging to work overhead while lying on scaffolding. His neck ached from the awkward position, paint dripped continuously, and the figures he thought were flawless up close looked warped down from floor level. He struggled for weeks before scraping everything off and starting over. This time, working backward through Genesis, he started with God distinguishing between light and darkness. He created clever methods, such as thickening his paint mixtures to minimize dripping, making cartoon templates to project designs onto the ceiling, and modifying proportions to take the viewing angle into consideration. Most significantly, he discovered that the ceiling was an architectural space that could give the impression of depth and movement rather than a flat surface. The work took up all of his time. During his 4 years as a painter, he frequently worked by himself in the chapel after dark, using only candles for illumination. Every brushstroke of those magnificent figures was created by his hand, but his assistants prepared the paints and cartoons. His own lamentable poem about becoming a hunchback from looking up all the time describes the chronic neck and back pain he developed that would follow him for the rest of his life. Psychological pressure matched the physical toll. Julius would show up out of the blue, scaling the scaffolding to check on progress and give unsolicited advice. The Pope was impatient, constantly asking when the work would be finished. Michel almost got hit with Julius's walking stick for his well-known reply, "When it's finished." But over time, magic occurred. Figures of amazing beauty and strength started to emerge from the ceiling. His god wasn't the distant, symbolic deity of medieval art, but a dynamic creator sweeping through space with cosmic energy. The most well-known gesture in art history is Adam's awakening touch. The flat ceiling became a vision of heaven as the prophets and sibyls appeared to occupy actual architectural spaces. The way all of these components came together was the most amazing accomplishment. Visitors could follow the creation story while being awed by the individual figures' exquisite beauty as they read the ceiling from the chapel floor, which resembled a huge illuminated manuscript. Tonight, as you close your eyes, picture Michel standing atop that scaffolding, exhausted and covered in paint, producing pictures that will awe future generations. Every great endeavour has a turning point when you take stock and discover that you've produced something that even you were surprised by. When the scaffolding was eventually taken down in October 1512, Michelangelo was able to see the finished Sistine Chapel ceiling for the first time from the ground floor, just like any other visitor who might happen to wander in from the Roman streets. The unveiling was a combination of religious ceremony, political theatre, and art exhibition, as one might anticipate from a papal event in Renaissance Rome. In their finest robes, cardinals and diplomats assembled, artists travelled from all over Italy to observe what everyone knew would be unprecedented, and inquisitive Romans flocked outside to catch a glimpse of what their city's master had achieved. There was an instantaneous and profound silence as those heavy wooden doors opened and the crowd filed in. When something is so exquisite that it leaves people speechless, do you know what I mean? That's precisely what took place. Standing with their necks craned back and their mouths open, grown men who had lived their entire lives surrounded by art attempted to take in what they were witnessing. The ceiling had been turned into a window to heaven, not just painted. Michel had created an architectural illusion so convincing that visitors felt they were looking up through actual stone frameworks at real figures inhabiting celestial space. Each scene, God sweeping the cosmos, Adam waking up, Eve emerging from Adam's side, was flawless on its own, but they all came together like the movements of a symphony. Of course, Pope Julius was victorious. He had commissioned the piece for political as well as artistic reasons, demonstrating to the world that Papal Rome was capable of creating wonders on par with those of classical antiquity. However, Julius appeared astonished by the accomplishments of his erratic sculptor. Undoubtedly, the ceiling was propaganda, but it was propaganda of such sublime beauty that it took on a much higher significance. As usual, Michel was already planning his next endeavour. He was still essentially a sculptor, even though the 4 years of painting had been an unusual diversion. He desired to go back to the marble statues that had been patiently waiting in Julius's workshop to his tomb. But like popes, Julius had other ideas. The relationship between Michel and Julius was fascinating to observe. Both of them had strong wills, were ardent art lovers, and were completely confident in their own abilities. Their arguments were legendary. At one point, Michel actually left Rome and had to be brought back by papal apologies. However, they were able to understand one another in the way that challenging people occasionally do. Despite his complaints, Michel flourished under the pressure of impossible commissions, and Julius saw genius where he saw it. Michel likely believed that he would finally be able to work on his own projects after Julius's death in 1513. Michel had been raised in the Medici family, so it should have been good news that he was now dealing with the new Pope Leo X, who was a Medici. But Leo had his own artistic vision and his own favourite artists, including Raphael, who was painting the papal apartments while Michel was working overhead in the Sistine Chapel. The rivalry with Raphael gives Michel's story a humorous side plot. Charming, tactful, at ease around customers, and capable of running sizable workshops, Raphael was everything Michel wasn't. Raphael was hosting elegant dinner parties and graciously accepting commission after commission, while Michel was up on scaffolding covered in paint, complaining about papal meddling. Nonetheless, the two artists valued one another's creations. Although he would never publicly acknowledge it, Michel valued Raphael's compositional abilities and technical innovations, and Raphael used elements he had learned from studying Michel's ceiling in his own paintings. It was the kind of high-level professional rivalry that motivates both sides to achieve more. Leo X wanted Michelangelo to be involved in the facade design of St. Peter's Basilica, because he had big plans for it. One of the most frustrating periods in Michel's career resulted from this: years of building architectural models and drawings, visiting marble quarries, and setting up workshops, only to have the project shelved when papal funds ran out. Michel had made promises, signed contracts, and hired staff, and all of that vanished overnight due to politics at the Vatican. Michel learned a valuable lesson about the risky nature of artistic patronage from these papal letdowns. Money vanished, priorities shifted, and popes passed away. He needed to choose projects more carefully and guard against the whims of influential patrons if he hoped to produce work that would last. But his reputation was set in stone by the Sistine ceiling. People travelled from all over Europe to witness it. It was the subject of intense study by other artists who sought to comprehend his methods. Poets started writing about it. Michel had accomplished something that goes beyond typical artistic achievement. He had produced art that people would travel great distances to view. As sleep draws near tonight, imagine those first viewers in the Sistine Chapel, their faces lit by candlelight, looking up in awe at pictures that seem to make Genesis come to life. Mastery in one area frequently leads to unexpected opportunities in other areas, a lesson that life has a way of imparting to us. Michel experienced this lesson dramatically in his later years. New challenges that would push him well beyond his comfort zone and uncover talents he was unaware he possessed came as he approached his 50s, old age by Renaissance standards. When Pope Clement VII asked him to design a library, it was the first surprise. The Laurentian Library in Florence, a groundbreaking facility that would house the Medici family's priceless manuscript collection, was not just any library. Similar to his approach to sculpture, Michel viewed architecture as an expression of the fundamental character of a building rather than as ornamentation. His design was audacious. With its rows of wooden reading desks and well-proportioned windows that let in soft light, the reading room resembled the serene hull of a ship. However, his true genius was displayed in the vestibule at the entrance. With steps that curved and divided in ways that gave the impression that stone was liquid, he constructed a staircase that appeared to flow like frozen lava. Even now, visitors still stop on those stairs, feeling as though they are viewing architecture as sculpture. It was both happy and sad to work in Florence once more. The city of his youth had changed. Political upheavals had scattered old friends, and the optimistic humanism of his early years had been tempered by war, plague, and religious reformation. Michel's interest in poetry grew, and he began penning verses that showed a more reflective side of himself. His poems weren't masterpieces, but they were deeply personal, exploring themes of aging, faith, and the meaning of artistic creation. Vittoria Colonna, a remarkable woman who was a poet, religious reformer, and intellectual force in her own right, became one of his most significant friends during this time. Their deep, spiritual bond, founded on a mutual interest in poetry, art, and religious issues, was unique for its time. Few people ever faced the intellectual challenges that Michel faced from Vittoria, and their correspondence shows a gentle, thoughtful side of the great artist. When Vittoria died in 1547, Michel was devastated. At 72, when most men of his age had long since passed away, he was grieving the loss of a person who had recognised his art and his inner turmoil. He was questioning everything at the time of her death, including his faith, his artistic legacy, and the significance of his worldly success, which had brought him fame but not necessarily peace. Pope Paul III asked him to paint a scene of the Last Judgment on the Sistine Chapel's altar wall during this depressing time. Michel was hesitant because the chapel already held his best painting. He was a sculptor first and foremost, and the subject matter required him to confront uncomfortable, personal themes of death and divine justice. However, his most emotionally impactful painting turned out to be The Last Judgment. The hopeful humanism of the ceiling had vanished, to be replaced by a more somber picture of humanity being held ultimately responsible. His Christ figure is a strong judge whose gesture separates the saved from the damned, not the kind redeemer of traditional art. With figures rising toward salvation, or falling toward damnation, in a cosmic drama that filled the entire wall, the composition whirls with movement and emotion. The painting immediately sparked controversy. His figures, according to some critics, were too intense, too muscular, and too nude for a place of worship. Michel's strong humanistic vision was becoming outdated as the Counter-Reformation got underway, and new restrictions were placed on religious art. He became known as the underwear painter, because later artists would actually paint draperies over some of his figures. The criticism didn't matter to Michel. He painted not for the acclaim of the day, but for God and future generations. His mature view of human nature was embodied in the Last Judgment. He was profoundly aware of both human potential and human frailty, without being cynically pessimistic or naively optimistic. Having been named chief architect in 1547, he was also supervising the building of the new saint, Peter's Basilica, creating a structure that would represent Christianity while resolving massive engineering and design issues was possibly his biggest architectural challenge. His solution, a huge dome that would dominate the Roman skyline and serve as an inspiration for cathedral builders for centuries, was characteristically audacious. His last years were spent working on St. Peter's. He approached the project with the commitment of someone who knew it would be his last masterpiece and refused payment, believing it to be a service to God. By fusing traditional proportions with cutting-edge engineering, the dome's design produced a building that was both technically outstanding and spiritually uplifting. As you drift off to sleep, picture Michel in his 70s, still scaling scaffolding, pushing the envelope, and finding new ways to use paint and stone to further his endless creative vision. Seeing a great artist face their own mortality while continuing to create with unwavering passion is incredibly moving. This is precisely the story that Michel's last decades tell. A man in his 70s and 80s who never slowed down, who continued to push boundaries despite his body reminding him every day that he was, after all, human. Michel was 75 years old by 1550, which is nearly unthinkable for a person born in the 15th century. His peers were mostly long dead. Raphael had passed away in 1520, and Leonardo in 1519. In addition to his artistic competitors, Michel had outlived entire generations of admirers, critics, and patrons. Nevertheless, he kept up his work on St. Peter's Basilica with the vigour of a man half his age. His last obsession, and what an obsession it was the dome of St. Peter's. Not only was he designing a roof, but he was also building what would become Rome's most iconic silhouette. A building so precisely proportioned that it appears to hover over the Vatican like a visible prayer. How to support that much weight at that height, while designing an interior space that inspires rather than intimidates, was a huge engineering challenge. As usual, Michel came up with a creative solution. He created a double-shell dome, with an outer dome that would form the external profile, and an inner dome that guests would see from inside the basilica. This enabled him to maximise the architectural impact on the outside, as well as the spiritual experience within. Despite the dome's 452-foot elevation, it feels cosy and protective from within rather than intimidating. Delegating more than Michel had ever felt comfortable with was necessary to work on such a large project in his last years. He had to entrust assistants with details that he would have insisted on carving himself earlier in his career. For someone who had always felt that only his own hand could accomplish the perfection he desired, this was both challenging and freeing. While others took care of the execution, he could concentrate on the big picture. During these years, his poetry increased in frequency and intimacy. For him, writing verses was similar to sketching. It allowed him to process thoughts and feelings without the physical strain of painting or carving. His poems show a man struggling with issues that success was unable to resolve, such as what happens to people when they die. Given eternity, what purpose do accomplishments on earth serve? How does an artist get ready to abandon incomplete pieces? One of his most poignant final poems questions his art directly, asking whether all of his painted scenes and marble figures were merely a diversion from deeper spiritual issues, or if they were actually prayers. This was no pretense. Michel truly questioned whether his life's work had made him more or less like God. Ironically, some were acknowledging his work as possibly the greatest artistic accomplishment in human history, while Michel was doubting its spiritual worth. People travelled from all over Europe to view his artwork. His methods were assiduously studied by young artists. While he was still alive, authors started writing biographies, treating him as a living legend. This attention was both rewarding and taxing for Michel. Always a recluse who felt more at ease with marble than with people, he was suddenly expected to play the part of a Renaissance master for a never-ending parade of admirers. He became known for being rough with guests, but those who knew him well saw this as shyness rather than conceit. 3 weeks before his 89th birthday on February 18th, 1564, Michel passed away quietly at home in Rome. Even though he had been feeling ill for a few days, he had nearly finished the architectural drawings for St. Peter's. Witnesses claim that his final remarks discussed finishing the dome. Even as he was dying, he was contemplating unfinished business. He had completely changed Renaissance culture, as evidenced by the immediate reaction to his death. As a church prince, Pope Pius IV wanted him to be buried in St. Peter's. His body was ordered to be returned to his birthplace by the city of Florence. In Rome, artists started organising ornate funeral rituals. An era came to an end with Michel's passing. He was no longer just an artist, but a cultural force. His impact goes well beyond art history. You can see Michel's legacy every time you see a government building with a classical dome. He helped create the concepts that are echoed whenever someone discusses the divine spark of creativity. Artists are always imitating him when they refuse to sacrifice their vision for financial gain. As you fall asleep, visualize Michel's dome rising over Rome in the evening light, a monument to one man's conviction that people are capable of producing art that endures for centuries, monuments that bridge the gap between earthly craft and eternal aspiration, and beauty that surpasses empires. Dream sweet dreams. You know how it feels to feel so tiny while you're lying on your back in the grass and gazing up at the stars? Congratulations! You're experiencing exactly the same thing that, most likely some 40,000 years ago, ignited human astronomy. Imagine that as an early human, your main worries are avoiding being eaten by an animal with larger teeth than you, and determining where you will get your next meal. However, as night falls, there it is, this breathtaking light display above your head, totally free of cost and without the need for a subscription service. You might initially assume that these prehistoric people were too preoccupied with survival to be interested in celestial mechanics. The interesting part, though, is that they were compelled to become the first astronomers in history. You see, the sky becomes your ultimate scheduling tool when you don't have a calendar to remind you when it's time to plant crops, or a smartphone to alert you when spring is approaching. The stars weren't haphazardly strewn up there like glitter on a black tablecloth, as those early stargazers noticed. Like a cosmic clock that never needed to be wound, they moved in predictable patterns. Eventually, the same stars that had emerged over the eastern horizon would march across the sky and vanish in the west, only to reappear the following night with a slight shift. Then came the sun, which was as dependable as a Swiss watch, rising in the east and setting in the west each and every day. Aside from... hold on a second. It appeared to travel a much slower, lower route across the sky in the winter, hardly bothering to reach very high before deciding to call it a day. It jumped high overhead and stayed out until what felt like bedtime in the summer, practically bouncing out of bed. This was survival information, not just idle curiosity. You knew it was time to start searching for certain plants that would soon be ripening when that specific cluster of stars appeared shortly before dawn. You could tell winter was easing when the sun began to shine for longer periods of time each day. Even more fascinating was the moon. The moon appeared to have a personality disorder, in contrast to the sun, which essentially followed a predictable routine. At times, it was a perfect circle that was visible to hunters. At times, it resembled a cosmic smile, a thin crescent. At times, it vanished completely, leaving the night as dark as a cave's interior. The moon, however, had a rhythm despite its seeming moodiness. Humanity's first calendar system was based on the dependable pattern of roughly 29.5 days between full moons. When you could simply look up and see what phase the moon was in, you didn't need to count days. These early astronomers, let's call them that, because even without fancy degrees or telescopes they were unquestionably astronomers, started to notice something else. Night after night, year after year, the majority of stars remained in the same relative positions. That group continued to appear like a Big Dipper. It appears that ancient people had very active imaginations when it came to connecting dots, because that row of stars that someone thought looked like a belt remained a belt. The troublemakers, however, were a few luminous objects that roved the sky as if they were unsure of their destination. Later the Greeks would refer to them as planets, which means wanderers, and that is what we still call them today. 5 of these roving stars, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter and Saturn, were visible to ancient observers even in the absence of telescopes. Venus was especially perplexing because it seemed to be 2 distinct stars, one that emerged shortly before sunrise and another shortly after sunset. It took a long time for someone to realise that it was the sun playing peekaboo with the same object. These observations weren't merely remembered as fascinating anecdotes as the generations went by. They were assimilated into everyday life and became fundamental knowledge. Seasons were approaching when certain stars rose at particular times. The amount of light available for nighttime activities was determined by the moon's position. Weather patterns were predicted by the path of the sun. Priests or shamans, who were the community's official timekeepers and weather forecasters, were frequently entrusted with this knowledge because it was so valuable that it became sacred. Not only was it helpful, but it was almost magical to be able to predict with precision when spring or the rains would arrive. It is understandable why early astronomers frequently occupied highly esteemed and influential roles in their communities. What's truly amazing, though, is that all of this highly advanced pattern recognition and observation was taking place thousands of years before anyone even had a magnifying glass to improve their vision. All that these ancient astronomers had to work with were their unaided eyes, their intellects, and an almost unnatural patience for observing the sky year after year and night after night. They were unable to see the craters on our own moon, the moons of Jupiter, or the rings of Saturn. They didn't know that those 5 stray stars were worlds in and of themselves, or that the Milky Way was composed of billions of individual stars. However, they could tell you the precise time of the next full moon, the sun's zenith, or which stars would be visible on any given night of the year. Compared to many of us today, these early observers had a deeper understanding of the sky. How recently have you observed the Big Dipper's gradual nighttime rotation around the North Star? Or that, if you know exactly where to look, Venus can occasionally be seen during the day. The sky was a constant companion to these ancient astronomers, who read it as we do the news. The longest-running scientific endeavour in human history had suddenly started. For tens of thousands of years it would go on uninterrupted, evolving from one generation to the next and becoming more accurate and sophisticated with every century that went by, all because someone somewhere thought that perhaps the lovely lights in the sky were trying to convey something significant. We must now briefly discuss the ancient Egyptians if we are to discuss people who took astronomy seriously. These people centred their entire civilization on the stars, not just observing them. And by built, I mean literally, as they positioned their monuments with the accuracy of a fine watchmaker in relation to celestial objects. Most likely you've heard of the Great Pyramid of Giza, that enormous stone construction that still baffles engineers today and leaves them wondering how in the world it was built. What you might not know, though, is that it is oriented so closely to true north that the difference is less than 1/15 of a degree. That's more accurate than a lot of contemporary buildings, to put that in perspective. Without GPS, laser levels, or any of the other tools we now consider necessary, how did they accomplish this? Naturally, they made use of the stars. They specifically employed a method based on the North Pole's circumference, which stars follow. They were able to determine true north with remarkable accuracy by observing a star at its eastern and western extremes during the night, and then calculating the midpoint between those positions. However, the Egyptians weren't merely showcasing their prowess in building pyramids. They were obsessed with astronomy for pragmatic reasons. The Nile River's yearly flooding, which spread rich, fertile silt over the farmlands, was essential to Egypt's entire agricultural system. You risk starvation if you miss the timing of this flood. If you do it correctly, you will have a lot of crops. The issue was that, unlike many other cultures, the flooding of the Nile did not occur according to the lunar calendar. Rather, it tracked what is now known as the solar year, which is the amount of time it takes for Earth to complete one orbit around the Sun. As a result, the Egyptians had to monitor the Sun's position far more precisely than their neighbours. Every year, they observed that a specific star would emerge on the eastern horizon just before dawn, right before the Nile started to flood. Their cosmic alarm clock was this star, which we call Sirius and they call Sopdet. After being invisible for weeks, Sirius appeared in the pre-dawn sky, signalling that the flood would arrive in a few days. They created one of the most precise calendars in antiquity based on this observation, creating a 365-day year that was only off by roughly a quarter of a day. Not bad for those with boundless patience and stone tools. We also have some of the oldest written records of astronomical observations from the Egyptians. They made maps of the stars, monitored the motion of planets, and devised complex techniques for determining the time at night. As each deacon rose above the horizon during the night, it marked the passage of time like a celestial clock. They separated the night sky into 36 sections, each of which was linked to a group of stars known as a deacon. As the official astronomers, their priests developed extraordinary skills in forecasting heavenly occurrences. They could predict precisely when the sun would rise to particular positions in the sky, when the next new moon would occur, and when specific stars would rise. The pharaoh's divine authority, agricultural planning, and religious ceremonies all depended on this knowledge, which was not merely academic. Speaking of pharaohs, the Egyptians considered their rulers to be actual gods with direct ties to the heavens. Their entire approach to astronomy was influenced by this belief. The sun god Ra was frequently equated with the pharaoh's divine nature, and in order to preserve cosmic order, significant rituals had to be timed to coincide with astronomical occurrences. The idea that the solar year differs from the lunar year, which is employed by many other cultures, was also created by the Egyptians. A solar year, which is determined by the sun's apparent position in relation to the background stars, has roughly 365 and a quarter days, whereas a lunar year, which is determined by the moon's phases, has roughly 354 days. Even though this might not seem like much, it adds up over time. Seasons in a society with a lunar calendar alone would progressively become out of sync with the calendar. The Egyptians resolved this issue by concentrating solely on the sun and stars and essentially disregarding the moon for calendar purposes. This was a groundbreaking method that would eventually inform our current calendar system and have an impact on Greek and Roman calendars. However, Egyptian astronomy's record-keeping was arguably its most remarkable feature. They tracked long-term celestial cycles by keeping meticulous records of their observations over centuries. They discovered that Sirius's rising gradually changed in relation to their calendar, completing a full cycle every 1,460 years, rather than simply rising at the same time every year. They came up with the idea of the Sothic cycle, which was named after Sothis, another name for Sirius, as a result of this observation. It's almost unbelievable how accurate their observations are. Year after year, the heliacal rising of Sirius, the planet's first appearance before dawn after a period of invisibility, could be predicted by Egyptian astronomers to within a day or two. They were able to observe that Venus has both morning star and evening star phases, and that Mars has a longer cycle than the other planets that are visible. They even created tools to aid in their observations. They were able to align structures with astronomical accuracy thanks to the Merket, which was basically a sighting tool made from a palm leaf rib. It served as an antiquated surveying tool that could accurately determine angles and directions when used in conjunction with a plumb line. Papyri that explain the motions of celestial bodies and their relevance to earthly events are among the earliest known astronomical writings produced by the Egyptians. These records demonstrate a highly developed knowledge of astronomical cycles and how they relate to pragmatic issues like farming and religious holidays. The way they combine their understanding of astronomy with their religious and philosophical beliefs is especially intriguing. The sky was more than just a group of far-off lights to the Egyptians. It was a blueprint for preserving harmony between heaven and earth, a map of the afterlife, and a roadmap for the pharaoh's journey to join the gods. A mythological framework for comprehending the daily cycle of sunrise and sunset was provided by their goddess Nut, who was said to swallow the sun every evening and give birth to it every morning. Sirius was connected to Isis, his divine consort, and Cyrus, the god of the afterlife, to the constellation we now call Orion. These were not merely tales. They were sophisticated attempts to use the conceptual tools at their disposal to make sense of the universe. For millennia to come, civilizations would be influenced by the Egyptian approach to astronomy. They established a model that other cultures would follow and expand upon through their strategies for monitoring astronomical cycles, their methods for exact alignment, and their fusion of astronomical knowledge with real-world applications. That's not bad for a civilization that thrived more than 4,000 years ago, with only their eyes, their minds, and the unwavering conviction that the secrets of the sky were the keys to knowing everything that mattered. The Babylonians were the masters of mathematics, if the Egyptians were the painstaking record keepers of the ancient astronomical world. You know what this needs? Numbers. Lots and lots of numbers, these people thought, after taking a quick look at all those celestial observations. The Babylonians, who inhabited what is now Iraq in Mesopotamia, faced a difficult dilemma. The Babylonians had to contend with the much less dependable Tigris and Euphrates rivers than the Egyptians, who could count on the Nile's consistent flooding. Their ability to comprehend intricate patterns of rainfall, river levels, and seasonal variations, which varied considerably more drastically from year to year, was essential to their agricultural success. They developed an obsession with looking for patterns in everything, particularly the sky, as a result of this uncertainty. Perhaps they could make more accurate predictions about events on Earth if they could only figure out the laws governing celestial movements. As a result, they created what is now regarded as the first authentic mathematical astronomy. The 360-degree circle, which is so essential to mathematics and navigation that we still use it today, was invented by the Babylonians. Because 360 is divisible by so many numbers, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 12, 15, 18, 20, 24, 30, 36, 40, 45, 60, 72, 90, 120, and 180. They decided to use it. In a world without computers or calculators, this greatly simplified calculations. In addition, they created the sexagesimal, base 60 system for measuring time and angles, which divides an hour into 60 minutes and a minute into 60 seconds. Why 60? It is extremely helpful for breaking things down into smaller, more manageable parts because, like 360, it has many factors. Here is where the Babylonians truly excelled, however, as they discovered that the planet's ostensibly chaotic movements actually followed mathematical patterns. They found that mathematical formulas could be used to describe the motion of a planet if its position was closely monitored over a period of years. The notion that the heavens functioned in accordance with mathematical laws that people could learn and comprehend was revolutionary. Consider Mars. For centuries, astronomers had been baffled by this planet's seemingly unpredictable behaviour. Like the Sun and Moon, Mars would typically travel steadily from west to east against the background stars. However, it would occasionally slow down, pause, go in the opposite direction for a few weeks, pause once more and then start moving east. This was referred to by the Greeks as retrograde motion, and it appeared to defy any logical notion of how celestial bodies ought to function. Like the mathematical detectives they were, the Babylonians tackled this problem. They accumulated massive tables of data by meticulously monitoring Mars' position night after night, month after month, and year after year. They eventually found that the retrograde loops on Mars had a regular pattern, repeating every 687 days, which is now known to be the orbital period of the planet. In order to forecast precisely when Mars would start its retrograde motion, how long it would last, and where the planet would be at any given point in the future, they created complex mathematical models. They only concentrated on identifying mathematical patterns that worked, not realizing that Mars' apparent motion was actually caused by Earth passing Mars in its orbit around the Sun. The Babylonians treated every planet that was visible in the same way. For Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, they developed intricate mathematical models that were tailored to take into consideration the unique characteristics and trends of each planet. Surprisingly accurate, these models frequently predicted planetary positions to within a degree or two. They also significantly improved our knowledge of lunar cycles. The Babylonians were able to predict eclipses with remarkable accuracy, after they learned that they follow an 18-year, 11-day cycle known as the Saros. This was not merely academic knowledge. Because eclipses were frequently interpreted as divine omens, Babylonian priests who were able to predict them enjoyed great power and prestige. Given that they operated without telescopes, without access to contemporary mathematical notation, and without any knowledge of the actual solar system structure, it is nearly impossible to comprehend the mathematical sophistication of Babylonian astronomy. They employed iterative algorithms, produced mathematical models that would not be out of place in a contemporary calculus textbook, and developed polynomial functions, Thousands of cuneiform scripted clay tablets that contain their astronomical records have survived to this day. Perusing them is akin to peering into the ancient mathematical astronomer's workshop. You can observe them solving issues, experimenting with various strategies, and progressively improving their models to attain higher accuracy. Babylonian astronomy's long-term outlook was among its most remarkable features. Because they kept meticulous records for centuries, they were able to identify cycles and patterns that observers working over shorter time periods would miss. They observed that some celestial patterns recurred over decades and even centuries, in addition to years. They discovered what are now known as great conjunctions, rare alignments of multiple planets that only happen once every few decades as a result of their long-term approach. They were highly regarded as the most accomplished astronomers and mathematicians of antiquity because they were able to forecast these events centuries in advance. The zodiac was also created by the Babylonians, who divided the sky into 12 30-degree segments, each of which was connected to a constellation along the sun's apparent annual path. This was mainly a coordinate system that enabled them to precisely and mathematically describe the positions of celestial objects, not just for astrological purposes, though they did use it for that as well. It is difficult to overestimate their impact on later astronomy. Greek astronomers drew extensively on Babylonian observations and mathematical methods when they started formulating their own theories. Babylonian mathematicians were the original creators of many of the mathematical instruments that astronomers used during the Middle Ages and into the Renaissance. It's especially amazing how they were able to create such complex mathematical models while operating under a totally false understanding of the structure of the solar system. They believed that the sun, moon, and planets all orbited the Earth, which they believed to be at the centre of the universe. Their mathematical models were precise enough to make amazing predictions about celestial events in spite of this basic misunderstanding. The Babylonians demonstrated that it is not always necessary to comprehend the fundamental physics of a system in order to mathematically explain its behaviour. Even when your theoretical framework is entirely incorrect, there are situations when careful observation and mathematical analysis can yield valuable results. It began with some very patient astronomers in ancient Mesopotamia, staring at the sky and writing numbers on clay tablets. This lesson would prove useful throughout the history of science. The Greeks, on the other hand, had views on everything, including the sky. If the Egyptians were the practical astronomers, and the Babylonians were the mathematical record keepers, then the Greeks were the ones who gazed up at the night sky and asked themselves, "This is all very nice, but what does it mean?" The Greeks wanted to know why celestial objects moved the way they did, not just where they would be. Despite the fact that many of their conclusions were wildly incorrect, this move from what and when to why signalled the start of what we might identify as modern scientific thinking. One of the first Greek philosophers to take astronomy seriously was Thales of Miletus, who lived circa 600 BCE. A battle between the Lydians and Medes is said to have been ended by Thales' famously prophesied solar eclipse in 585 BCE, when both armies were so frightened by the unexpected darkness that they promptly declared peace. Regardless of its veracity, this tale demonstrates the kind of authority that ancient astronomy could bestow. However, Thales was only the start. It was the Greeks who dared to pose more ambitious questions that truly revolutionized astronomy. Similar to Anaximander, who postulated that the Earth was free to float in space without any assistance, a radical notion that contradicted the conventional wisdom that the Earth must be supported by something, be it a gigantic elephant, a giant turtle, or some other cosmic foundation. Then came Pythagoras, the man behind the well-known theorem, who made an even more significant contribution to astronomy: the notion that the universe functioned in accordance with mathematical principles. Pythagoras and his adherents held that the fundamental building blocks of reality were numbers, and that profound truths about the nature of existence could be discovered by comprehending the mathematical relationships governing celestial movements. Pythagoras and his followers saw that musical harmony was based on basic mathematical ratios, and they theorized that the planets, moving through their celestial paths, must create a kind of cosmic music based on similar mathematical principles. This mathematical approach led to one of the most beautiful errors in the history of astronomy: the idea of the music of the spheres. They thought that because we had been exposed to this celestial music since birth, we were unable to hear it even though it was playing all around us. Though it's a beautiful notion and wholly incorrect, it highlights a significant aspect of Greek thought. They sought to understand and give meaning to celestial phenomena rather than merely describe them. Plato, who wrote his well-known dialogue Timaeus around 380 BCE and offered a thorough theory regarding the universe's creation, marked the pinnacle of this quest for greater meaning. Plato claimed that a divine craftsman known as the demiurge created the universe by arranging chaos into a logical, harmonious whole using mathematical principles. Aristotle, a pupil of Plato, took these concepts and ran with them, developing the universe model that would dominate thought for almost 2 millennia. According to Aristotle, the universe was made up of a number of nested crystalline spheres, each of which carried a celestial object in its orbit around the Earth, which was stationary at the centre of the universe. Many of the observations made by ancient astronomers were explained by this model. Because all of the stars were embedded in the outermost sphere, which rotated once a day, they stayed fixed in relation to one another. Because each planet, moon, and sun had its own sphere, they travelled across the sky at different speeds and took different routes. Aristotle, however, attempted to explain why the universe had to be this way, rather than merely explaining the mechanics of celestial motion. Since the Earth was clearly the heaviest object in the area, and heavy objects gravitate toward the centre, he contended that the Earth must be at the centre. Since circles were the most ideal geometric shape, and the heavens had to be flawless, he insisted that all celestial objects must move in perfect circles. This union of philosophy, mathematics, and observation was distinctly Greek. They sought to comprehend the fundamental ideas that underpin the necessity and inevitability of the celestial movements, not merely to monitor them. Hipparchus, one of the most remarkable Greek astronomers, lived in the 2nd century BCE and produced observations that were so accurate they were unrivaled for more than a millennium. By charting the locations and relative brightnesses of more than 800 stars, Hipparchus produced the first thorough star catalogue. Additionally, he discovered the precession of the equinoxes, which is the gradual oscillation in Earth's rotation that results in a shift in the north celestial pole's position over a roughly 26,000-year cycle. Hipparchus made this discovery after noticing minor but consistent variations in star positions, while comparing his own observations with those of previous astronomers. Hipparchus saw these discrepancies as proof of a gradual long-term shift in Earth's orientation with respect to the stars, which a less attentive observer might have mistakenly ascribed to errors in the older records. It takes extraordinary precision to detect precession. Even over the course of a human lifetime, the shift we're discussing, roughly 1 degree every 72 years, is hardly noticeable. Hipparchus, however, was cautious enough in his own measurements and had access to Babylonian records dating back several centuries to pick up on this remarkably subtle effect. Hipparchus also significantly advanced our knowledge of the moon and sun. He estimated the length of the lunar month to be less than 1 second accurate, and he calculated the length of the year to be within roughly 6 minutes of the right value. He even tried using a solar eclipse to calculate the distance to the moon, but his result was only approximately accurate. Aristarchus of Samos, a Greek astronomer who lived in the 3rd century BCE, was arguably the most ambitious. He made a completely novel suggestion that the sun, not the Earth, was the centre of the universe. In order to explain the apparent motion of celestial objects without requiring the entire universe to revolve around the Earth, Aristarchus proposed that the Earth rotated on its axis once daily and orbited the sun once annually. Other Greek astronomers largely disregarded this extremely audacious notion. Why? Because it appeared to go against both careful observation and common sense. Would we not sense the Earth's rotation? Wouldn't the stars seem to change position as we looked at them from various points in our orbit if the Earth were travelling through space? Considering the observational instruments at the Greeks' disposal, these objections were entirely valid. Since they had no reference point outside the rotating system, they were unable to perceive the effects of Earth's rotation and were unable to detect the extremely subtle parallax shifts that would result from stellar motion. Therefore, the majority of Greek astronomers continued to use increasingly intricate versions of the Earth-centered universe, rather than adopting Aristarchus' heliocentric model. Claudius Ptolemy created the most advanced of these in the 2nd century CE. In order to account for the intricate movements of the planets while maintaining the Earth at the centre of everything, Ptolemy's model employed intricate combinations of circles moving on other circles, referred to as epicycles. For more than a millennium, Ptolemy's system was the accepted astronomical model, because it was mathematically complex and reasonably accurate in predicting the positions of planets. It also required dozens of meticulously adjusted circles to match observations, making it extremely complex. To keep the model functioning, an increasing number of epicycles had to be added as astronomical observations improved over the centuries. Significant progress was also made by the Greeks in determining the Earth's size and the separations between celestial bodies. Eratosthenes determined the circumference of the Earth in 240 BCE by comparing the angles of shadows in two cities on the same day and at the same time. To within a few percent of the right value, his result was accurate. Eratosthenes' approach was elegantly straightforward. He was aware that at noon on the summer solstice, the sun was directly overhead in the city of Syene, present-day Aswan, Egypt, and shone straight down a deep well. He used the shadow cast by a vertical pole to determine the sun's angle in Alexandria, some 500 miles to the north, on the same day and at the same time. He was able to determine the circumference of the Earth by using the geometry of circles and the known distance between the two cities. This accomplishment is especially noteworthy because it called for both mathematical proficiency and the organisational ability to coordinate observations over a great distance. It illustrates the advanced degree of scientific cooperation that Greek researchers were able to accomplish. The Greeks' contribution to astronomy was their method of comprehending the universe, not just their particular discoveries. They were the first society to approach astronomical phenomena methodically using philosophical analysis and mathematical reasoning. They created many of the logical and mathematical instruments that would be crucial for later developments in astronomy, and they established the idea that the universe functions in accordance with logical, discoverable laws. Even though they were incorrect, and they were incorrect about a lot of things, their errors were constructive ones that produced better inquiries and more advanced methods of comprehending the cosmos. In astronomy, the Greeks left behind a whole system of scientific investigation, not just the particular facts they found. For a group of people who believed that the Earth was motionless at the centre of the universe, it's not bad. You might assume that astronomical knowledge would have vanished into the European Dark Ages following the collapse of the Western Roman Empire. However, it's one of those historical oversimplifications that creates a great story, but a bad history. The Islamic world was going through what is now known as the Islamic Golden Age, and astronomy was one of its crown jewels, even though Europe was going through some difficult times. Islamic scholars began to improve, expand, and in many cases, completely transform the astronomical knowledge of the Greeks, Babylonians, and Indians in the 8th century CE. They made some of the most important contributions to pre-telescopic astronomy by combining their religious convictions, pragmatic need, and intellectual curiosity. The religious motivation was especially significant. Muslims were required by Islamic law to face Mecca and pray 5 times a day, so wherever you were in the world, you had to find the right direction. Additionally, you had to be aware of the exact times for prayers, which changed throughout the day and year based on the sun's position. You can see why Islamic culture placed such a high value on astronomical accuracy when you combine this with the requirement to determine the start of lunar months for religious observances. However, the Islamic astronomers did much more than merely resolve pragmatic religious issues. They created observatories, studied and translated ancient texts, created new mathematical methods, and made observations with never-before-seen accuracy. In many respects, they were the first astronomers to pursue a career devoted to studying the heavens. During the late 9th and early 10th centuries, al-Battani was one of the most remarkable early Islamic astronomers. After applying rigorous mathematical analysis to Ptolemy's old observations, al-Battani found that many of his measurements required substantial corrections. He calculated the solar year's length to within 2 minutes and 22 seconds of the right answer, achieving an accuracy that would not be surpassed for several centuries. Al-Battani also observed the sun's apparent movement year-round and found that the sun's perihelion, or closest approach to Earth, was progressively changing. This observation demonstrated that Earth's elliptical orbit rotates slowly, a phenomenon that would not be completely understood until centuries later, when Newton developed his theory of gravitation. However, the institutional approach that Islamic astronomers developed was perhaps even more impressive than individual discoveries. They set up important observatories in places like Baghdad, Damascus, and later Samarkand and Istanbul. They were research institutes where groups of astronomers collaborated on long-term projects, keeping meticulous records and transferring knowledge from one generation to the next. These were more than just buildings with instruments. Founded in the early 9th century, the observatory at Baghdad was especially noteworthy. Here, astronomers worked on improving star catalogues, improving planetary position prediction techniques, and carrying out systematic observations of celestial phenomena. They were able to combine knowledge from all over the world because they had access to libraries that held astronomical texts from Persian, Indian, Chinese, and Greek sources. The development of the Zij, comprehensive astronomical tables that could be used to forecast the positions of the Sun, Moon, and planets at any given time, was one of the most ambitious endeavours carried out by Islamic astronomers. These tables, which frequently reflected decades of labour by teams of astronomers, required a great deal of meticulous observation and mathematical computation. The Zij-i Sultani, which Ulugh Beg and his group produced at the Samarkand Observatory in the 15th century, is the most well-known of these. This work was so accurate that, well into the telescopic age, it continued to be the standard reference for astronomical calculations in many parts of the world. Significant progress was also made by Islamic astronomers in the mathematical methods necessary for astronomy. By developing the sine, cosine, and tangent functions, which remain essential to mathematics today, they elevated trigonometry to a highly advanced mathematical tool. Additionally, they made significant contributions to algebra by creating techniques for resolving challenging equations that were necessary for computations in astronomy. Theoretical astronomy, or the creation of alternative models to explain celestial motions, was the focus of some of the most inventive Islamic astronomers. From a philosophical point of view, the Ptolemaic system had always been a little disappointing due to its intricate epicycle arrangements. Alternative methods were developed by Islamic astronomers such as al-Biruni and Ibn al-Haytham, known as al-Hazan in the West, in an effort to provide more physically plausible explanations for planetary motions. The scientific methodology of al-Biruni, who lived in the 11th century, was especially noteworthy. He rejected explanations that could not be empirically tested and insisted that conclusions be drawn solely from meticulous observations and mathematical analysis. Additionally, he demonstrated a level of intellectual integrity that was uncommon for his era by candidly acknowledging the shortcomings of his techniques and the unpredictability of his measurements. Using a different approach than Eratosthenes, al-Biruni carefully measured the circumference of the Earth, and his results were accurate to within 1% of the right value. In addition, he studied lunar craters in great detail and came to the accurate conclusion that impacts, not volcanic activity, were responsible for their formation. This conclusion would not be accepted by European astronomers for several more centuries. The creation of more precise tools for observing the stars was one of Islamic astronomy's most important contributions. They developed better models of the astrolabe, an advanced instrument that could be used to measure the positions of planets and stars, calculate local time, and resolve a number of astronomical issues. In addition, Islamic instrument makers created the torquetum, the quadrant, and several types of sundials, all of which were intended to more precisely address particular astronomical issues than earlier devices. These tools were frequently both scientific and artistic creations, embellished with calligraphy and elaborate geometric designs. In the hands of Islamic artisans, the astrolabe in particular became so sophisticated that it transformed into a portable analog computer that could solve a variety of navigational and astronomical issues. With a single device small enough to carry in one hand, a competent user could predict the rising and setting times of stars, determine the time of day or night, find the direction of Mecca from any location, and even cast horoscopes. Important observations were also made by Islamic astronomers. They created star catalogues that were more thorough and accurate than any previously published ones. They observed comets, supernovae, and other ephemeral celestial phenomena in great detail. They improved predictive models by tracking planet movements with previously unheard of accuracy. In the 10th century, Abd al-Rahman al-Sufi made one particularly significant discovery. Al-Sufi discovered a fuzzy star-like object that hadn't been in any of the earlier catalogues while he was assembling his star catalogue. He referred to this object as a nebulous star, but in reality it was the Andromeda Galaxy, the first galaxy other than the Milky Way that astronomers had ever observed. It would take another 1,000 years for al-Sufi to realise that he was staring at a galaxy with hundreds of billions of stars. Islamic astronomy had many uses outside of religious observances. Islamic traders and adventurers required precise navigational techniques because they were traversing great distances by land and sea. Islamic astronomers established the mathematical underpinnings for the ensuing great age of exploration by developing advanced methods for calculating latitude and longitude. They made important contributions to timekeeping as well. Islamic astronomers created increasingly precise sundials, water clocks, and other timepieces. For both practical and religious reasons, they produced comprehensive tables that displayed the sunrise and sunset times for various latitudes throughout the year. Most significantly, Islamic astronomers preserved and advanced the knowledge base they had acquired from past societies. They did more than simply replicate old books. They filled in the blanks, fixed mistakes, and expanded our understanding of the universe. Many of the mysteries that had baffled the ancients had already been resolved by Islamic astronomers when European scholars started to rediscover astronomy during the Renaissance. It is impossible to overestimate the impact of Islamic astronomy on subsequent developments in Europe. Copernicus made extensive use of Islamic astronomers' observations and mathematical methods in the development of his heliocentric model. The Islamic Golden Age produced many of the mathematical instruments that were crucial to the scientific revolution. In addition to scientific advancements, Islamic astronomy has left its mark on the terminology we use to describe the universe. The Arabic origins of many of the modern star names, Aldebaran, Altair, Betelgeuse, and Rigel, reflect the crucial role that Islamic astronomers played in cataloguing and researching the night sky. Chinese astronomers were approaching the study of the universe in a totally different way than Islamic and European astronomers, who were occupied with debating whether the sun or the earth was at the centre of the universe. Developing grand theoretical models to explain the motion of celestial objects was not a major concern of theirs. Rather, they concentrated on what now appears to be almost more scientific, meticulously documenting precisely what they saw, when they saw it, and how it connected to earthly events. This method developed from a distinctively Chinese philosophical tradition that believed that, although in a very particular sense, human affairs and the heavens were closely related. The emperor, according to Chinese astronomers, had the mandate of heaven, divine consent that validated his reign. Unusual astronomical occurrences might indicate that this mandate was being revoked, which would support rebellion or a change of government. As a result, Chinese courts hired official astronomers whose responsibility it was to continuously monitor the sky for comets, supernovae, eclipses, and other anomalies that might have political ramifications. The timing, duration, and apparent connection to current political events were all carefully documented by these court astronomers in addition to the phenomena themselves. As a result, an astronomical record-keeping system was created that was unparalleled in the world in terms of longevity and consistency. In one form or another, Chinese astronomical records date back more than 3,000 years, and they have remained remarkably consistent throughout political upheavals, invasions, and dynasties. For contemporary astronomers researching long-term celestial phenomena, these records have proven to be extremely helpful. Chinese astronomers, for instance, documented the emergence of guest stars, stars that appeared out of nowhere where none had previously been seen, glowed brilliantly for weeks or months, and then vanished. We now know that these were novae and supernovae, which are stellar explosions capable of momentarily outshining entire galaxies. Modern astronomers have been able to study the remnants of these ancient cosmic catastrophes thanks to the Chinese records of these events, which are frequently the only historical documentation we have of particular stellar explosions. The most well-known example is most likely the supernova of 1054 CE, which Chinese astronomers noted was visible to the naked eye at night for almost 2 years, and during 23 days during the day. One of the most actively researched objects in the sky is the Crab Nebula, the stellar remnant of this explosion. Comets, which they dubbed broom stars due to their sweeping tails, were also the subject of in-depth observations by Chinese astronomers. They kept records that enabled them to identify when specific comets returned on regular schedules, observed comet orbits, and recorded the correlation between a comet's position in relation to the Sun and its tail. They are the oldest continuous records of this well-known celestial visitor, dating back at least 240 BCE, to what we now refer to as Halley's Comet. Centuries later, when European astronomers were attempting to demonstrate that comets do not appear at random, but rather follow predictable orbital paths, these records were essential. However, Chinese astronomy involved more than merely keeping an eye out for odd occurrences. Along with creating their own complex calendrical systems and eclipse prediction techniques, Chinese astronomers also conducted systematic observations of the regular motions of celestial objects. They created constellations based on Chinese mythological and cultural traditions, dividing the sky into different star groups than Western astronomers did. Chinese astronomers developed a system based on 28 lunar mansions, star groups that corresponded to the moon's position on each day of its monthly cycle, instead of the 12 zodiacal constellations that Western astronomy used to divide the sky along the ecliptic, or the sun's apparent path. This system was especially helpful for keeping track of time and arranging activities according to the phases of the moon. Additionally, Chinese astronomers created their own tools for observing the stars. Chinese instrument makers developed the armillary sphere, a three-dimensional representation of the celestial sphere constructed from intersecting metal rings, to a remarkable degree of accuracy. These tools could be used to show astronomical relationships and track the movements of celestial objects. Susong's water-powered clock tower, constructed in 1092 CE, was one of the most impressive Chinese astronomical instruments. This enormous machine, which stood more than 30 feet tall, was essentially the first astronomical computer in history. It was made up of a celestial globe, an armillary sphere, and a mechanical clock. In addition to having a sophisticated system of bells and gongs that announced the time and other astronomical events, the clock tower was able to automatically track the positions of the sun, moon, and planets. A number of the discoveries made by Chinese astronomers would take centuries to replicate in the West. They kept meticulous records of sunspot activity and were the first to identify that the sun had dark patches on its surface, which we now refer to as sunspots. Additionally, they observed irregularities along the border between the illuminated and dark portions during lunar phases, indicating that the moon's surface was not entirely smooth. The 11th century work of the astronomer Shen Kuo is one especially noteworthy accomplishment. After closely examining the magnetic compass, Shen Kuo found that magnetic north and true north are not exactly the same. It would take another century for Europe to independently discover magnetic declination, which was essential for precise navigation. Based on his observations of the shapes and shadows of these features, Shen Kuo also postulated that impacts were the cause of lunar craters. He even proposed that the Milky Way was made up of far-off stars, a theory that would not be accepted by European astronomers until the telescopic era. Chinese astronomers created complex mathematical methods for astronomical computations, such as eclipse prediction techniques that were frequently more accurate than modern Western methods. They produced intricate star maps and celestial globes that accurately depicted the positions and motions of stars. Practical applications were another noteworthy aspect of the Chinese approach to astronomy. For long-distance land and sea travel, Chinese navigators employed astronomical methods. Centuries before the magnetic compass was invented in Europe, the Chinese used it as navigational aid. By combining compass readings with astronomical observations, they were able to determine position and direction with remarkable accuracy. Astronomical observations were also incorporated into Chinese medical theory, because it was thought that human health was influenced by celestial forces. From a modern standpoint, this may appear to be purely superstitious, but it prompted Chinese doctors to keep meticulous records that linked astronomical events, seasonal variations, and disease patterns, observations that occasionally showed real links between environmental influences and health. The most remarkable thing about Chinese astronomy is how it was able to preserve scientific integrity, despite using a theoretical framework that was entirely different from that of Western astronomy. Chinese astronomers were not attempting to demonstrate that celestial motions could be explained by physical laws, or that the universe was built on geometric principles. Rather, their goal was to comprehend how earthly events and celestial patterns relate to one another. Because of this method, they were able to concentrate on astronomical topics that Western astronomers occasionally overlooked. They were more methodical in keeping long-term records, more interested in fleeting phenomena, and more perceptive of minute changes in familiar objects. Although their method may not have resulted in significant theoretical advances, it did build a priceless database of observational data that has been crucial to comprehending long-term astronomical phenomena. Another significant aspect of scientific inquiry is illustrated by the Chinese astronomical tradition. There are multiple scientific approaches to studying the cosmos. The Chinese method, which prioritized meticulous observation and documentation over the development of theoretical models, was equally legitimate as a scientific inquiry method as the more theory-based methods that emerged in other cultures. Compared to modern Western astronomy, it was less speculative and more empirical in many respects. Now, we must discuss the astronomical accomplishments of the pre-Columbian Americas if you truly want to be astounded by what people can achieve. when they pool their collective intelligence. Working with stone tools and lacking some of the basic technologies that other cultures took for granted, such as the wheel, iron tools, or written language mathematical notation as we know it today, these civilizations created amazing monuments that matched celestial events and advanced sophisticated astronomical knowledge. Let's begin with the Maya, whose achievements in astronomy are simply astounding. The Maya created what was likely the most precise calendar system in antiquity. In fact, it was more precise than the Julian calendar that was in use in Europe at the time. Their estimates of the solar year's duration were within 17 seconds of the right answer, which is incredibly accurate for any time period, but particularly astounding for those without telescopes or contemporary mathematical instruments. However, the Maya had multiple calendars that operated concurrently and intricately interconnected. There were longer cycles that covered far larger time spans, the 365-day solar calendar and the 260-day sacred calendar. The Maya calendar system tracked several overlapping cycles that would eventually return to their initial positions after incredibly long periods of time, reflecting their belief that time was cyclical rather than linear. The long count, which measured time from a fictitious creation date that corresponds to August 11th, 3114 BCE in our calendar, was the most well-known of these longer cycles. For more than 5,000 years, this system continuously counted days, which is longer than most other cultures' recorded histories. Like the odometer on your car rolling over from 99,999 to 0000, the alleged end of the Maya calendar in 2012 that generated so much excitement wasn't really an end at all, but rather the conclusion of one of these lengthy cycles. Maya astronomers had to make extremely accurate observations of celestial motions in order to maintain such an accurate calendar system. Until well into the Renaissance, they were able to track the motions of the sun, moon, and visible planets with a level of accuracy that was unmatched in Europe. Venus, which was essential to Maya mythology and military strategy, piqued their interest in particular. According to Maya records, they were able to forecast Venus's morning and evening star appearances years in advance. The duration of Venus's synodic period, or the interval between consecutive morning or evening star appearances, was precisely known to them, and they were able to predict when Venus would become invisible as it changed phases. These astronomical predictions were put to use by the Maya rulers for more than just academic purposes. They believed that Venus's various phases affected the chances of winning battles, so they planned military campaigns to align with Venus's advantageous positions. Consider yourself a Maya astronomer tasked with informing the king when war should be declared based on astronomy. Amazing architectural monuments that doubled as enormous astronomical instruments were also constructed by the Maya. El Castillo, the pyramid at Chichen Itza, is arguably the most well-known example. The sun's angle during the spring and fall equinoxes casts shadows on the pyramid steps that seem to depict a serpent descending the structure, symbolizing the feathered serpent god Kukulkan's return. However, this is only one instance of the astronomy of Maya architecture. The Maya built structures all over their land that match the sun, moon, and planets' rising and setting times on significant dates in their calendar. These alignments served a practical purpose as well as being symbolic, enabling Maya astronomers to maintain their intricate calendar systems and make accurate observations. The Maya also observed eclipses in great detail and created mathematical techniques to forecast when they would happen. Despite having a totally different theoretical and mathematical foundation, their eclipse prediction tables were occasionally more accurate than those utilized in medieval Europe. Further north, other Mesoamerican cultures had equally remarkable astronomical accomplishments. Much of the astronomical knowledge of the Aztecs was passed down from earlier cultures, such as the Maya and the enigmatic Teotihuacan builders. Constructed circa 200 CE, the Great Pyramid of Teotihuacan is so closely synchronized with astronomical occurrences that contemporary researchers are still finding new celestial connections incorporated into its design. The connection between astronomical cycles and their complex religious calendar piqued the Aztecs' interest. They held that the universe had undergone several cycles of creation and destruction, each of which corresponded to a distinct astronomical period. Since their world was the fifth sun, they felt that knowledge of astronomical cycles was crucial to preserving cosmic equilibrium and averting the fall of their society. The astronomical knowledge of many indigenous cultures in North America was surprisingly advanced, even further north. Numerous tribes used celestial observations for agricultural and ceremonial purposes, constructed earthwork monuments in accordance with celestial events, and preserved oral traditions that monitored astronomical phenomena. Cahokia, a large settlement close to modern-day St. Louis that thrived between 1000 and 1200 CE, is arguably the most well-known of these. At Cahokia, earthen mounds were placed around the central plaza to commemorate important solar and lunar occurrences. These alignments enabled the inhabitants to track the changing seasons with remarkable accuracy, as archaeoastronomers have found. However, the Bighorn Medicine Wheel in Wyoming is arguably the most fascinating astronomical site in North America. Built by unidentified Native American cultures, this ancient stone structure is made up of a circular arrangement of stones with spokes extending outward towards smaller stone cairns. According to contemporary analysis, the structure's various components correspond to the positions of bright stars as they rise and set throughout the year. These alignments' accuracy indicates that the builders were well versed in precession, the slow wobble in Earth's rotation that causes star positions to gradually change over centuries, and stellar motions. In addition to knowing the current star positions, it would have been necessary to comprehend how those positions were evolving over time in order to create such alignments. Despite lacking a written language as we know it today, the Incas in South America created their own complex astronomical traditions. They recorded numerical data, including astronomical data, using a sophisticated quipu system of knotted strings. To keep their agricultural and religious calendars up to date, Inca astronomers monitored the motions of the sun, moon, and stars. Astronomical principles guided the layout of the Inca capital at Cusco, with key structures and ceremonial areas lining up with important astronomical occurrences. Among the many buildings at the well-known Inca site of Machu Picchu that serve as astronomical observation points is the Intihuatana stone, which creates shadows that follow the path of the sun year-round. The use of dark constellations, which are patterns created by dark patches in the Milky Way rather than bright stars, was one of the most amazing features of Andean astronomy. Andean astronomers paid equal attention to the dark regions between bright stars, recognizing the forms of animals and other important figures there, whereas other cultures concentrated mainly on bright star patterns. This focus on dark constellations shows a deep comprehension of the structure of the Milky Way. These dark patches were identified by Andean astronomers as regions where something was obstructing the light of farther-off stars, not as empty space. In actuality, they were observing galactic structure in ways that European astronomy would not formally comprehend until the 20th century. The fact that astronomical accomplishments in the Americas were made by societies with little exposure to Old World astronomical traditions makes them especially remarkable. These societies produced their own theoretical frameworks, mathematical methods, and techniques for making accurate observations. Frequently, their findings were more accurate than those of recent research in Asia or Europe. The variety of methods employed by various American cultures also shows a significant aspect of human ingenuity in scientific research. With an emphasis on cyclical computations and numerical patterns, Maya astronomy was highly mathematical. More architectural in nature, Inca astronomy incorporated astronomical knowledge into the actual design of cities and ceremonial locations. The integration of astronomical knowledge with seasonal activities and oral traditions was frequently emphasized in North American approaches. All of these methods, however, were remarkably accurate in tracking celestial phenomena and forecasting astronomical events. They demonstrate that there are numerous scientific approaches to studying the cosmos, and that advanced astronomical knowledge can arise autonomously in various cultures using various instruments and theoretical frameworks. In the medieval era, European astronomy started to come back to life after centuries of what historians used to refer to as the Dark Ages, though they weren't quite as gloomy as once thought. It was more like someone slowly waking up from an extended nap, stretching, yawning, and gradually remembering that there was this interesting thing called the sky that might be worth observing. Due in large part to contact with Islamic civilization through Spain and the Crusades, the reawakening started in the 12th century. Suddenly, European scholars realized that Islamic astronomers had been making incredible strides in their understanding of the cosmos while they had been preoccupied with more mundane issues, such as surviving invasions, plagues, and the occasional apocalyptic panic. By translating Islamic astronomical text into Latin, the first European response was essentially a catch-up move. By translating the writings of Islamic astronomers, mathematicians and philosophers, Scholars such as Gerard of Cremona devoted their entire careers to reintroducing Europe to the astronomical knowledge that had been evolving in other parts of the world. However, medieval European astronomers started to contribute and create their own methods for solving astronomical problems rather than merely passively absorbing Islamic knowledge. Albertus Magnus, a German philosopher and scientist who lived in the 13th century and wrote a great deal about astronomy, in addition to making his own observations of the heavens, was one of the most important early figures. The question of whether Aristotle's antiquated theories about the universe were genuinely supported by rigorous observation piqued Albertus Magnus's interest. He conducted in-depth research on comets and discovered that, in contrast to Aristotelian theories regarding comets as atmospheric phenomena, their tails consistently pointed away from the sun. Although he lacked the telescopic ability to confirm it, he also noted that the Milky Way seemed to be made up of extremely faint stars. The practical requirements of the Catholic Church also influenced medieval European astronomy. Because Easter depended on intricate relationships between solar and lunar cycles, Christian scholars needed precise methods for determining the date. Because it was their primary source of income, even serious medieval astronomers frequently worked as astrologers, so they also needed to comprehend celestial motions for astrological purposes. Significant progress in computational astronomy was made as a result of this pragmatic approach. Improved mathematical methods for determining eclipse dates and predicting planetary positions were created by medieval scholars. They improved techniques for converting between calendar systems and produced calendars that were more accurate. The creation of mechanical astronomical instruments was one of the most significant contributions made during the Middle Ages. European artisans produced ever more advanced quadrants, astrolabes, and other tools for observing the stars. They also started creating mechanical clocks that could record the sun, moon, and planet positions in addition to the time. The astronomical clock, which was constructed in Prague circa 1410 and is still in use today, was arguably the most remarkable of these. This amazing device, which is automatically updated by a complex clockwork mechanism, displays the moon's phases, the sun and moon's positions in the zodiac and other astronomical information. The development of universities in medieval Europe also helped astronomy by establishing institutional frameworks for the advancement and preservation of astronomical knowledge. Universities in Paris, Oxford, Bologna, and other locations developed into hubs for astronomy education and research. Along with mathematics, geometry, and music, astronomy was regarded as one of the core liberal arts at these universities. As a result, educated Europeans were supposed to understand the fundamentals of astronomy. Scholarly discussion of astronomical theories was also fostered by the university setting. Instead of simply accepting the wisdom of the ancients, medieval astronomers debated the merits of various models, suggested changes and enhancements, and sometimes created completely original solutions to astronomical issues. The growing sophistication of observational methods was one significant medieval development. Prominent academics such as John of Holywood, Sacrobosco, authored important textbooks that described how to use basic instruments to make precise astronomical measurements. They created standardized techniques for timing astronomical events, measuring celestial angles and locating stars. Significant progress was also made by medieval astronomers in comprehending the connection between astronomical phenomena and mathematics. They improved geometric models for planetary motions, developed trigonometric methods for calculating angles and distances, and started applying algebraic methods to solve challenging astronomical problems. Johannes de Muris, who proposed calendar reforms in the 14th century that were centuries ahead of their time, was likely the most mathematically advanced medieval astronomer. De Muris determined precisely how much correction would be required to correct the Julian calendar, which was then in use, as it was gradually becoming out of sync with the seasons. Although most of his suggestions were disregarded at the time, they foreshadowed many of the modifications that would later be made to produce our current Gregorian calendar. Important observations were also made by European astronomers in the Middle Ages. They made meticulous observations of planetary positions, tracked comet movements, and created new star catalogues. They were especially intrigued by what they dubbed conjunctions, rare, close approaches between planets that were believed to have astrological meaning. More complex theoretical solutions to astronomical issues also emerged during the Middle Ages. The fundamental tenets of ancient astronomy, especially the requirement that all celestial motions be perfectly round, started to be questioned by academics. They started creating mathematical methods that would later be crucial for more precise explanations of planetary motion, and experimented with different geometric models. Most significantly, medieval European astronomy started to formulate what is now known as a more scientific theory of the universe. The significance of meticulous observation, mathematical analysis, and logical reasoning in astronomical investigations was increasingly stressed by medieval scholars. They were more interested in comparing theoretical predictions to empirical data than they were in blindly accepting ancient authorities. The more significant changes that would occur during the Renaissance were made possible by this change in strategy. By the end of the Middle Ages, European astronomy had transformed from a mainly passive effort to preserve ancient knowledge into a dynamic, innovative field prepared to address some of the most important issues regarding the composition and functioning of the cosmos. Scientific knowledge requires institutions, communities of scholars, and cultural frameworks that support and encourage intellectual inquiry, as the medieval era demonstrated. These circumstances were established in medieval Europe, setting the stage for the astronomical revolutions that would follow. Spend some time reflecting on the amazing journey we've just taken together as you curl up deeper in your blankets. Tens of thousands of years of human curiosity, inventiveness, and perseverance have preceded Galileo's groundbreaking discovery of the sky in the early 1600s, which altered the course of history. Consider what humanity achieved in those millennia before the rings of Saturn and the moons of Jupiter were ever seen. Ancient astronomers used only their eyes, their brains, and an almost supernatural amount of patience to track the intricate movements of planets, predict eclipses, and make calendars precise enough to govern entire civilizations. They calculated the size of the Earth and found it to be round. They charted the positions of hundreds of stars and measured the distances to celestial objects. They created mathematical models that were advanced enough to forecast the locations of planets years in advance, and identified patterns in astronomical motions that recurred over decades and centuries. Most astonishingly, they accomplished all of this while harbouring basic misunderstandings about the nature of the universe. Most pre-telescopic astronomers thought that everything revolved around the Earth, which sat still at the centre of the universe. They didn't know that the Milky Way was home to billions of stars, that planets were worlds unto themselves, or that stars were far-off suns. They were remarkably successful in describing and forecasting celestial phenomena in spite of these flawed theoretical frameworks. This illustrates a fundamental aspect of human intelligence. Even when our underlying knowledge is lacking or completely incorrect, we can frequently identify helpful patterns and make precise predictions. The history of pre-telescopic astronomy also demonstrates the value of cross-cultural interaction and cultural continuity. From the Babylonians to the Greeks, from the Greeks to the Islamic world, and from Islamic scholars to medieval Europeans, knowledge was transmitted. Every culture contributed its unique perspectives, fixed past mistakes, and expanded the realm of knowledge. For thousands of years, Chinese astronomers kept records, building a priceless collection of observations that is still used by contemporary researchers. Calendar systems created by Maya mathematicians were more precise than those utilized in medieval Europe. During the darkest centuries of European civilization, Islamic scholars preserved and enhanced Greek knowledge. Science at its best is a truly human endeavor that transcends individual cultures, languages, and historical periods, as demonstrated by this global intergenerational collaboration. The same questions that motivated ancient astronomers still motivate us today. Where are we from? What role do we play in the universe? What is the mechanism of the universe? Many of the basic techniques that science still employs today were also developed by pre-telescopic astronomers. Ancient astronomers, using crude instruments but highly developed minds, invented rigorous observation, mathematical modelling, hypothesis testing, and peer review, all fundamental scientific procedures. They developed the ability to discriminate between what they could see with their own eyes and what they had to deduce from them. They created methods for tracking changes over timescales longer than human lifetimes, measuring seemingly incalculable things and bringing order to seemingly chaotic phenomena. Most significantly, they learned to maintain faith in the capacity of human reasoning while being humble about the limits of human knowledge. The most accomplished pre-telescopic astronomers were cautious to make a distinction between their speculations and their known facts. They were aware that hypotheses needed to be verified by observations, and they were prepared to give up on concepts that didn't work, even if they made sense intuitively. Beyond the particular facts that ancient astronomers found, Pre-telescopic astronomy left behind a rich legacy. They created the entire foundation of scientific investigation, the notion that the universe functions in accordance with discoverable laws, that these laws can be expressed mathematically, and that humans are able to understand the workings of the cosmos by means of rigorous observation and reasoned analysis. Galileo was expanding on tens of thousands of years of accumulated knowledge and perfected technique when he eventually pointed his telescope skyward in 1609. Ancient astronomers had formulated the questions he was trying to answer. The mathematical instruments he employed had been created over centuries by academics from a wide range of cultural backgrounds. His observations were even more precise because earlier generations had mastered the use of much simpler instruments to make precise measurements. Pre-telescopic astronomy was extended by the telescope, not replaced. The new astronomy that arose in the 17th century still required all of the basic ideas, mathematical formulas, and observational strategies created prior to the telescopic era. Therefore, keep in mind that you are a part of this long-standing tradition of cosmic curiosity as you go to sleep tonight. You're taking part in the oldest scientific endeavour in human history each time you gaze up at the night sky and wonder what you're seeing. You're reaching out to generations of astronomers who were as awestruck by the cosmos as you are. The same stars that ancient astronomers observed continue to exist today, travelling along the same dependable routes that they have for thousands of years. The Maya astronomers used the moon's phases to time their ceremonies, and we can still see the same face of the moon today. When Babylonian mathematicians first deduced the planet's intricate orbital patterns, they still roam among the constellations. And out there tonight, contemporary astronomers continue to do what their ancient forebears did. Observe the sky with patience, meticulously document their findings, and progressively deepen our understanding of the universe. The basic human desire to comprehend our place in the universe has not changed, despite the fact that the tools have become much more advanced. James Madison was born on March the 16th, 1751, at Belle Grove, his maternal grandparents' estate in the Virginia colony. His parents, James Madison Sr. and Nellie Conway Madison, soon settled the family on a plantation called Mount Pleasant, later renamed Montpelier in Orange County. From a young age, the boy showed an aptitude for quiet observation. While many in the region prized physical feats of hunting or riding, young Madison was introspective, devouring books whenever possible. The plantation environment shaped Madison's outlook. His family used enslaved labour, as did most large Virginia estates, embedding him early in the complexities of an agrarian system reliant on bondage. Madison's father was a leading figure in local affairs, passing on a sense that civic duty was integral to a landowner's life. But overshadowing these local routines was the broader tension between the colonies and Britain. By the time Madison reached adolescence, the fervour for rights and representation had begun simmering throughout the 13 colonies. His formal education commenced locally, though for advanced training, his father sent him to the boarding school of Donald Robertson, known for rigorous classical curricula. There, Madison honed his Latin and Greek. He later studied under a private tutor who introduced him to Enlightenment writings, fueling a deep fascination with political philosophy. This intellectual grounding set him apart from many peers who aimed for more practical pursuits. In 1769, he entered the College of New Jersey, later Princeton University, drawn by its reputation for scholarly seriousness. At Princeton, Madison crammed a 4-year course into 2, exhausting himself in the process. He delved into moral philosophy, logic, mathematics, and theology. Under the influence of the college's president, John Witherspoon, a staunch advocate of Republican ideals, Madison absorbed radical notions about citizen virtue and structured government. After graduating in 1771, Madison continued to study Hebrew and political theory independently, developing a habit of solitary reading. Physically, he was often frail, plagued by periodic seizures or severe headaches. This delicate health contributed to Amboise' introspective demeanour, contrasting with the more robust images of early American patriots like George Washington. Returning to Virginia in 1772, Madison found the colony edging toward confrontation with Britain. The Boston Tea Party had inflamed tensions, and Parliament's retaliatory measures sparked colonial outrage. Though shy in large gatherings, Madison aligned with those who believed the colonies deserved self-governance. At local committees in Orange County, He offered calm but pointed arguments on imperial overreach. This local activism grew into a seat in the Virginia Convention of 1776, where leading lights of revolution assembled. At the convention, delegates hammered out Virginia's first constitution and a Declaration of Rights. Madison found himself overshadowed by older luminaries like George Mason and Patrick Henry, but his pen soon proved influential. He successfully campaigned for a slight revision to Mason's draft, ensuring broader language about religious liberty. This incident was a telling moment. The young legislator, though reserved, was ready to push for expanded freedoms. His pursuit of robust conscience rights would become a defining thread through his political life. As war began, Madison did not serve directly as a soldier. His health was fragile, and he lacked the physical vigour for extended campaigns. Instead, he contributed behind the scenes, working on local committees that coordinated supply lines and militia organisation. He believed that a stable home front, bound by sound governance, was essential to support the Continental Army's efforts. Throughout the Revolutionary War, he remained primarily in Virginia, developing legislative expertise. In 1777, Madison's political fortune had stumbled briefly when he lost a bid for re-election to the Virginia House of Delegates. Why? Some say constituents wanted a representative who would supply them with free liquor at gatherings, a common practice then. Madison, on principle, refused. Yet he soon rebounded, securing an appointment to the Governor's Council of State, where he advised on wartime decisions. This role provided him with a broader view of the Confederation's precarious unity, fueling concerns that the states lacked cohesion. Thus, by the war's midpoint, James Madison was forging a reputation not as a battlefield hero, but as a methodical intellect, devoutly committed to Republican ideals. His quiet style and scholarship contrasted with the fiery oratory of more visible patriots. Yet among those who worked closely with him, he was recognized as a serious thinker. The tapestry of conflict and emergent governance gave him a laboratory to test his ideas. He already suspected that a mere alliance of states would be insufficient for post-war stability. The impetus for a stronger union simmered in his mind, setting the stage for his future role as father of the Constitution. By 1779, Madison's involvement in the revolutionary cause led him to Philadelphia, where the Continental Congress convened. Despite his youth, still under 30, he plunged into the Congress's labyrinth of debates. The delegates were grappling with financing a protracted war, forging alliances abroad, and keeping the shaky Confederation intact. Madison quickly grew disenchanted with how the Articles of Confederation withheld key powers from the central government, no authority to tax or regulate commerce. States squabbled, like Francis Dana or Robert Morris jostled for influence, and the fledgling nation struggled to maintain a cohesive front. In the corridors of Congress, Madison quietly excelled as a legislative craftsman. He compiled reams of notes, summarizing arguments and tracking which delegates aligned with each stance. He recognized that persuading allies demanded carefully framed logic, not bombast. This skill in bridging positions would become a hallmark of his approach to government making. Meanwhile, as the Revolutionary War inched toward an uncertain end, he advocated vigorously for stable funding for the Continental Army. The near mutiny of unpaid troops underscored the systemic weaknesses. He concluded that without a robust federal structure, the new states risked fracturing into petty fiefdoms. After the war ended in 1783, with the Treaty of Paris securing independence, the deeper test began: how to organize a functioning union. Madison returned to Virginia's politics, helping shape the state's statutes, but he never lost sight of the broader question about forging a stronger national framework. During this period, he grew close to Thomas Jefferson, then serving as minister to France. Their correspondence soared with intellectual synergy, exchanging ideas on liberty, religion, agrarian ideals, and architecture. Jefferson's radical theories about the tyranny of old Europe combined with Madison's more measured instincts. The pair formed a dynamic partnership crucial to the next stage of constitutional debate. In 1786, a meeting in Annapolis aimed to address commerce disputes among states. Madison championed the notion that commercial harmony demanded unified regulations. Attendance was sparse, but the delegates present, including Alexander Hamilton, recommended a grander convention for a thorough revision of the Articles. The seeds for the 1787 Constitutional Convention were sown. Madison, with unwavering conviction, busied himself in a flurry of pre-convention research. He studied ancient confederacies, Greece, the Holy Roman Empire, Swiss cantons, composing a Notes on Ancient and Modern Confederations. This comparative study guided him to see how partial alliances often collapsed under disunity. When the Philadelphia Convention commenced in May 1787, Madison arrived armed with a plan. He had penned the Virginia Plan, advocating a strong central government with a bicameral legislature, an executive, and a judiciary. The plan, introduced by Edmund Randolph, formed the blueprint for the delegates' debates. Madison's systematic approach, he anticipated objections and had reasoned counters, made him an intellectual pivot. Yet compromises were inevitable. The smaller states objected, pushing for equal representation in at least one legislative chamber. The final solution, the Great Compromise, gave each state equal Senate representation and population-based House representation. Madison found that compromise unsatisfying but recognised it as essential for unity. Another point of contention was slavery. Madison personally disdained the moral contradiction, but recognised the deep rifts it created. He opposed a federal ban on the slave trade at that juncture, acknowledging that southern states might bolt if threatened. The convention's final text, in effect, postponed the question. This stance would later stir conflicting feelings in Madison. He wanted a rationally consistent republic, but saw the necessity of short-term concessions to secure overall support. Meanwhile, the 3/5 compromise about counting enslaved people for representation was hammered out, a deeply fraught measure that would sow seeds of future national crises. In September 1787, after months of debate, Madison signed the Constitution. Despite its imperfections, Madison saw the Constitution as a significant improvement over the weak articles. Yet forging the document was one step, persuading states to ratify it was another. Madison teamed with Hamilton and John Jay to write the Federalist Papers, published under the pseudonym Publius. In these essays, Madison's most well-known contributions, Federalist No. 10 and No. 51, focused on managing factions and instituting mechanisms of check and balance. He argued that an extensive republic would guard against tyranny by ensuring no single faction dominated. This line of reasoning swayed skeptics, demonstrating that a new national government could combine stability with personal liberties. Ratification success came in 1788. Madison's clarity of thought had played a major role in securing enough states' approval. Yet critics demanded enumerated safeguards for individual rights. Aware of anti-federalist fears, Madison publicly pledged to add a Bill of Rights once the new government convened. His reputation soared as a champion of reasoned persuasion. By 1789, the Constitution took effect, and Madison found himself elected to the new House of Representatives, primed to finalise the protective measures he had promised. Having largely established the Republic's structural blueprint, Madison's next task was to safeguard the liberties that the revolutionary generation had sacrificed so much for. In the first Congress under President George Washington, James Madison took centre stage, drafting amendments to the Constitution, fulfilling his Bill of Rights promise. Many anti-federalists had demanded explicit safeguards for speech, religion, assembly, and due process. Madison sifted through over 200 suggestions from state-ratifying conventions. His approach balanced enumerating fundamental liberties while ensuring the new government's integrity remained intact. By late 1791, the first 10 amendments were ratified, codifying freedoms crucial to the national ethos. This moment cemented Madison's reputation as a principal architect of American liberty, though debates continued about the precise scope of these rights. Even as he championed the Bill of Rights, Madison found himself in friction with Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton. Hamilton's financial program, the federal assumption of state debts, a national bank, and protective tariffs clashed with Madison's preference for decentralized fiscal power. At the onset, Madison and Hamilton had been allies in ratifying the Constitution. But once the new system functioned, ideological rifts arose over how strong the central government should be in shaping economic life. Madison believed Hamilton's approach skewed too far toward commerce elites, risking a quasi-aristocracy. Their congressional debates presented two emerging visions for America, laying the groundwork for the initial party split. This political cleavage deepened with foreign affairs. The French Revolution erupted in 1789, initially hailed by many Americans, including Madison, as a sister movement echoing the spirit of '76. But as France slipped into revolutionary bloodshed, Hamiltonians urged caution. They believed forging close ties with Britain, a stable trading partner, was paramount. Jefferson and Madison favoured supporting the French Republic diplomatically. This tension culminated in the formation of two factions, the Federalists, led by Hamilton, and the Democratic Republicans, spearheaded by Jefferson and Madison. The press took sides, with scathing editorials labelling Federalists as pro-monarchy stooges or Republicans as French stooges. By the mid-1790s, Madison's oratory sharpened. He and Jefferson co-authored the Virginia and Kentucky Resolutions, 1798 to 1799, condemning the Federalist-controlled Congress's Alien and Sedition Acts. Those acts clamped down on immigrants and criminalised criticisms of government. The resolutions advanced a novel concept. States could nullify unconstitutional federal laws, although this stance rattled the notion of federal supremacy. It resonated with many who saw the Sedition Act as a gross overreach. The matter never reached a direct constitutional crisis, but it planted the seeds of the states' rights argument that would reappear in later controversy. During this period, Madison's personal life also evolved. In 1794, he married Dolly Payne Todd, a vivacious widow known for her social acumen. She brought a warmth and flair to Madison's somewhat reserved persona, soon becoming a key figure in Washington's political society. Hosting gatherings, she bridged partisan divides with charm, turning the Madison Circle into an informal centre for building alliances. The couple never had children of their own, but Dolly's son from her first marriage lived with them, weaving a family dynamic that anchored Madison amid the swirling political storms. As the turn of the century arrived, Federalist dominance waned. John Adams's presidency faced backlash over the Alien and Sedition Acts and unpopular conflict with France. In the election of 1800, the Democratic Republicans triumphed, propelling Thomas Jefferson to the presidency. Madison became Jefferson's Secretary of State, a role in which he oversaw foreign policy during a delicate juncture. Tensions with Britain and France remained high as those powers waged war. The US strove to trade with both, though each tried to block the other's commerce, seizing American ships. Madison counselled Jefferson through embargoes and trade restrictions, culminating in the widely hated Embargo Act of 1807 that backfired economically at home. During these years, Madison handled numerous negotiations. The Louisiana Purchase in 1803, though spearheaded by Jefferson, also reflected Madison's behind-the-scenes diplomacy. He recognized the chance to secure the Mississippi River for American commerce, though some critics hammered them for pushing constitutional bounds. Meanwhile, the embargo fiasco underlined the difficulties of peaceful coercion. As Secretary of State, Madison tried to find subtler ways to defend neutral shipping rights, but British impressment of American sailors persisted. The seeds of war were sown. By the end of Jefferson's second term, the presidency awaited a new occupant. The Democratic-Republican caucus selected Madison as their candidate, a natural next step given his long-standing role as Jefferson's confidant. Despite some factional grumblings, Madison prevailed over Federalist rival Charles C. Pinckney in 1808. He assumed the presidency in 1809 at age 57. The once shy scholar of Montpellier now stood at the apex of national authority, though overshadowed by an approaching storm of British hostility and domestic divisions. In the next phase of his life, Madison would wrestle with the War of 1812, forging a path that tested his convictions on constitutional principles and national identity like never before. James Madison became president in March 1809, inheriting a precarious foreign policy environment. Britain's naval supremacy threatened American trade, impressing US sailors into the Royal Navy. Meanwhile, Napoleon's France, locked in a continental struggle, also disregarded American neutrality. Attempting to safeguard shipping and avoid all-out conflict, Madison supported laws like the Non-Intercourse Act, lifting the total embargo but still barring trade with warring powers unless they ceased harassment. Neither Britain nor France complied meaningfully, leaving the US battered economically and diplomatically. In domestic politics, Federalists predicted chaos under Madison. Yet his calm temperament appealed to many. He recognized the need for a more muscular approach to British provocations if diplomatic efforts failed. By 1811, a new generation of so-called war hawks in Congress, led by figures like Henry Clay and John C. Calhoun, clamoured for war against Britain, pointing to impressment and alleged British incitement of Native American attacks on the frontier. Madison, though not a natural warmonger, found himself swayed by the broad public outcry. The final catalyst was the rising confrontation in the Old Northwest. Native leader Tecumseh sought a confederation to resist American expansion, while British arms found their way into indigenous hands. When violence flared, pro-war sentiment soared. Madison requested a declaration of war in June 1812, marking the first time the young republic formally declared war on another nation. The War of 1812 began with illusions that a quick conquest of Canada might coerce Britain into concessions. However, the US military was ill-prepared. The army was small, leadership was inconsistent, and the navy, though spirited, was dwarfed by the Royal Navy's might. Early campaigns were embarrassing. Attempts to invade Canada floundered, territory was lost, culminating in the capture of Detroit. Federalists, especially in New England, lambasted the war, calling it Mr. Madison's War. Some states withheld militia from federal service. Meanwhile, on the high seas, a handful of US frigates scored moral victories against British ships, fueling national pride. But overall, the conflict ground on, draining treasury funds. The British blockade strangled American ports, decimating trade. By 1814, with Napoleon's defeat in Europe, Britain refocused on the American front, launching major offensives. That year saw the British burn Washington, D.C., in retaliation for American assaults in Canada. Madison famously fled the White House with Dolly, saving key documents and the iconic portrait of George Washington. The Capitol's sacking was humiliating, but the refusal of local militias to stand firm was equally sobering. Many deemed it a low point in the ordeal, yet subsequent events provided redemption. The British turned to capture Baltimore, but American defenders repulsed them, inspiring Francis Scott Key's Star-Spangled Banner lines. Meanwhile, in the West, US forces began pushing back. By late 1814, both sides were weary. Negotiations in Ghent, Belgium, led to a peace treaty signed on Christmas Eve 1814, restoring pre-war boundaries without addressing impressment. Still, news travelled slowly, so the Battle of New Orleans occurred in January 1815, where General Andrew Jackson's forces inflicted a stunning defeat on the British. The subsequent euphoria overshadowed the fact the battle took place after the treaty, making the final memory one of triumphant victory. This outcome salvaged national pride, effectively rebranding the war as a second war of independence. In practical terms, the War of 1812 ended with no major territorial gains, but it catalysed a wave of nationalism. The Federalist Party, which had opposed the war, never recovered from accusations of disloyalty spurred by the Hartford Convention, where some New England delegates discussed secession or radical constitutional changes. Thus, Madison left the presidency in 1817, presiding over a newly re-energized sense of national unity, though behind the scenes, sectional rivalries still brewed. He was also known as the last of the Virginia dynasty, after serving 2 terms, succeeded by James Monroe. Reflecting on the conflict, Madison admitted the war's impetus was as much about national honour as about maritime rights. He believed the fiascos early on revealed the necessity for better national defence, a well-organised financial system, and a sense that the states must unify behind federal decisions in crises. While the war was no triumphant conquest, the ephemeral surge in patriotism gave him a measure of vindication. With the crisis concluded, he and Dolly prepared to retire to Montpelier. The swirling fervour, from burning capitals to celebratory parades, receded as normal life resumed. By 1817, Madison was physically exhausted but proud that the Republic endured. He recognised new challenges loomed: territorial expansion, the spread of cotton-based slavery, and the rancour of sectional politics. Yet for the moment, the illusions of a robust union overshadowed deep divisions. The era of good feelings dawned under Monroe, and Madison could claim that, for better or worse, he had guided the Republic through the fiery test of war. His next years, spent in relative quiet, offered a vantage from which he would continue shaping American political thought through his letters and involvement in key national debates. When James Madison retired to Montpelier in 1817, he might have expected a peaceful retirement. He was 65, had steered the nation through war, and left office with the Democratic-Republican Party dominant. However, he continued to participate in public life, albeit in a more indirect manner. His Montpelier estate, sprawling over farmland, still operated with enslaved labour. Madison grappling with moral qualms about slavery. never freed the majority of them in his lifetime, believing emancipation should occur gradually with legislative safeguards. This stance, halfway between condemnation and acceptance, revealed deep contradictions that overshadowed his otherwise lofty philosophy. Madison continued corresponding with Thomas Jefferson, exchanging ideas about education, agriculture, and the shaping of the University of Virginia. He served on the institution's board of visitors, helping refine curricula and administrative policies. The concept of higher education that nurtured civic virtues and scientific inquiry resonated with him. He envisioned an entire generation of statesmen shaped by classical knowledge, yet pragmatic in governance. The campus took shape near Monticello, linking the two men's legacies in the region. Political tensions continued to simmer. The Missouri Crisis of 1819 to 1820 erupted over slavery's expansion west. Many looked to Madison, the father of the Constitution, for guidance. Privately, he lamented the intensifying sectional lines, but believed that compromise was essential to preserve the Union. He supported the Missouri Compromise's approach, admitting Missouri as a slave state and Maine as a free state, drawing a latitudinal line for future territories. It was merely a temporary solution to an escalating problem. Madison recognized that ignoring the fundamental moral tension might be catastrophic, but he saw no immediate path to comprehensive resolution. As with many founders, he bet on incremental solutions. Another cause that animated his retirement was the notion of amending the Constitution to refine aspects of governance. He favored clarifying congressional powers or adjusting the structure of representation, but these suggestions never gained broad traction, as the nation was forging a new identity under the surge of Jacksonian democracy. While Madison respected popular sovereignty, he also feared demagoguery if checks and balances weakened. He wrote lengthy letters, cautioning that unbridled majority rule could trample minority rights, one reason he had championed an extended republic initially. During these years, Dolly's popularity soared as a revered figure from Washington society. Even in retirement, the couple hosted statesmen, foreign visitors, and old comrades. Montpelier became a hub for travellers craving the perspective of an aging statesman who had shaped the Constitution. Some found him subdued, more an academic presence than a flamboyant figure. Others noted his courtesy, especially toward young people with intellectual curiosity. He remained open to debate, seldom raising his voice yet always weaving references to classical sources or past legislative battles. Financial strains, however, plagued him. Like many plantation owners reliant on slave-based agriculture, he faced fluctuating crop prices, mounting debts, and the economic churn of a rapidly industrializing nation. He sold or mortgaged land to stay solvent. The contradiction between championing a stable republic and personally grappling with economic uncertainties mirrored the era's transformation. Moreover, the daily operations of the plantation bound him to the moral weight of enslaving over 100 individuals, forging a tension unspoken yet inescapable. Madison's health waned gradually. He endured rheumatism and digestive ailments. Still, he maintained a disciplined reading schedule, scanning newspapers for signs of national friction. He weighed in on the debates about nullification in the 1830s, when South Carolina threatened to ignore federal tariffs. Alarmed, he wrote clarifications, insisting that states lacked unilateral authority to void federal laws. This stance was ironic, given that decades earlier he had co-authored the Virginia Resolutions. Now, he tried to differentiate between legitimate protest and outright defiance. The escalation toward potential disunion troubled him deeply. By the early 1830s, Jefferson was long dead. Madison, the last major architect of the Constitution among the founding generation, watched Andrew Jackson's presidency roil the political realm. Democracy's complexion had altered. Property qualifications fell, new Western states joined, and party machines mobilized popular support. He had occasionally worried that raw majoritarian impulses overshadowed the balanced, reasoned approach he had championed. However, it was impossible to reverse the trend. He acknowledged that every generation would interpret the Constitution differently. As the end loomed in 1836, Madison's mind remained sharp, though physically he was frail. He passed away on June 28, 1836, at Montpelier, aged 85, the last living signer of the Constitution. The event marked the end of an era. He left behind reams of letters and essays and an indelible role as the methodical framer. The republic he helped birth had changed drastically, propelled by populist energies he only partly embraced. Still, for all the turmoil, it had survived half a century, guided by the structure he had so carefully shaped. His final rest concluded a life bridging revolutionary fervour and the complexities of a young but expanding nation. After James Madison's death, public memory swiftly lionised him as the father of the Constitution, yet the immediate 19th century saw only sporadic references to his intellectual achievements. The spotlight often went to Washington's military leadership or Jefferson's flair. In Virginia, admirers recognised him as a thoughtful statesman overshadowed by flamboyant peers. Outside the region, his image was comparatively muted. The Civil War overshadowed the mid-19th century, forcing issues of union versus states' rights to the forefront. Madison's nuanced approach to balancing federal and state powers gained fresh scrutiny during that conflict, with both sides citing elements of his writings to bolster their arguments. It wasn't until the late 19th and early 20th centuries that scholarly circles re-evaluated Madison in detail. His diaries, once overshadowed, revealed the behind-the-scenes deliberations at the Constitutional Convention. Historians recognized the scope of his systematic planning. His notes of debates became a primary resource for understanding the founders' intentions. Legal scholars discovered how integral his Federalist essays were to forming the framework of American jurisprudence. He emerged from the shadows of Jefferson and Hamilton, recognized as an indispensable pivot in forging a stable constitution. This re-evaluation also reanimated critiques of his moral contradictions, especially regarding slavery. Some mid-20th century scholars tried to paint him as personally opposed to enslavement, yet stymied by political circumstances. More recent historians, however, note that while he found slavery distasteful, he actively benefited from it throughout his life, never fully championing emancipation. That gap in moral conviction darkens the legacy of a man who otherwise championed individual liberty. The question arises, how could the principal author of the Bill of Rights remain complicit in human bondage? This tension forms a pivotal aspect of modern interpretations, reminding us that brilliance in political design doesn't negate ethical blind spots. Another dimension of renewed interest focuses on Madison's partnership with Dolly. Historians highlight how her sociable presence helped unify fractious politicians, forging the White House or other receptions into spaces for bridging partisan divides. While overshadowed by the flamboyance of, say, a John Adams or the grandeur of Washington, the Madisons offered a sense of Republican elegance, with Dolly's hospitality matching James's intellect. In the early 19th century, visitors often left with a sense that the President and First Lady were forging a new style of leadership, less monarchical pomp, more approachable refinement. In legal circles, the Supreme Court under Chief Justice John Marshall gradually shaped constitutional interpretation in ways that arguably extended beyond Madison's original blueprint. Cases like Marbury v. Madison ironically enshrined the concept of judicial review, which was not explicitly detailed in the Constitution. Madison's name was attached to the case, though in that instance, he was the official who refused to deliver a judicial appointment, sparking the lawsuit. The ruling gave the judiciary the final say on constitutional matters, which might have surprised Madison, as he championed legislative dominance in some writings. Yet the evolution continued, and the living constitution adapted in directions possibly beyond even Madison's foresight. Into the 20th century, major anniversaries, the bicentennial of the Constitution, for instance, amplified Madison's place in public consciousness. Speeches recast him as the quiet genius, ensuring no single branch of government overshadowed the others. In an era dominated by large-scale political parties and global power structures, some admired his conviction that extended republics control factionalism. Others found his view naive, pointing to the intense polarizations of modern politics. Even so, the blueprint of checks and balances persists, credited to Madison's systematic approach. In popular culture, references to Madison remain less flamboyant than to certain other founders, but occasionally a biography or documentary underscores his role in shaping the Bill of Rights or guiding the War of 1812. Montpellier, after extensive restoration, now stands as a museum site. Exhibits highlight not just Madison's role, but also the lives of enslaved families who toiled there. Visitors witness a more complete portrait of the plantation's layered reality, bridging triumphs of constitutional genius with the heartbreak of forced labour. This dual narrative corrects earlier hagiographies, pressing visitors to reconcile the complexities. Thus, James Madison's posthumous journey swings between reverential acknowledgement of his institutional craft and sober acknowledgement of moral paradoxes. That deeper portrait suits a modern audience seeking authenticity over myth. We find in him a humbly sized man overshadowed by bigger personalities, yet in many ways the intellectual core of the revolutionary generation's nation-building. While not flamboyant, his persistent focus on structure and compromise proved essential to forging a republic resilient enough to survive civil war, expansions, global conflicts, and leaps in technology. His legacy remains a testament to the power and limits of thoughtful governance, reminding us that the best structures still rely on the flawed humans who inhabit them. James Madison's life offers insights into how careful thinking and incremental influence can reshape an entire society. He never commanded armies or soared with fiery oratory. Instead, he methodically used reason and communication to guide from the background. Observing his trajectory underscores that leadership can emerge from quiet conviction rather than flamboyant displays. One lesser-known aspect is his continued devotion to scholarly processes even while in office. He read widely, devouring classical references on governance and moral philosophy. He believed that political institutions should reflect rational design, an unusual stance in an era still shaped by the monarchy and tradition. This penchant for structured problem-solving remains relevant in modern contexts, where data-driven policies and careful legislative drafting often outlast bombastic speeches. Madison's approach, bridging principles with compromise, might serve as a template for bridging polarized divides, yet any reflection on him also demands confronting the slavery question. Madison's private letters to Quaker friends or philanthropic acquaintances reveal the moral wrestling he endured, admitting that slavery was incompatible with Republican ideals. But time after time, he balked at championing immediate emancipation. He accepted half-done measures, perhaps out of economic dependency or fear of disunion if the matter was pressed. This tension resonates with many professionals who see moral imperatives but feel constrained by practical or institutional obstacles. Madison's example warns that deferring a moral crisis can cause deeper agony down the line. Another dimension is how Madison navigated personal adversity. Like his fragile health, throughout his life, he experienced episodes described as seizures or severe migraines. Despite these constraints, he pressed forward academically and politically, forging a robust intellectual brand. This quiet resilience challenges the notion that a leader must display robust physicality. Indeed, in a modern context of chronic health concerns, his perseverance demonstrates that mental acuity and steadiness can offset physical limitations in achieving profound influence. Additionally, Madison's partnership with Dolly illuminates how a supportive spouse or partner can facilitate better leadership. Dolly's social grace and convivial approach bridged political adversaries, turning White House receptions under the Madisons into events that softened partisan rancor. This synergy highlights that effective governance can rely on intangible personal connections, not just legislative prowess. In workplaces or community organizations, a relational dimension often complements the policy dimension, making success more sustainable. Madison's legacy also reveals the complexity of championing novelty within a group setting. The Constitutional Convention was a grand collaborative environment with brilliant minds, each wielding distinct agendas. Madison's drafting of the Virginia Plan emerged from years of studying historical confederacies and forming personal alliances. Earning buy-in required tailoring the plan to quell the smaller states' fears, eventually morphing into the Great Compromise. Modern organisational leaders may glean that pushing reform is rarely about imposing a blueprint unaltered. It's about shaping a flexible framework that key stakeholders can accept, even grudgingly. His post-presidential phase, where he faced personal financial stress, also resonates. Despite monumental achievements, he found himself short on liquidity, dependent on borrowed funds. This incident underscores that professional success or historical greatness doesn't guarantee financial ease. Individuals in midlife contending with changing economic fortunes can see a parallel. One can shape national destinies yet struggle with personal accounts. Finally, the War of 1812 underlines that not all policies, even if well-intentioned, yield neat victories. The conflict ended with a surge of patriotism, but it was by no means a tidy triumph. The story is a cautionary note for modern endeavours. Strategic aims can be overshadowed by chance, shifting alliances, or resource shortfalls, yet how one manages adversity, adapting and forging unifying narratives, can still yield long-term constructive outcomes. Today, as we revisit the Founding Fathers, James Madison stands out not for flamboyant gestures, but for the quiet thoroughness of his intellectual and political craft. He orchestrated from the background, hammered out the Bill of Rights, navigated the Republic through a vexing war, and left behind an architecture of governance that still frames American life. The paradoxes remain: a champion of liberty complicit in slavery, a mild-mannered man orchestrating fierce debates. But these contradictions highlight the real complexity of shaping a new nation under uncertain conditions. For a midlife audience balancing ideals with real-world constraints, Madison's example underscores that dogged, reasoned dedication can indeed steer monumental transformations, even if the resulting legacy is tinged with the tensions of an imperfect world.